Kansas City Royals taking the Texas Rangers. Royals on Sirius 160, XM 181, and Internet 851. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 2:15 p.m., St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago White Sox. Cardinals on Sirius 162, XM 183, and Internet 865. White Sox on Internet 845. 2:20 p.m., Chicago Cubs take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cubs on Sirius 158, XM 184, and Internet 844. Brewers on Internet 855. 4:07 p.m., Oakland A's take on the Miami Marlins. A's on Sirius 85, XM 185, and Internet 859. Marlins on Internet 854. 4:10 p.m., Arizona Diamondbacks take on the San Diego Padres. Diamondbacks on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 840. Padres on Internet 862. 4:10 p.m., LA Dodgers take on the Atlanta Braves. Dodgers on Sirius 111, XM 187, and Internet 853. Braves on Internet 841. Spanish feed on Sirius 132, XM 188, and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m., Cincinnati Reds take on the Baltimore Orioles. Reds on Sirius 113, XM 186, and Internet 846. Orioles on Internet 842. 7:10 p.m., Philadelphia Phillies take on the San Francisco Giants. Phillies on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 860. Giants on Internet 863. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, May the 5th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Detroit Tigers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 858. Tigers on Internet 849. 1:35 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Colorado Rockies. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 861. Rockies on Internet 848. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 869. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:40 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays take on the New York Mets. Rays on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 866. Mets on Internet 857. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians take on the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 847. Angels on Internet 852. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the Boston Red Sox. Twins on Sirius 161, XM 182, and Internet 856. Red Sox on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m., Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 180, and Internet 850. Mariners on Internet 864. 2:10 p.m., Kansas City Royals take on the Texas Rangers. Royals on Sirius 160, XM 181, and Internet 851. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
Minnesota Twins manager Rocco Baldelli joined MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 to talk about the Twins' success so far this season.
It's kind of taken on a life of its own, but I think everyone's having fun. We're kind of in touch with some meat companies, and hopefully we can get a fresh supply coming up soon, because the one that we got, its life is about over with, I think.
Well, I mean,
that's good.
It's going to stay good, Rocco. Listen, I'm an expert on encased meats, being from Chicago. I can tell you, that will be edible for forever unless you leave it out in the Arizona sun for 4 days.
I promise you. I invite you, actually, to come and hang out.
Yeah.
So when this thing opens up, you can take a nice bite out of it, and it'll be good. But it doesn't look normal. I promise you that.
Oh, my Lord.
So you're in touch with meat companies about this, right? You literally have a reliever whose nickname is Meat Raffle in Caleb Thielbar. I mean, there's marketing opportunities, right? It's too bad this isn't college, because that would be NIL all over the place.
Oh, big time, big time. No, actually, I personally am involved in none of this, but I make sure that They keep me informed. And that's it. That's basically it. The guy, again, I get back to the main point. The guys are playing good, so that's why this is fun.
Right.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 86, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Sunday, May the 5th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m. New York Yankees take on the Detroit Tigers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 858. Tigers on Internet 849. 1:35 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Colorado Rockies. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 861. Rockies on Internet 848. 1:35 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 869. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:40 p.m. Tampa Bay Rays take on the New York Mets. Rays on Sirius 106, XM 179 and Internet 866. Mets on Internet 857. 1:40 p.m. Cleveland Guardians take on the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 847. Angels on Internet 852. 2:10 p.m. Minnesota Twins take on the Boston Red Sox. Twins on Sirius 161, XM 182 and Internet 856. Red Sox on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 180 and Internet 850. Mariners on Internet 864. 2:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals take on the Texas Rangers. Royals on Sirius 160, XM 181 and Internet 851. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870. 2:15 p.m. St. Louis Cardinals take on the Chicago White Sox. Cardinals on Sirius 162, XM 183 and Internet 865. White Sox on Internet 845. 2:20 p.m. Chicago Cubs take on the Milwaukee Brewers. Cubs on Sirius 158, XM 184 and Internet 844. Brewers on Internet 855. 4:07 p.m. Oakland A's take on the Miami Marlins. A's on Sirius 85, XM 185 and Internet 859. Marlins on Internet 854. 4:10 p.m. Arizona Diamondbacks take on the San Diego Padres. Diamondbacks on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 840. Padres on Internet 862. 4:10 p.m. LA Dodgers take on the Atlanta Braves. Dodgers on Sirius 111, XM 187 and Internet 853. Braves on Internet 841. Spanish feed on Sirius 132, XM 188 and Internet 871. 4:10 p.m. Cincinnati Reds take on the Baltimore Orioles. Reds on Sirius 113, XM 186 and Internet 846. Orioles on Internet 842. 7:10 p.m. Philadelphia Phillies take on the San Francisco Giants. Phillies on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 860. Giants on Internet 863. National feed on Sirius XM and Internet channels 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Sunday, May the 5th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m. New York Yankees take on the Detroit Tigers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175 and Internet 858. Tigers on Internet 849. 1:35 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Colorado Rockies. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176 and Internet 861. Rockies on Internet 848. 1:35 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177 and Internet 869. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:40 p.m. Tampa Bay Rays take on the New York Mets. Rays on Sirius 106, XM 179 and Internet 866. Mets on Internet 857. 1:40 p.m. Cleveland Guardians take on the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 211, XM 178 and Internet 847. Angels on Internet 852. 2:10 p.m. Minnesota Twins take on the Boston Red Sox. Twins on Sirius 161, XM 182 and Internet 856. Red Sox on Internet 843. 2:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 119, XM 180 and Internet 850. Mariners on Internet 864. 2:10 p.m. Kansas City Royals take on the Texas Rangers. Royals on Sirius 160, XM 181 and Internet 851. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish feed on Internet 870.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
The Los Angeles Angels have been dealt a huge blow, with Mike Trout being sidelined with a torn meniscus for the foreseeable future. And host Xavier Scruggs from MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 was on to react to the news.
Yeah, it's disappointing for Trout, disappointing for the franchise. They pay money to watch Mike Trout, and that's really the focus when you talk about the fans coming out to see some sense of hope for the Angels, and now he won't be available. Injuries obviously have been the theme of the latter part of his career now. We know he's already amassed Hall of Fame numbers, but it's got to be so frustrating as a player. And it's when I look at Mike Trout and I look at the frustration that set in, the emotions that set in, you can tell he just can't figure it out for himself. And that's got to be the most frustrating thing, because as a player, there's so many things you do routine-wise to get yourself set and ready for a game. There's so many prehab movements that you do, all the things that the trainers are taking care of, and still when something pops up year after year after year, that's got to be one of the toughest things. Like you said, Steve, he was off to an amazing start from a power standpoint. We were looking at him possibly, going into another all-star game. He's never missed an all-star game since that first full season as a rookie. So it's tough to see, man. It's really tough to see.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Sunday, May the 5th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 1:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Detroit Tigers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 858. Tigers on Internet 849. 1:35 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Colorado Rockies. Pirates on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 861. Rockies on Internet 848. 1:35 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Nationals on Sirius 210, XM 177, and Internet 869. Blue Jays on Internet 868. 1:40 p.m., Tampa Bay Rays take on the New York Mets. Rays on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 866. Mets on Internet 857. 1:40 p.m., Cleveland Guardians take on the LA Angels. Guardians on Sirius 211, XM 178, and Internet 847. Angels on Internet 852. 2:10 p.m., Minnesota Twins take on the Boston Red Sox.
Major League Baseball play-by-play is now on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game! It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet!
Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
It is bedlam in the bank as Bryce Harper has put the Phillies on top!
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive! To deep left center!
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made the play! Oh, my!
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall!
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That ball's high!
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it!
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw!
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life!
Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
A ball, a bat, and a microphone, but no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
He struck him out looking! It's over! It's over! The Rangers have won the World Series!
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise!
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play.
4.
Get up! Get up!
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow! My goodness!
Major League Baseball play-by-play is now on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
The South Carolina Gamecocks are on top of the women's college basketball world yet again.
Perfection for South Carolina. 38 games, 38 wins.
We're reacting to the perfect season and talking to the biggest names right here on Channel 374.
Congratulations, Coach Saley. What does this particular title mean to you?
This title is pretty special because it was unexpected.
Keep it locked into SiriusXM SEC Radio as we continue to break it all down and celebrate the Gamecocks' 3rd national title.
On Backstory, the PGA Championship, the mysteries behind Rory McIlroy's last major title a decade ago.
This is a crazy finish at Valhalla.
It was certainly very different.
And how Bob May went toe-to-toe with Tiger Woods in his prime.
Yes, you may!
Listen to Backstory, the PGA Championship, Tuesday, May 7th at 8 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app. You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a real fan.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Sharing the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888-MAD-DOG-6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody! This is Steve Phillips from the Leadoff Spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The Leadoff Spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Hey, baseball fans, the NBA postseason is in full swing, and your home for nonstop discussion every day and playoff action on the court every night is SiriusXM NBA Radio Channel 86 and on the brand new SiriusXM app.
This slams the ball to right field, way back, way gone, is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second, the throw, in time,
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The Blue Jays got back on the winning track on Saturday afternoon, scoring 4 runs in the first inning, en route to a 6-3 win over the Nationals. And now Toronto will look to win the rubber match today and take the series in D.C. before continuing their road trip in Philadelphia later this week. Good afternoon, everybody. Eric Smith and former Major Leaguer Chris LaRue with you, alongside host Show Ali, producer Nick Blackmore, and technical director Tom Young. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Stephenville and Grand Falls, Windsor, Newfoundland. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Certainly getting a win today is first and foremost for the Blue Jays and their fans, but there's a subplot to this afternoon's tilt that is equally intriguing. Alek Manoah has been reinstated from the injured list, and he will make his first start of the season today for Toronto. It's the Nationals and Blue Jays. The first pitch is right around the corner. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, streaming on the Sportsnet app, sportsnet.ca, and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at ProvenWinnersColorChoice.com.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart Deferred Payment Program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
Did you know you can get home and away feeds for every MLB, NHL, and NBA game on your phone?
3 for the win. He got it!
Every game, all season. It's all on the SiriusXM app.
It's out of here!
Sports, the way they're meant to be heard. With your hometown announcers just a tap away.
It is gone! An incredible finish!
Search for your team and tap the plus sign to add it to your library. Every game, all season. Get closer to your team with the all-new SiriusXM app.
Shoot, he scores! And it's gone!
Jays fans, this is John Schneider, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
There's the exclamation point for all assembled here at Rogers Center.
Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everybody. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set for the rubber match between the Blue Jays and Nationals, and we should be, under normal circumstances, about 2-3 minutes away from the first pitch, but I can tell you, folks, that we are in a rain delay. There is rain in the area. It's been raining most of the day in D.C., and I don't want to play meteorologist. I don't want to pretend to be an expert, but the word I'm hearing at least is there are some showers still in the area. It's expected to rain maybe for 20, 30 minutes. And the rumor, again, don't quote me on this, folks. The rumor, at least, is that the first pitch will likely come in about 45 minutes to an hour. So maybe around 2:15, 2:30 Eastern time. We hope to get underway. Again, of course, we will keep you updated on that throughout the course of the next 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes or so, and we will hope to get started as quickly as possible. But, Chris, whenever it starts, it should be a fun day, if nothing else, to see Alek Manoah back on the mound for the Jays.
Well, I think a lot of people that are involved with the Toronto Blue Jays are excited to see Alek Manoah back on the mound. His last big league start was August 10th, 2023. He threw 4 innings, gave up 4 runs, but he just didn't have the stuff that he did in 2022 when he was 16-7 with a 2.24 ERA in 31 starts. He almost threw 200 innings for this Toronto Blue Jays team. In 2023, he was 3-9 with a 5.87. And it's not just the numbers for me. It's the stuff. The velo was down. The command was down. The slider was not nearly as sharp as it was in 2022. And those are the biggest things that I'm seeing from Alek Manoah. You look at his AAA numbers this season for Buffalo. He's 0-2 with a 6.5 ERA in 4 starts, 18 innings pitched, 23 hits he's given up. But you look at his last start, and this is the most important thing for me. It's not just the numbers. Remember that. It's 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, but 12 Ks. Those 12 Ks, and I saw his start. I watched it on the computer. Those 12 Ks tell me that his stuff is at least inching back to what it was in 2022 when he was almost a Cy Young Award winner. His velo was up to 96 in that start at Indianapolis. His slider had depth. His slider had sharpness. It was more of a gradual, loopy slider last year that he didn't really command very well. And watching him into Indianapolis, I do think, although the numbers don't support it, I do think that he earned this promotion just based on the stuff and based on the strikeouts. The 12 strikeouts in 6 innings, that was the kicker, I think, that helped Ross Atkins and John Schneider decide if he's ready to pitch in the big leagues.
So it'll be Alek Manoah against Mackenzie Gore today, the left-hander for the Nationals. Again, first pitch was supposed to be taking place right about now, but we are in a delay in D.C. with first pitch now anticipated. It's not locked in, but anticipated to be roughly in about 45 minutes or so, maybe a little bit more. Until then, as we are in a delay, we will send it to baseball control with Show Ali and Julia Kreutz.
Thank you very much, Eric. Welcome back inside Baseball Control. Julia, Mother Nature conspiring against the Blue Jays, or you know what? Depending on how you look at things, maybe Mother Nature is trying to spare Blue Jays fans from having to watch this offense.
Oh my God.
Maybe she's trying to do us a favor from not seeing another 2 runs scratched across the plate today.
I did not know where you were going with that. but it paid off so much. So thank you. Yeah, the word that comes to mind, certainly in recent games, you look at that Dodgers series, even Kansas City, the first game in Washington for sure. It's heartbreak, right? It seems like it is very early, of course, but you see the potential. You see starters going deep into games. Certainly Jose Barrios, Yusei Kikuchi, Kevin Gausman has looked more like himself recently. And then either the offense scuffles, or we have seen some regression from the bullpen, which I don't know that was necessarily expected at this point.
Yep.
It's just not clicking. Yesterday we saw the importance of tacking on runs because, again, we had some moments there with the bullpen in which things could have gone awry had the Blue Jays failed to score 6 runs like they did. But this is still something that we are going to keep watching. We know that the offense is feeling the urgency. We certainly saw it in Bichette's comments yesterday after the game, after he was dropped down to the number 5 spot in the lineup. And we're going to get to that. He's hitting cleanup today, I believe.
Yep.
But this is the moment to turn things around. And maybe, yeah, you're right, Sho. For the Blue Jays themselves, maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing to have 2 days to regroup and just really clear their heads before going back to a very, very important series in Philadelphia.
That is Julia Kreutz. I'm Sho Ali. You are currently listening to the Blue Jays rain delay program. There's inclement weather delaying us in Washington, D.C., in America's capital. The rubber match. Alek Manoah scheduled to make his return to the majors today. Mackenzie Gore, who has pitched quite well for the Nationals, was scheduled to make the start on the other side. But right now, we are in a rain delay. Inclement weather delaying us in D.C. So, hey, you want to shoot us a text? 590-590, name and location. You are always welcome to do so. You guys know the drill. The People's text line is always open, and we can chat about your text. We'll play some audio a little bit later on. Lots of great conversations from the best of the Blue Jays and the best Jays guests and convos from the past 7 days. We'll hear a little bit from Blair and Barker, hear a little bit from Blake Murphy on Jays Talk Plus. I'm sure there are other conversations around the network as well we'll hear from, Julia. But you mentioned it, the lineup. I wanted to talk about that with you. Maybe pick some nits with you if we can.
Absolutely.
And so here's the lineup for today. All right, you mentioned yesterday Bichette batted 5th, and then in the 5th inning got ejected for the first time in his career. And you know what? I complained about this to you when Jurickson Profar got ejected against the Padres, and I'll complain about it again. No one wants to see the show. And I get it, equipment violations, it's the quote-unquote rules. Yeah, okay, sure. Boo. Boo. No one wants that. No one wants to see the show.
I love Rain Delay Show. Rain Delay Show is a different show.
I've had to do a lot of rain delays over the years, including a 3.5-hour rain delay just last week. So it's the time where you become somewhat unhinged. And we're only like 10 minutes into today's rain delay. So who knows what we'll be at in an hour.
Folks.
And actually, you heard Eric Smith earlier say that the approximate time of first pitch. Hazel May had actually tweeted out, and Hazel is in Washington with Arden, with Joe, and of course with Dan. And Hazel tweeting out that the approximate time she's hearing 2:15 p.m. Eastern, which is about half an hour from now, 2:30 Eastern, which, as Eric said, is about 45 minutes. So I was looking at the weather on the radar on the Weather Network, on AccuWeather, and all the various websites, and it does look like it clears up. It's just there is a huge green blob headed for Washington. It doesn't look like it's raining right now, but I think it is going to start raining quite heavily in about 20 minutes. So probably for the best they started this game in a delay. You don't want to have Gore and Manoah come out there, stretch, get ready, and then sit for like an hour and a half and then have to deploy the bullpens for both teams, right? So I think it probably makes sense, even if I don't enjoy rain delays, but here we are. But let's read that lineup and what the Blue Jays were going to throw out there today. So I mentioned Bichette was batting 5th yesterday. You said it. He's batting cleanup today. The whole lineup, George Springer's batting leadoff. He is in right field. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. batting 2nd. He's at first base. Justin Turner is batting 3rd. He's DHing today. Bo, cleanup at short. Davis Schneider gets back in there after a day off yesterday. He is batting 5th in left field. Dalton Varsho is batting 6th. He batted 2nd yesterday. Today he's batting 6th. He's in center field. Alejandro Kirk is catching. He also had the day off yesterday. He is batting 7th. IKF, Zayakiner Falefa, is at second base. He is batting 8th. And Ernie Clement is batting 9th. He's at third base. And we did see IKF and Clement come out for various different points yesterday. IKF went into the game at short when Bo got ejected, and Clement replaced Justin Turner at third base because Turner was in the field yesterday. So we did see these two guys yesterday. So really, you get to see Schneider today, Kirk today, who we did not see yesterday, and the lineup shuffles a teensy bit once again with Bo moving to the cleanup spot. I don't hate Bo batting cleanup. I got to say, I don't mind it. He's been pretty vocal about being accepting of moves if they absolutely need to have it. And I think that certainly speaks well to him. I get a lot of texts and on other shows, not just J-Stock, Jules, but on Sportsnet Today's, Tonight's. Yeah. And then you and I get the calls and texts and so on. But a lot of people saying things like, oh, Bo has lost the will to compete, right? And I think to myself, like, okay, look, Bo's bat was entering play yesterday. Bo was batting 198. That's not good. Obviously, that's not good. There's no other way to slice it. That is subpar. But at the same time, I don't see a lot of things in Bo's game that suggests he's A, not trying, or B, really in like a historical perspective over the course of his whole career, that he's done about 198 or worse for the whole year. I just really don't think that. So it's really, for me, a matter of time until he turns it around. I'm not sure about the same answer to that question for George and Vladdy. I'm not sure about them, but I do feel pretty confident in saying that, like, Bo is not, like, he stopped trying or anything like that. The guy wants to get paid. He wants to get paid like Trey Turner got paid and Dansby Swanson got paid and Bogarts got paid. Like, he's not going to stop trying. If anything, he would be hitting the crap out of the ball so that when his time comes in a year and a bit, he's going to get paid like $350 million, essentially.
Listen, look at his reaction after that strikeout, that called strike 3 that got him ejected. It's pretty clear to me that this is not a guy that has lost his will to compete. This is a guy that is frustrated, right? This is probably the worst stretch of his major league career, and he's very clearly frustrated and working through it. And I will, go back to his comments yesterday in which he says he'll do whatever they want, right, to help the offense. And if I have to be the one that goes down, then that's fine with me. This is a guy that's not only thinking about himself, he's thinking about the team and ways to help this offense figure it out. And he's hitting the ball hard, you obviously can't attribute everything to bad luck, but the fact is that this game can be a little bit thankless sometimes, in which you are doing everything right and you still don't get the results. But Bichette's staying in there. He is doing everything that he needs to do to increase his probability of success, which is really all you can do when it comes to baseball. It's taking a little bit longer than what we've seen in the past for him to get going. Now, we have also seen this sort of a streaky element to his game before. There have been difficult stretches for him, maybe not this long and this intense, because obviously it becomes magnified when you look at everything else that the offense has struggled with. But we have seen those points before, and when Bichette does get going, then he becomes the hottest hitter in baseball all of a sudden. So you will talk to John Schneider, you'll talk to Don Mattingly, to his teammates. No one is really worried that this is going to last forever. And certainly, let me tell you, no one is worried about his effort level or his commitment level to this team. You spoke a little bit about Vladdy and George. Vlad remains a question mark to me. I don't really know what to make of his start or of where he's going. You see the eye at the plate. It's really good. He is scorching the ball, but just an inability to consistently put the ball in the air, which is something that we have talked about over and over again. And he's tinkered with his swing. He has sought out different opinions. I don't know. And I think it's okay at this point, for us to look at Vladdy and say, I don't know. When it comes to George Springer, Schneider answered some questions about him during the last homestand, and he pointed out something that is very true. Springer is a notorious slow starter. It seems like every season, this early, and again, everything is lasting a little bit longer for the Blue Jays this season, but early on, we are constantly talking about how Springer needs to be out of the leadoff spot, and he is not really producing, and he is not really hitting to the best of his ability. And then the season progresses, he gets into a rhythm, and the Blue Jays even tried to address that in spring training, trying to, get Springer to see more live pitches or play in more games in spring training to get into that rhythm. Doesn't seem to have worked, but the Blue Jays have picked up on that, and they're trying new things to get Springer going a little bit earlier. He is still a very good hitter, as we saw certainly in that first series, the Rays series.
Right.
he showed that the game is still there, but he is also a slow starter. So this is obviously something that you need to keep an eye on, because if your leadoff hitter is, dips below 200 or whatever, changes do need to happen. And we saw yesterday that Toronto is very willing to at least try out new things, even though, that top 3 or top 2 of the lineup it's always going to be a delicate conversation for the Blue Jays. It's
why do you think that is?
that is the question, isn't it? Because is
that an ego thing, you think? I honestly, I have no idea. Because it can't be they point to the production and say, oh, well, you're producing, because they're not, right? So if that's the case, then it's got to be like almost like a sunk cost fallacy type thing.
Or maybe it's just a matter of, we don't want to disrupt anything else.
Right.
We trust the talent that these guys possess. We trust that they're going to get out of it. And if we try to tinker too much, this may become a different problem in which guys kind of get out of their rhythm or what they are expecting or what they're used to. Now, baseball is a sport of adaptability. I'm not saying that I agree with that mentality, but that could be something that weighs in the Blue Jays' decision-making process as well, But listen, if Springer continues to struggle as he has, and we saw a little bit of a better outing from him yesterday, he got on base, I believe, 3 times in various ways, and he definitely got help from the Nationals defense there, but he's swinging at the right pitches and he's making contact, and when that happens, you're going to reach base, and now it's just a matter of getting back to the slugger that Springer once was. But I do believe, that it's time to at least consider a more drastic change to the top of that lineup.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying this to bag on Springer by any means, because you kind of knew at some point in his career, and you knew this when he signed the deal with the Jays however many years ago, but you knew towards the back end of the contract it was going to be a bit of an albatross money-wise, and at least there's no salary cap in baseball, so it doesn't really matter all that much, but it doesn't matter in the same way that we have the conversations about Mitch Marner making $1 bazillion for the Toronto Maple Leafs, right? It's not the same because of the way the cap is and the luxury tax and the CBT and all those things in baseball. So I totally understand that. So it's not as much of a factor, I suppose. And I know it's not like a bottomless pit of money for any team. But even if it is a sunk cost, I only bring up the contract because even if it is a sunk cost money wise, I'm not saying you DFA Springer. That's not where we're at, right? And you'll probably you'll never be there. But I just feel like. Look. If you look at what the Yankees did, for example, right? And I think they're a good example because we see them a lot, and they're the Yankees, and they're having a pretty good year as well. And I mean, and you know what? There was a stretch not that long ago, in the last week, where they were hitting awfully. They looked wretched at the plate, 1 through 9, including Juan Soto, including Aaron Judge, all of them, right? I only bring up the Yankees because last year, you saw DJ LeMahieu hit leadoff a lot of the times, or first or second. He was hitting near the top of the order. Then he got injured this year, hadn't played a lot, especially in the beginning because he was on the IL. So they put Gleyber Torres at the top of the lineup. And Gleyber Torres is a good contact guy. He gets on base a lot, as we see when the Blue Jays play the Yankees. And he had a bad start to the year. He was not playing very well. And so what did they do? They didn't wait. They took Torres out of the leadoff spot. They moved him a little further down the lineup. They put Anthony Volpe at the top of the lineup. And that helped the Yankees immensely. They were going Volpe, Soto, Judge, and they were scoring a lot of runs with those 3 guys, even when the offense was scuffling. And I'm not saying you have to, ape the Yankees or other teams, but a lot of other teams, and this is why I think fans get frustrated, do show a propensity to make changes when they need to. And it only feels like when the Jays are at or near rock bottom is when changes are made. It took Bo hitting under 200 to have him be moved out of the 3 spot and moved to batting 5th, today batting 4th, right? We still only saw Vladdy moved out of the 2-hole really once or twice. And the only couple times, apart from yesterday when Varsho was batting 2nd, the only other times Vladdy was not batting in that spot was because Springer wasn't batting, and so they had to change the top of the order, right? It just, I don't know. I wish, I guess, they were less stubborn, for lack of a better word, about changes that are needed, even if just to try something, right? Just because I totally get the criticisms of the Jays from fans when fans say stuff, Jules, this is not actually 30 plus games of sample size in 2024. It's actually 162 plus 2 in the playoffs plus this season, because a lot of the problems we saw last year are the same problems we're discussing here in 2024.
That's exactly right. And I do agree with you, Sho. I've said it so many times here that I believe that teams are at their best and players are at their best when they can accept change and when they can accept that adapting is just a part of this sport and a big one at that, right? This is obviously the other side of the ball, but look at what Jose Barrios has done this year, and the fact that his in-game adjustments have been so good. You'll look at his box scores, and you'll see 7 strikeouts, 1 start, and then you're going to see 1 or 3 in a different start. Why is that? It's because he comes into the game and he recognizes what it is that opponents are giving him or not giving him, and he makes adjustments.
Right.
That is the same can be said for Yusei Kikuchi for sure. So it seems like on one end of the spectrum, the Blue Jays are pretty good at doing that. And then when it comes to the offense, not only with lineup management, but also in-game adjustments when it comes to what is it that the opposing pitcher is giving you right now, that has been lacking. So again, right, if we knew the answers for these questions, Sho, we would be making a lot more money than we are right now.
That'd
but
be nice.
Wouldn't it? But it is clear that something either physically or mentally on the offensive side needs to change, because the Blue Jays need to be able to make those adjustments as they are seeing their pitchers make right now.
So how do you, and I don't think there's a real answer to this question, because like you said, if we knew the answers to this, we'd all be much wealthier. But I guess at what point do you look at the hitting coaches and say, okay, it's not working out, right? Because, and again, Guillermo Martinez was in charge of the offense in 2021 as well. So, I mean, it's not like there's no track record. But then again, 2021 was 3 years ago, and swings can change in 3 years. That's just how it is. Whether it's a change that they make them make, or whether it's a change that they unconsciously slip into, swings change, right? And I think it's actually an under discussed skill to have your swing when it's working not change for a lot. And then you see a lot of the greats are able to do that, or when it does change, they're able to adapt pretty well to that change. But I'm not going to lay this all on the feet of on Martinez or Matt Haig or certainly Don Mattingly or any of these guys. But I do wonder at what point the change is just required, not even to appease the fans, but just because maybe there are too many cooks in the kitchen, or it doesn't mean that the voices there have been there long enough that the players have tuned them out, which is a whole other separate issue. Like, there's no way to really know unless you're in there with everyone. And the other part of it is, I think a part of why there are so many hitting coaches is because different approaches work for different guys. Like, maybe it's beneficial to the Buffalo guys like Davis Schneider and Ernie Clement that Matt Haig is around the team, and he helped them in Buffalo. I'm sure they're still working with him, and I'm sure Ernie Clement is not being like, nah, you know what, I'm going to not work with Matt Haig anymore. Even if Don Mattingly is sitting right there. There's a lot at play there for the offense. And yes, at the end of the day, the players have to go out and swing the bat at the plate, right? Like, they're the guys. It's not Don Mattingly going out there and swinging the bat. It's these guys. But I do wonder, when it comes to the resources being managed here, how much of it falls on the coaching staff, not the players. I go back and forth on that personally.
Yeah, that is one that I do think that we need a little bit more time to evaluate, Show, only because this new approach of having Don Mattingly as the central voice when giving players information and stuff like that, and obviously they are still working one-on-one with other coaches as well, but when it comes to strategy, Mattingly ends up being the point person for that. And there's so much information, and you want to make sure that guys are not paralyzed by how many numbers are in front of them. And having Donnie Baseball do that, in theory, is a good thing. And you spoke to Blue Jays hitters after his new role was announced and kind of explained as well, because as we have discussed, offensive coordinator is not really something we relate to baseball necessarily, but players were overwhelmingly in favor of that, and they were excited about it, and they were on board. It may be that for this specific thing, we do need a little bit of a bigger sample size, because it is so new and it's something that's very unique that the Blue Jays are trying out here. And we're seeing underlying numbers, and I know that that's so annoying to hear, that kind of point to a new philosophy, which is the Blue Jays are walking a lot more. They're certainly in the top 6 right now of in terms of walks of teams in Major League Baseball. They're not swinging at pitches outside the zone as much. Their whiff rate is really, really good. It's, I believe, top 3 in the league right now. So these are things that point to a new strategy that might be working, and they are reaching base and things like that. But now it's time to put games away, put games to bed, get that, bases clearing double, or find your way to a home run again, even if it's, kind of like cheap home runs as Justin Turner was hitting in Toronto last week. It's fine. It's knowing your swing. It's understanding what you do well and just sticking with that. So on the one hand, it seems like this could be a strategy that will start paying off soon, but the Blue Jays need to find their power in order to make that pay off. It's a combination of things that we haven't seen just yet, Show.
That is Julia Kreutz. I'm Show Ali. You're listening right now to the Blue Jays rain delay program. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue are standing by for the call of the game, but right now, with inclement weather delaying us in D.C., we do not, as of yet, have an official time for the restarting, or starting, I guess I should say, because the game didn't actually start on time, for the start of this ball game. Hazel May of Sportsnet, who is down in D.C. with the crew, Hazel saying that 2:15, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. It's 2 p.m. right now here in Toronto, so 15 to 30 minutes might bring us another update, Julia, but right now we are still awaiting another announcement. There was actually, while we were chatting, I don't know if you heard it come over the PA system at Nationals Park, but there was a bit of an announcement in the stadium, and there was a little notice flash on the scoreboard, and it said, weather update, we are still monitoring an incoming inclement weather system, I suppose. So it sounds like they are still awaiting the rain to actually start, because it looks like there's a lot of fans just sitting outside. Like, they're not actually running for cover. That's usually when you can tell it's raining quite hard, right? When you look at the seats, and for stadiums that don't have domes, and every stadium should have a dome, just saying. But you look at the fans run for cover or put the ponchos on or whatever. People are out there in t-shirts and no umbrellas. So it does not look like it's raining right now, but it does look like via the radar that rain is scheduled to start relatively shortly. So we'll give you an update on that as soon as we can. I'm going to read a couple of texts for you before we play some audio here, Jules.
Sure.
Nick in North Bay. Nick says, Vlad has a Hall of Fame father. I can't say he would be proud of how his son plays and how he conducts himself. All you see on the TV is him laughing in the dugout and talking to the other team at first base. I think it's time to trade him. One of the most overrated Jays of all time. Now I think that's a little much, Nick. But I do appreciate the text. I'll say this, and I said this to you before. I personally am the wrong person to be like, it's about laughing in the dugout. He's talking to guys. He's yakking it up. He's smiling after he strikes out. Truly, I don't care. Right. I actually could not care any less about anything that is not him playing baseball. You know what I mean? Him laughing in the dugout when they're losing, I don't care. Don't care. I understand it's like not great optics, which is sure that's fair to say and observe, but it doesn't actually have any bearing on how he plays baseball. What I do have an issue with is, like yesterday, for example, first inning, Vladdy grounds out to short or to second or whatever it is. He grounds out to the left side of the infield, and they airmail the throw. Would have been a double play, right? Ball goes to second. They step on the bag. Ball now goes to first. Airmails the throw. And he only really starts running up to first base when he sees the ball go wide. And he did get a board. Great for him to get a board. Obviously, you'll take it. They scored a bunch of runs in that first inning. But I don't know. It's just, I don't like seeing him dog it. Even if you know it's going to be double play, the reason you don't dog it is because that can happen.
Absolutely.
And it happened a whole bunch of times.
Especially on a damp day like it was yesterday.
Rainy day, Springer got a board because of an error. Vladdy got a board because of an error. I think the Nationals had 3 or 4 errors yesterday. It's just, that is the exact reason people get annoyed when players, any player, but certainly Vladdy, who seems to do it a lot more, dogs it when he runs up the baseline. It just, I honestly think he would eliminate a lot of the criticism about himself beyond just hitting the ball on the ground all the time, which he does a lot. But, and that's another separate conversation. But just like beyond that, just the effort level, I think would actually go a long way towards eliminating at least a chunk of criticism about him.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that it's a little misleading to see what Vlad does in the dugout and extrapolate that to his entire day or his preparation. But in moments like that, when it matters, right, Joe, and he has the opportunity to show some hustle and to make things harder for the opposing team, work for this out instead of just giving them an out, which he almost did. It was very close. Instead of hustling just in the last second, those are things that, I would believe that the coaching staff is talking to him about, because you're right. It's not, that's not how a Major League Baseball player should conduct himself. However, I want to be very cautious about extrapolating that to his preparation or his level of, trying or whatever it is, right? He does put in the work. And even though it doesn't show right now, and even if it's not the amount of work that fans would like to see or whatever it is, there's so much that goes into a player's preparation before he takes the field that it would be irresponsible even to sort of look at that, or look at him in the dugout, or look at him and chatting up opponents at first base and say, oh, okay, he's not trying. I don't believe that laziness has anything to do with it right now.
I think the Bob McKitchener, Vladdy is not the superstar we were led to believe is coming. Jays need to admit it and move on. You know what I am afraid of, Bob? And maybe it doesn't matter. Truly, maybe it doesn't matter. And I've been trying to follow Blair's lead on this. Blair and Barker recently have said they're going to try and look at Vladdy not as a superstar, but more as like an above-average first baseman. And if you do that, and that is a shifting of the goalposts based on where we thought he would be. But I do think that's probably the right thing to do, because your expectations are lower, right? And again, that's not good. That's not a great place to be, because of, to Bob's point, everyone thought he was going to be a superstar. This is a guy who broke scouts' measuring metrics for how they measured prospects in terms of hit grade and fielding grade and power grade and all these different things. And now here we are, where I was saying to Daniela yesterday on JStalk that I would kill for 2023 Vladdy at this point, honestly. And then last year all we did was talk about how disappointing 2023 Vladdy was. So I don't know. I don't mean to only make it all about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. because, like you talked about, you need more from Bo, you need more from Springer, you need a little bit more from Kirk, although he's looked a little bit better as of late. You need more from virtually everyone. And the funny thing is, you have, I think, gotten more or less, Julia, what you've expected from Ernie Clement and Davis Schneider. And honestly, you've probably gotten more than what you've expected from IKF, honestly. It's truly, I think, that maybe the bar was relatively low, but you've gotten more from him. Kevin Biggio, it's taken a little bit of a downturn as of late, but I still think, generally speaking, he's hovering right around where you expect him to be. So it's not really that part of the order you have an issue with. It's the stars that you have a problem with. And I think that's, whenever you see the Jays play another team, even if the pitching is immaculate, you often see the other team stars come through and be stars. We saw Bobby Witt Jr. do that for essentially 7 games in the last 2 weeks. We saw C.J. Abrams do it a couple of times in the last couple of games, including yesterday and Friday in a game they lost 9-3. C.J. Abrams did that, and he's a very young guy. I don't even know if you put C.J. Abrams in the same conversation as Bobby Witt Jr. and
he's starting to look like that.
He's getting there, right? But you're seeing other teams do it. I think that's why, in contrast, it's annoying when you don't see Vladdy and Bo do it. Again, I think I have lower expectations for Springer because of his age, but again, that's the other half of that conversation is, if this is where we're at with Springer, then he probably needs to move down the order. I don't know what I guess my point of all of this is, I don't know what the breaking point is.
Right on.
And I don't mean to sound so negative after they won yesterday. They put up 6 runs yesterday for only the second time since April 6th, May 5th. So they basically only did it twice in the span of a month, essentially, right? And one of those 2 times was against a guy for the Royals who got got called up, I should say, from the minors to fill a spot, and then was optioned immediately after the game. I don't know. It's a tough spot for the offense to be. And again, it's the reason it's because it's annoying is because it's more of the same.
Yeah, doing it against real bona fide major league pitchers, I think, is the next step. And we have seen the Blue Jays do it this year, certainly, but not consistently by any stretch of the imagination. And I do like the idea, Show, of looking at Vladdy as maybe just an above average first baseman. I know that this is not where we expected to be, but reality settles in and it looks more and more like 2021 was the outlier year, and it's very unfortunate. But maybe that shifting of perspective can alleviate some frustration on all sides, especially on the fans' side. And I'm sorry to say it does kind of suck. But when you look at where Vladdy is and where he was last year, and the fact that we don't necessarily now expect to get the kind of production that we once expected out of him, then maybe he is just an above-average first baseman, and that's okay. And the Blue Jays are going to find other stars or other big contributors when the time comes. I do believe that Bichette is still number one on that list. He will turn it around. We have seen him turn it around, and we have seen him, lead the league in hits for 2 years in a row and be the clutch guy when the Blue Jays need him. It's just a matter of him also finding his rhythm this year. And the fact that he's the one that's being moved around, also tells you, the ability to adapt to new situations, the ability to accept tasks as they come and make the most of them. So, yes, this is a tough stretch, but there are some silver linings, which we can't really say for Washington, D.C. right now. Just looking here, it looks super cloudy.
It does look very cloudy. And again, the fans are not running for cover here on the rain delay program, but the tarp has not moved. And usually, when they're about to take the tarp off the field, you see the grounds crew come out and they pull the stakes and they're milling about the field. There's no one on the field right now. The only people on the field right now are the security guards. And I will say this, that the security guards are on the field would seem to imply that it's not raining all that hard, because when it rains hard, the security guards are sitting in the dugout or something. They're not on the field. So it doesn't look like it's raining all that hard. But again, it looks like they are still awaiting this inclement weather to move into Nationals Park. But again, based on what we're seeing on the radar here in the rain delay program, does not look like there is a huge, maybe we won't have to wait too much longer. Maybe first pitch will be closer to 3 o'clock Eastern.
I feel like everyone is a little frustrated here, because it hasn't rained yet. And this is from Marissa and Jemmy, who works for the San Francisco Chronicle and is at this game today from 5 minutes ago. She just retweets the weather update from the Nationals and says, "It is legit not raining, folks," which really, kind of sums up the frustration of this moment. Sure, we understand it's May, right? Storms come and go, and you need to be careful about that, especially when it comes to starting pitchers. You need to take care of them first.
Agreed.
But it is looking like rain is imminent here, It's looking pretty wild.
If it does start to rain here and the skies open up in DC, then I think it probably was the right move, because you don't want to call up Alek Manoah, and the same goes for Mackenzie Gore for the Nationals, but you don't want to call these guys up, have them stretch, have them get ready, play 2 innings, and then sit for 2.5 hours or something, and then they just can't come out after that, right? They're not going to throw 1,000 pitches in the 2.5 hours just to keep their arms warm and then come out and continue to play baseball. That would just be reckless, I think, for both pitchers. So it's probably the right move. Having said that, no one likes rain delays, so I totally feel it. Let's read a couple more texts before we play a little bit of audio. I do want to hear some conversations from the best of the Blue Jays this past week. We're actually going to start with Alex Faust from Apple TV Plus. He's one of the play-by-play commentators for Apple TV and was on the call of Jays Nationals on Friday night. He spoke to Donovan Bennett on the Going Deep podcast. So I wanted to play a little bit of that conversation for everyone. But before we do that, I wanted to read these couple of texts for you. First, I see Ruben in Alberta. Ruben says, and Ruben's a frequent texter, and I appreciate it, Ruben. He says, "God forbid Vladdy smile and play happy. Same fans that wanted to get rid of the home run jacket because they had to be more serious. Ironically, that was the last time the offense was dominant." Yeah, I mean, Ruben, you know how I feel about the home run jacket. I kind of liked it. I'm never going to complain about it. It was fun. Further to that, you see basically every other team in baseball has some dumb thing they do. The Mariners have the trident, and I think the Orioles have some giant chain, and the Angels, albeit this was with Shohei, I don't know what they do now, but they had the samurai helmet. People have swords and Darth Vader helmets and all these different things. I like that dumb stuff, and it is, I think, unequivocally silly, but I kind of think that's part of the fun part of sports. So I don't know. Personally, I'd like to see them bring it back. But I do think that the smiling, laughing, chatting with people thing of Vladdy's game, I don't think that matters whatsoever. I don't care at all. I wanted to read this text for you before we hear from Alex Faust. This is Kevin from Markham. "I don't have any comment on this. I just want to hear you guys talk about the usage of Eric Swanson." And I think that's interesting because we haven't talked about the bullpen so far. And I think this Swanson thing is interesting because, so after I guess it was on Friday, it was the Apple TV game, because on Friday, And Swanson didn't pitch yesterday. But and I want to talk about Nate Pearson with you as well. But Swanson, he gets called out, gets beat up a little bit, doesn't record an out, gets yanked. Has not had a very good start to the year. I like to use the term circle of trust. Swanson is not in the circle of trust right now. He was, and we know the best version of Swanson is filthy, right? But he's not there right now. And then John Schneider said this after the game on Friday. I think he said something like, I'm paraphrasing here, but he said something along the lines of, Julia, that the Swanson, like maybe he might be tipping his pitches. We're not seeing the best version of Swanson that we can get. And I thought to myself, like, boy, John Schneider, don't say stuff like that. Like, don't say he might be tipping his pitches, because everyone's just going to think to themselves, well, maybe they should sort that out before you throw him into a relatively high leverage situation. When do you think he came into the game, they were up 3-1, and then they got cratered, or maybe they were down 4-3, but it was a relatively close game, and then they got cratered in afterwards. But I don't know. It's just Swanson needs to figure it out. The unfortunate other half of the Swanson conversation is, at some point, you got to use other pitchers, and this is why I wanted to bring up Nate Pearson. But Pearson did not have a good game yesterday, and he made it close before Kiermaier kind of got some of those runs back with the 2-run bomb, and then they went to Trevor Richards, and they kind of they went to Meza, and then they went to Richards, and those guys calmed the waters a little bit. But the reason I bring up those guys, Jules, is because Chad Green's unavailable. Jimmy Garcia, we're hearing, is unavailable. It's kind of like a little iffy as to what his status is, and his back is a little tight, probably from carrying the team, I would think. So the bullpen's a little short right now, right? Even Jordan Romano made it a little bit of an adventure yesterday, and that's not even we're not used to that. We are used to him making it a bit of an adventure for a closer. So it's just the Swanson stuff is infuriating, certainly, but it's just I think they don't really have a lot of other choices, really.
Yeah, let's not forget that he had a very not linear spring. His start was very much delayed because of the accident with his son, and this may be simply that he's still building up. Now it's on the Blue Jays to find alternatives to help him sort of continue to build up in a way that is not putting games in jeopardy like it did on Friday. So it is unfortunate, and I believe that Swanson is talented enough and he has the track record to sort of turn this around, but it's also on management here to understand when to put him in those situations. He's not a high leverage guy right now. And I understand that you don't have a ton of options for high leverage, but let a guy like Zach Pop prove himself a little bit here. I have no problem with the Blue Jays throwing Nate Pearson out in those situations right now, even though it is very much an adventure every time that they do. But make sure that a guy like Swanson is getting his innings in a more or less relaxed way. There's not many of those moments with this offense, but it really isn't. But when you look at how his season and his preseason have gone, maybe don't throw him in the fire just yet. He will go back to being the Eric Swanson that we know, but right now he's not there, and there are other options in this bullpen. But again, kind of goes back to the death show. We thought it would be in one place starting out, and it really isn't, and it hasn't been so far. So as long as the offense is not contributing, and they just need to keep working to figure that out, and Blue Jays pitchers are being asked to be perfect, then managing those arms is also going to be a challenge and an adventure every single time out.
That is Julia Kreutz. I'm Show Ali. Once again, you are listening to the Blue Jays rain delay program. Jules and I are here at Baseball Control in our downtown Toronto studios. And some news, Jules. They have announced a 3 p.m. Eastern start time. So that is the time they are targeting. We will see if that holds, but that would essentially mean Blue Jays baseball will start in about 45 minutes. It's 2:16, so 44 minutes. 2:16 p.m. Eastern here in Toronto. So 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific is the time they are circling, maybe in pencil and not in pen, just in case it gets delayed a little bit. The tarp is still on the field, so I would think for this game to start at 3, the tarp would have to come off the field in like the next 15 minutes. So if it doesn't come off the field in like 15, 20 minutes, I'm going to guess it will not start right at 3. But again, we'll keep you up to date. We can see the stats feed of Nationals Park in DC. keep the text coming, 590-590, name and location. We'll continue to read your text over the next 45 minutes to get you to first pitch. Technically, we're in the top of the first inning right now, so we will just throw it right to Eric and Chris when we have actual Blue Jays Nationals Game 3, the rubber match in D.C. We'll get it right to the guys, but until then, we will keep you entertained. And so if you want to keep the text coming, like I said, 590-590, name and location. I mentioned Alex Faust was a guest on the Sportsnet Radio Network on Friday, and he joined to preview the National Series, talk a little bit about the Blue Jays' struggles on offense, and of course talk about Alek Manoah. Here's Alek Faust on with Donovan Bennett.
Alex, thanks for taking some time now that you're settled in Washington. We missed you here in Toronto, but we'll have to catch up when you're back calling a game at Rogers Center. But as you know, this offense has been a bit better at home in Rogers Center, but has struggled no matter where they are. Fans at this point are throwing a parade if they get to 5 runs. A core that is pretty much the same, didn't do much to add to it in free agency other than Justin Turner. They fell short in the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes, obviously. What's your appraisal on what Ross Atkins and Mark Shapiro have done with this team and their lack of offensive production?
Well, I think the big question that they're asking and a lot of fans are asking is, what is this team? Is this the team that was top 5 in run production in 2021 and 2022? Or is this the team that right now is bottom 5 in that category? Is this the team that was built on the idea that, Vlad Guerrero and Bo Bichette would continue to improve and that slugging would be a big part of this team's identity? Or is it the one now that's struggling to generate power? And frankly, I think to your point about how this team was constructed, I think it was constructed with the idea of, okay, we're going to see continued growth and evolution of those core pieces, and we'll build around them. And that right now puts them in a bit of a quagmire because they're an older team. Their lineup is constructed around 2 guys that right now are both underperforming. And the question is, where do you go from here? And I know, Kevin Kiermaier's a part of that. He's injured right now. Justin Turner, as you mentioned, was a great signing. But, yeah, they struck out an Ohtani over the offseason. I don't think you can necessarily point to that and say that, even if Ohtani was a Blue Jay right now, that it would change very much because the core part of that question is, what is this team's identity supposed to be? And if it's built around the idea of slugging as a key component, we talked about the ballpark upgrades and the change in dimensions, and yeah, it may have helped at home, but if the numbers overall aren't good, then where is the franchise at? And I think it's a very fair question to ask.
So last weekend, my son turned 5 years old, which is not relevant to you whatsoever, except for the fact that when he was born, I was in the hospital and I was supposed to be covering Vlad Jr.'s Major League debut. And I remember what a scene it was. It was almost as if it was an all-star game, how excited fans were for him to come to the majors. Now, the feeling amongst the fans are quite opposite, and there's a debate on whether or not you actually want to pay him when he gets expensive, given the production. This is someone who not that long ago was second in MVP voting to Shohei Ohtani. You know how scouts say, once a player shows me the level, then it's in there and it's on us to get it out of them. What do you make of the fact that Vlad hasn't actually continued to ascend, but, maybe has regressed a little bit?
Well, that may be what a scout believes, but, as you know, sports is very much a what have you done for me lately kind of business. And that may be fair or unfair, but he's one of several questions that this leadership group in the front office is going to have to look at in terms of contract situation coming up next year. Fairly or not, the results speak for themselves right now. I mean, you talk about guys that are going to have free agency status next year. It's not just Guerrero, it's Bichette, it's pitchers like Bassett and Romano and Eric Swanson. There's a serious question to be had about the future of this team and how they want to construct it, and what they want it to look like. And I know it puts a little bit of undue pressure, more so on this year than anything else, but I think it will inform their decision-making going forward of, okay, do we stick with this group? I'm sure, over across not too far away at Scotiabank Arena, the Toronto Maple Leafs are going through the same thing with asking about their core, right? And how long they want to go with that group, even though they haven't done very much. So it's a question that's absolutely being asked because the Blue Jays have to be prepared for the answer when it comes, and whether that's this trade deadline or the offseason, those are going to be some hard questions to ask.
Yeah, thankfully for Toronto sports fans, they have the PWHL team, which is the hope, because Toronto sports as a whole is down bad right now. But if I were to canvass approval ratings of all members of Toronto sports, the lowest might be John Schneider, the manager, even though if you get to know him, he's a great guy. I wonder where we are in the game. Are managers essentially just shields for the front office? Does a change at the managerial position actually impact winning that much, given that more often than not managers are executing a plan that a large group of people have input in?
Yes and no. I mean, I think if you strictly judge based on, the debacle in the postseason last year and how by the book everyone was, and that, as you said, was from management on down of their plan for the pitching staff and Berrios in the postseason last year, right? If you're strictly judging based on that, then no. This is not on John Schneider. This is on a lot of different guys, right? But ultimately, he's the first line, right? You only have so many levers in ownership to affect change, and one of them is through the manager, then one of them is through your baseball executive. And you can kind of be top down and hands on. You can be completely hands off. There are a variety of ways you can do it, but I think it's another one of the questions that the Blue Jays have over the long haul is, okay, what lever do we want to pull here to try to get the most out of this group right now?
Talked about the Ohtani free agency chase earlier, and we have no chill as Toronto sports fans. We'll follow Kawhi Leonard in a helicopter. We'll report on, the Canadian business tycoons and their planes and where they might not be. That's this market outside of this border. Did you have any belief that Ohtani actually took Toronto as a serious destination?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There was no reason to believe otherwise. I think it got completely overwrought, the idea, he's flying in, and take a look at this plane, and the decision day to day. That's where everybody needs to take a step back and chill. I think there is, obvious consternation within Toronto about all the free agents that have been available and that they have pursued or reportedly pursued and come up short in trying to sign. And I don't know the answer to that question. And I don't know to what extent, how realistic it was to try, to sign all these guys. But what I do know is that, they've got superstars in the making here, right? They have on paper, a good team if everybody plays to their potential. And I think that's where so much of the challenge comes in. Yeah, okay, Ohtani would have been an incredible phenomenon, and his talent is obvious and undeniable. But when you look at the Blue Jays as they're currently constructed right now, I mean, this is a team that's a very veteran team. They're not looking at younger players to carry the day. So the question has to be asked, okay, is a team that's going to work for you over the long haul? In this year where yet again offense comes into question, I think, it's frustrating in that, there was a missing out on Ohtani, no doubt. But I don't think that one player changes the entire equation, even as great a hitter as he is. I don't think that changes the long-term questions facing the Blue Jays.
The question now, given that this is the core, is that, outside of something happening before the trade deadline, that help necessarily isn't on the way, unless you view that former opening day starter and somebody in the Cy Young conversation in past years, Alek Manoah, could be on the way. You've been around the game a long time. Have you ever seen a starting pitcher go from flying through the minor league level, quickly being an all-star and in the Cy Young conversation, to not being able to repeat delivery in the minor leagues and struggling at that point without an obvious, catastrophic injury being the scenario? Have you seen a case like what we've seen over the last year or so with Manoah?
You know what? The sad thing is, yes. Because pitching is such a mental game. You are, it's gladiatorial in a lot of ways. You are mano a mano with a batter, and the psychology, as I've talked to pitchers, is, they think in a different way than most you and I would think. The way that they approach it is very much me versus you. I'm going to get you. And if you have doubt in any way, and if that doubt seeps into mechanics and you develop habits that alter those mechanics, it could be completely involuntary. It could be completely subconscious. Welcome to the psychology of pitching. And it's sad because you don't want to see a pitcher with that much obvious talent as Manoah, who went from struggling with command and then struggling with mechanics and then injured. And, guy who finished, as you mentioned, third in AL Cy Young voting, 2.24 ERA just 2 years ago. But it happens. And there's no, easy solution. There's no, there's nothing that you can say that makes it any better. It's just one of those things that happens. And you have to hope that your organization has built a pitching staff. And I think, again, on paper, they have, between Gausman, Barrios, Bassett, and the guy who'll take the mound on Friday, scheduled to at least, Yusei Kikuchi, right? Like, there's no obvious problem there. And actually, since the second week of April, the Blue Jays have had, the seventh best ERA in baseball among starting pitching. That to me doesn't strike me as the issue. And I know Manoah gets so much attention because of his fall to the minor leagues, all the way to the depths of the minor leagues. But it happens. That's baseball, unfortunately.
It is, and it's still the beginning of May, and there's still a good series or a good homestand from being right back in that wild card scenario, although there's a lot of teams to jump. They're only 3.5 games back as we talk. If you're selling the Blue Jays as a stock, let's try to end this on a positive note for our fans, and you're bullish on them for one reason or another, what would you say? What is the hope of this group that fans, should be clinging to and hoping seeing the trend reverse?
Well, I think the production of Bichette in particular, that has to regress back to the mean in a positive way. There is no way that you're going to tell me that his numbers right now are going to continue the way that they are. I think Davis Schneider, of his 16 hits this season, 7 have gone for extra bases. Addison Barger just got called up. He's a top 5 prospect, with Kevin Kiermaier on the shelf. And he's got an interesting backstory. You get Kiermaier healthy, and even if you can get basically league average production from Vlad, I think that the problem is right now you're below that league average. If you're getting regular average production to couple it with the starting pitching, I think the Blue Jays are fine, to contend for a wild card spot. So if you're talking about, buy, sell, or hold, I think you hold on this Blue Jays team as it's currently constructed and as they go through 2024, because all those decisions don't have to be made right now. All those hard questions don't have to be answered right now. You can wait till the off season or on into next year to figure out those long-term things, as frustrating as it may be. But as you said, it's a long season, and you bet on what you've seen already, and that the talent is there, both pitching and hitting. And this team has been pretty good defensively. So, I think you got to hold on right now and fight your way through it. and we'll see where things land come summertime.
Well, Warren Buffett built his fortune on buying distressed assets, so I am sold. Thank you. You have a future in investment banking, if you want, after baseball. The baseball present is going great. Really enjoyed the Friday night baseball broadcast. So excited to listen to yourself and Ryan and Trisha Whitaker on the call. It's a nice balance of innovation and information. I would describe it in terms of the call. Now that you've been with the crew for a bit, what can we expect this year as the broadcasts continue to evolve and give us something different than oftentimes fans get from their local broadcast?
Well, you guys have some of the best just in the business, period, between Dan Shulman and Buck Martinez. So, we cannot do them justice. What we try to do is, have a really fast-paced, engaging, visually stimulating show. You'll notice that we run a lot of replays. We run a lot of breakdowns. We show PitchCast quite a lot. We show StatCast quite a lot, the 3D rendering that gets done there. We have the lower right-hand portion of the screen. We kind of have the predictive stats going on, let's say the odds to reach base or odds for an extra base hit, odds for a strikeout, et cetera, et cetera. So we try to do things just a little bit differently, but we are not trying to reinvent the wheel. At the heart of it, it's a baseball show. We hope it's a smart baseball show. We hope that it's an engaging baseball show. It has a little bit of fun, but isn't taking away from your enjoyment of the game. And I know, again, that's a really tall order when you're talking about stepping in. When you guys have Dan and Buck as one of the top crews in the sport, period. But we try to do our best, and we try not to get in the way more than anything else. And hopefully it winds up being an entertaining show.
Well, I'm hopeful you get more hits with runners in scoring position than punch outs, which Blue Jays fans have seen a lot of so far this year. Thank you so much for the time and perspective, and have a great call.
Thank you very much, Donovan. Appreciate it.
That is Donovan Bennett chatting with Alex Faust of Apple TV Plus fame. Alex actually is also, I believe, one of the commentators in the NHL for NESN, filling in for Jack Edwards, who now is retired. And, of course, Alex, a longtime play-by-play man for the Los Angeles Kings as well. So lots of play-by-play in Alex's resume. But, of course, now you can hear and see him for Apple TV's Friday night baseball broadcast. So kind of him to stick around and join Donovan Bennett. You can hear the whole conversation for many of Donovan's chats with people like Alex, Trisha Whitaker, Ryan Spielborgs, and other non-sports sent people, certainly on the Going Deep podcast feed. Welcome back, of course, to the Blue Jays Rain Delay program. Show Ali, Julia Kreutz here with you. We are awaiting first pitch between the Blue Jays and Nationals, the rubber match going today, and we do actually have a time for first pitch. If you had missed me saying it earlier, 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific, seems to be the time they are circling. And here's the pleasant side of that update. They have taken the tarp off the field. It has been removed. It's been rolled up. The crowd is still sitting in their seats. And Alek Manoah and the rest of the Blue Jays are out there getting their warm-ups in. So they are actually, it was a little pessimistic. It was a little glass half empty, looking at how the Blue Jays might start at 3 Eastern, 12 Pacific. But they're all actually throwing right now. I'm watching Alek Manoah right now in left field throwing the ball with his AirPods in. There were some shots earlier of Varsho running around the infield. So it looks like they're getting ready. You can kind of see in the background the grounds crew getting the base paths ready and putting the chalk outlines down, putting the bases on the field. So we're getting ready. It sounds like we are going to actually start at 3 Eastern, 12 Pacific. We'll take your text again, 590-590, name and location. Before we do, however, let's check out the Bet365 standings update at Bet365. You can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game is still being played. 19+, play responsibly. Ontario only. So let's check out that AL East. Entering play today, because lots of games are going on right now. It's Sunday afternoon, so a lot of games happening. The Baltimore Orioles are 22-11. The Yankees are 22-13. So Orioles playing 2 less games than the Yankees. Kind of bizarre quirk of the schedule. Bizarre scheduling quirk, I suppose, this early on. The Red Sox are 18-16, while both the Rays and the Blue Jays are bringing up the rear. They are 16-15. and 18, both of them. If we check out the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, we can check out some scores around Major League Baseball right now. If we stick with the AL East right now, the Yankees, end of the fourth inning, are leading the Tigers in New York 2-0. Aaron Judge hitting his 7th home run of the season, a solo shot. Bottom of the third inning at the Trop in Tampa, the Rays and the Mets are tied at 3. Looks like Yandy Diaz and Alex Jackson playing pretty well so far for the Tampa Bay Rays. Francisco Lindor in that game hit a 2-run jack, his 6th of the season. The Red Sox and Twins, bottom of the second inning at Target Field. Bases are loaded with 2 outs for the Twins, but zeros right now on the scoreboard. So 0-0 between the Red Sox and Twins in Minnesota. And and the Orioles are playing a little bit later on. So the Orioles have not started. Dean Kramer will take them out against Nick Lodolo, and that game will start at 4:10 p.m. Eastern, 1:10 p.m. Pacific, which I'm sure you can watch online. Rangers-Royals, that game did get delayed in Kansas City, so we'll see. I'm not sure if that game was actually formally postponed or if it has been delayed, but the Rangers feeling the pain the Blue Jays did at Kauffman Stadium not too long ago. All right, I mentioned your text at 590-590, name and location. We'll answer some of those right now. Let's see here. See one here from Paul in Sealy's Bay. Paul says, thanks for keeping it interesting, Sean Jules. Can you provide a Joey Votto update? As far as I'm aware, I'd gotten this from Ben Nicholson Smith last week, and I don't think I've heard anything since then. But Joey Votto is still only now started running. He's only now started running. So if that's the case, then I can't imagine he's that close to actually seeing live batters. Although, I guess if you're running, you're a little closer, Julia, to seeing live batters. But Joey Votto does not sound like he is that soon or close to returning. On the other half of that conversation, Chris from Saskatchewan pointing this out, he says, or a question, I should say, he says, is it time to give Elvis Martinez a shot as a bench hitter instead of Vogelbach? You know, Jules, I said to you, maybe like in the first week of the season, might have been the second versions of Jays Talk we've done, because we did a couple in that Rays series, the four-game set to start the season. And then we did the weekend after while Blair and Barker handled the weekdays. And I said to you then that I think the Vogelbach experiment needed to be over. And you were like, pump the brakes, kid. And I was like, all right, well, maybe we should pump the brakes on Vogelbach. I'm going to say it again. I think it's time for the Vogelbach. We're now a little bit over a month into the season. I think it's time for the Vogelbach experiment to be over. I don't even know if the answer is actually bringing up Elvis Martinez. It might not be. Would I like to see that, if only because the offense has struggled so mightily? Yes. Having said that, there's got to be another option other than Vogelbach, even if it is like, today he's not playing, but yesterday, for example, Turner was in the field and Vogelbach was a DH. You could have DH'd Kirk. With Jansen catching, you could have DH'd, I don't know, that's probably the easiest option, just DH the other catcher instead of Vogelbach when you need to get an AB. And I know you want to be careful with the health and the workload for these guys, for both Jano and Kirk, but it's probably a better option to DH one of those two guys. You could DH David Schneider if you really had to.
Who didn't start.
You really could do a lot more options than Daniel.
Yeah, this time, kid, I will not tell you to pump the brakes. It does seem like it's time for maybe a more significant change. And, I was pretty convinced that out of camp, Vogelbach was the best alternative for the Blue Jays, but it hasn't paid off in the season so far. And when you have someone like Elvis who's doing what he's doing in AAA, that conversation is going to get more and more urgent as time goes by. Now, Addison Barger was also pretty dominant with AAA Buffalo. Didn't really find that much immediate success with the Blue Jays. Yes, he was hitting the ball hard and stuff, but you could see that he was pressing a little bit, and he certainly showed what he can do on defense. The arm is really impressive, but the first major league hit, it took a little bit, and you could see that he was maybe even getting in his own head a little bit in pressing and trying to get things going for himself. So this is, again, about, it's a balance between what is best for players' development and what is best for the team. But I do believe, that very, very soon this season, those two elements are going to coincide, and what's best for the Blue Jays and what's best for Elvis is to bring him up. It gets a little easier when it's an IL situation like Kiermaier, and you have some flexibility in bringing a guy up like Barger, and obviously Nathan Lucas was just up here for one day. But that's something that the Blue Jays may try to look at a little bit more as time goes on. And, we know that injuries happen, and this is going to be a part of the game. But we saw that AAA success does not immediately necessarily translate into the majors. Do I think that the exact same thing that happened to Addison Barger is going to happen to our Elvis? No.
Look at Jackson Holiday.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it is about development as much as it is about instant success, and the Blue Jays are analyzing a lot more than what they are seeing for 1 month in AAA when making those decisions. I do believe, though, that we're getting very, very close to seeing Elvis Martinez in the majors.
And I got to believe the primary reason Elvis was not brought up right away was not because of the offensive prowess, which he has demonstrated, I think honestly enough to bring him up. It's all the other stuff. It's like mostly his footwork and his defensive play at second base. And I think also like the fact that it's kind of like a positional logjam, right? I mean, you have a lot of guys. You have Bichette, IKF, Ernie Clement, you have Davis Schneider, you have all of these guys, and you're going to add another guy who basically can only play second or third into that mix. They probably don't want to. And if he's not going to play a lot over those guys who probably bring you less offensively but more defensively, you can make it work, right? You can make it work with those guys. I do think I'm at the point personally where the offense has looked so poor for such a large stretch. I know they scored 6 runs yesterday, but they looked so poor for such a large stretch that I kind of think I'd be willing to take a hit with some of the defense and bring up someone like Martinez just to see what he's got. I get why while they're sorting out this logjam, I understand why they don't do it, because then he can still play in the minors. He's playing every day. He's playing at a pretty high spot in the batting order when he's down there. So I get it. But I mean, after a certain point in time, like, what are you really learning?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, what are you really learning that you can also quote unquote learn on the job in the majors, right? Yeah. So I'm with you. I want to see him play, but at the very least, the short end of that conversation is, I'm not sure I want to see a lot more. I'm not trying to be mean about Vogelbach.
Right.
I'm not sure I want to see him DH or hit in big spots. I mean, like, even Spencer Horwitz could probably do what Vogelbach is doing. I actually thought I was relatively impressed by what we saw from him in a relatively short stint last season. Mm-hmm. But I don't know, like it's just the 26th spot on the roster is not going to be a spot you get a lot of production from, but you can get more production out of it than you're getting right now.
It is time for a change, Show. And when you look at how the roster is constructed, and you're not going to get rid of Ernie Clement and Davis Schneider because they have been a lot more productive and helpful than a guy like Vogelbach, which is unfortunate because, again, I liked the signing. I liked that he broke camp with the team. He had a very, very good spring. It just hasn't really translated in the regular season, and you see that he's taking some pitches that he definitely shouldn't be taking. It's about more than just is he running into bad luck. It doesn't seem to be that way. It looks to me like his timing is off, and he hasn't been really able to find that again. So the Blue Jays need something to go their way, and a more significant change may be necessary here to get to where they want to go.
I think I see the ceremonial first pitch thrower marching out to the mound at Nationals Park. The grounds crew have put the bases in the field. The dirt has been stirred appropriately on the base paths. Alek Manoah's out there. I think I see Bo Bichette doing some stretching just beyond second base, right near his shortstop position where the dirt meets the grass. So it sounds like we are again going to be on track for a 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific start time, which is always nice. I want to play one more piece of audio and take a quick break here. But before we do, I'm going to read one more text from Maureen in Bowmanville. I'll say it again. All ballparks need domes. These rain delays are silly. Amen, Maureen. Amen. I said this to Ben Schulman the other day when we were at the ballpark at the Rogers Center. And, of course, there are no rain delays at the Dome, which is very nice. But I said to him, Ben, I think I actually said this on the air too, but I've said this many times, but all ballparks need domes. I don't really care how historic it is. Maybe that's blasphemous. And Ben told me it was blasphemous. I don't know if he's listening, but he told me he was thoroughly unimpressed by me saying that like Fenway needs a dome and like Wrigley needs a dome. And the cathedrals of baseball need domes. You know what? I don't care. I stand by it. All ballparks need domes. I look forward to the day where you can like press a button and like a laser shield opens up over the dome and it just prevents the rain from. That would be awesome.
Hey, you get pitch comm, you get automatic runners in extra innings. Why not domes for all?
Yeah, domes for all. Even
get with the times.
Look, it's 2024. We haven't invented some kind of laser dome thing yet. knows? Maybe someday in my lifetime. All right, let's hear a little bit from one more guest. One of my favorite guests, personally. This is David Sampson from Nothing Personal with David Sampson with Meadowlark Media down in Miami. He goes on with them pretty often. But David Sampson, I love hearing these conversations with Blair and Barker because they always have such a good rapport, but they always talk about really interesting things. So Sampson here discussing the viability of teams in certain markets, front office decision-making, and certainly the role that analytics plays in front office decision-making processes.
I'm going to throw this right in your wheelhouse. I do want to talk about the Oakland Athletics because I'm growing more and more confused as to whether or not the Athletics are actually closer to Vegas or farther away from Vegas. But I do want to ask you about the Miami Marlins, who aren't very good right now. And the one thing they did have, young pitching, they seem to be getting hurt, and certainly they're not the only organization that is experiencing that. But how close is that situation, David, to becoming really, really, really serious?
Well, it depends your definition of serious, but if you're basing it on how worried is Major League Baseball, they're very worried. I think if you ask them in a moment of pure honesty, they would tell you that the Marlins franchise concerns them the most of any of the franchises in baseball.
Really? Even more?
A's.
Really?
And the reason is that with the A's, there's always hope because you can get a ballpark somewhere, whether it's Oakland or Vegas or wherever it may be. There's the possibility of it turning around. With the Marlins, they're in that ballpark, and we've just never been able to draw. John Henry couldn't, Huizinga couldn't, Loria couldn't, we couldn't, Bruce Sherman and Derek Jeter couldn't. And you can say it's because there hasn't been enough winning, but the Marlins made the playoffs last year. And then you could say, well, they didn't invest in their payroll enough, but they've signed some players. Some worked out, some didn't. And it's just been very hard to draw there. And the TV situation is a real problem where you don't know what your contractually obligated revenue is going to be year after year. And teams count on that in order to sign players to long-term deals. And there's a bunch of teams right now with the regional sports network issue that just don't know what their future is in TV broadcast revenue. And that's a huge piece of the pie.
It's funny hearing you say this when Whitey Herzog just passed away recently. And I remember talking to Whitey in spring training. We used to go to St. Petersburg and cover Cardinal spring training and do a tour when you were covering the Expos. And I can remember, I don't remember when it was, but I remember sitting in his office, and it was one of those days where there were a lot of national writers around, and people started talking about could he ever see baseball in a Major League Baseball team in Florida on a full-time basis. And he said, I just don't think it would work in Miami or St. Pete because there's just too much to do. And I've always kind of remembered, just in the back of my mind, he said, I just don't think it would work.
Listen, Jeff, there's a lot to do in Toronto and New York as well. So that's I think it's a different reason. Bud Selig really wanted baseball in Florida because it had worked so well for spring training. He thought this is perfect for expansion. And you remember how Tampa started. Yeah. Tampa was the stalking horse city for the White Sox, the Giants, and then they got their own expansion team. And I worry that Vegas is going to be like Tampa, where it's a great stalking horse, but a team doesn't actually succeed there, and you're trading one problem for another. But the reality is that in Miami, what I found when I moved there is there's no corporate sponsorship base, and all of the wealthy people aren't there during the summer. So it looks like there's great demographics. It looks like your DMA is high in terms of TV revenue and what could be premium season ticket revenue. But it turns out they're not around. They're in Connecticut or Toronto or Montreal when it comes summertime. So I think the season of baseball is a problem in Florida.
David, how does a front office know when to punt on a season?
That's such a good question. The answer is they don't.
No.
They say they do. And here, let me go through better the evaluation process. When you're in spring training, there's 3 points where you evaluate your team. One is in the off season, when you're putting your team together. 2 is in spring training when your team is put together. And then 3 is anywhere from April 15 to June 15. And what that latter period is for is to decide whether you were right in how you valued your team, both during the offseason and during the spring. And the best front offices are able to differentiate between performance that is fantasy and sustainable versus performance that is, we don't know. So what do I mean? Fantasy is when you're playing really badly, but you think you're a good team, so you hang on. When you are overperforming what you thought, the question is this just a moment, or can we actually do this? When you're underperforming, can we turn the lights on? And Toronto's been through this. I went through this in Miami. We thought we had a good team. They're playing terribly. Don't worry, we're going to be fine. And then before you know it, you're in September and it never clicked. And that's the hardest thing for a front office to figure out. And that's what all front offices are doing as we speak.
Did you ever use that as an excuse to get rid of a good player that you were on the fence on whether you wanted to get rid of him or not?
You know, it's funny. Our owner always wanted to be a buyer. He always thought we were in it. And we would always budget money to make acquisitions at the deadline. And one of the reasons why we were mediocre for so long is we bought when we should have sold. And we traded away a bunch of good young players for the thought that, hey, we're going to turn it on. It's going to click. Because it happened in 2003 and it clicked and we won a ring, but it never happened again over the next 14 years. So the answer is that you don't really know. You need an owner to have conviction in allowing his baseball people to not be emotional. And I wonder whether Toronto's in a great situation because of that, where you can rely on the front office in a way that most individual owners generally don't rely on their front office.
Yeah, it's interesting hearing you say that because it to me the biggest change. A lot of things have changed since I've been covering the game, but the one thing that is really, really noticeable is there's not as much emotion in it as there used to be. Right? I mean, the famous story of was it Scott Boras basically going around David Dombrowski's back to talk to the owner to get Prince Fielder done. I mean, there's. Or some of the moves made at a deadline. There's just not that much emotion left in the game anymore. And as a fan, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. But as a realist, that's kind of the way it should be, isn't it?
It's one of the tangential effects of analytics. It removes the emotion when you have numbers in front of you. And so I'm not a big analytics guy. I like it as part of an arrow in my quiver where I can look at that. But I like also feeling the pulse of the team or trying to convince the owner of what I think is happening, working in conjunction with the GM. But a lot of owners right now, when they're presented with what they see on paper, they just go with it. And that, you say it's removing emotion. Some people would argue it's removing fantasy.
When you were underperforming as an organization, did you talk more or less as a front office?
I always talked more because I was the guy who went into the clubhouse only when we lost because our owner would only go in when we won. And players noticed that. So when we won games, I would generally stay out of the clubhouse or I'd go to the manager's office and then leave. But for losses, I'd do a lap in the locker room, a quick pat on the tuchus and then say, see you tomorrow. Because I think that players want to know that you are there. And for the fans, it's the same thing. Owners generally only like talking to the media when things are good. Our owner's a great example. He loved the press conferences when we hired people or when we were signing players. But when we traded players or fired managers, it was me. And that's fine. That was my job. But fans notice that when people, it's like having a friend who only wants to celebrate with you. But when you need them for something, they're not there for you. That's how I view what you have to be with the fans and the media when things are going badly.
That is David Sampson from Nothing Personal with David Sampson on with Blair and Barker. You can catch the whole conversation. That was just a snippet of it. You can catch the whole one on the Blair and Barker podcast feed, wherever you grab your favorite podcast. Blair and Barker, of course, returning to the airwaves tomorrow. They will be on the air from 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern, as they usually are. And, of course, if you are a podcast listener, you can certainly find it, again, via the podcast feed. Welcome back inside Baseball Control. Show Ali, Julia Kreutz here with you as we once again await first pitch between the Blue Jays and Nationals at Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. First pitch is currently scheduled for 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. Across the Sportsnet radio network, Eric Smith, Chris LaRue are standing by for the call of this game. Let's check the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard before we get to the starting lineups. In Stanley Cup playoff action, round 2 begins today. Round 1 technically wrapping up later tonight. So a somewhat odd quirk of the schedule based on when these series ended. So the final game of round 1 goes tonight. Golden Knights at Stars Game 7. 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Winner of this series moves on to play Nathan MacKinnon and the Colorado Avalanche in the second round. You can watch that game on Sportsnet. We don't have any times, I don't believe, for Canucks Oilers in the second round either. They're probably just waiting to see scheduling-wise based on when the Knights Stars game wraps up, I suppose because of time zones. So they're going to wait on that. But honestly, kind of a bummer about the Canucks and Oilers, only because I was kind of hoping we'd get 2 Canadian teams playing each other in the conference finals, not in the second round. But there you go. I am actually still looking forward to seeing the Canucks and Oilers play. But we'll get some more timing around the second round in the Western Conference later on, probably this evening. Before that, however, we are going to get the first game of the second round. Hurricanes at Rangers, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific. You can watch that game on Sportsnet 360. We'll also get game 1 of Panthers and, unfortunately for me, the Bruins tomorrow evening. That game goes at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. In the NBA, we have one game on the go right now. Magic at Cavs Game 7, the final game of the first round in the NBA playoffs. Right now, the Cavaliers, with 2.5 minutes to go in the third quarter, they lead at 68-66. So a tight finish between the Magic and Cavaliers in Cleveland. Cavaliers were, I believe, without Evan Mobley in that game. 2 games on the go tomorrow. Pacers at Knicks at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. And game 2 of Timberwolves Nuggets is tomorrow night at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Minnesota taking a 1-0 series lead last night. They win 106-99. Anthony Edwards with 43 points on the road. Great stuff from Ant. Very MJ-esque, but certainly got to win some championships to get the ultimate comparison, I think, to MJ. But phenomenal stuff. And game 2 goes tomorrow in Denver. All right, Julia, let's get to the starting lineups for both the Blue Jays and the Nationals, as Mackenzie Gore looks like he is just taking the mound. So I'm going to read these 2 lineups for you. And for all of our listeners, here's John Schneider's lineup today. George Springer is batting leadoff. He is in right field. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is batting second. He is at first base. Justin Turner is DHing today. He is batting third. Bo Bichette is batting cleanup. He is at shortstop. Davis Schneider is in left field. He is batting fifth. Dalton Varsho is batting sixth. He's in center field. Alejandro Kirk is catching today, batting seventh. IKF is batting eighth. He's at second base. And Ernie Clement is batting ninth. He is at third base. Quick thoughts, Julia, before we send it over to Eric and Chris on Bo batting fifth yesterday and batting cleanup today.
He is the guy that has the ability to bring in those runners when they are on base. It's up to the top guys to actually get on base for him. But Bo is, I believe, in the middle of a turnaround. He was very, very honest yesterday about where he is in his game. And you expect a guy of his caliber to figure it out sooner rather than later.
Bo Bichette did not play a lot yesterday, of course, getting his first career ejection in the top of the fifth inning. You hope he stays in there today, but I'm thinking he will. Bo batting cleanup for the Blue Jays in Washington. All right, Mackenzie Gore just finishing his warm-up tosses, so let's get you over to some action. Finally, here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with the call of today's game.
All right, thanks very much, Sho and Julia. About an hour and 25 minutes, roughly, the delay, as we are getting set to go with the rubber match between the Nationals and the Blue Jays. Toronto coming off the victory yesterday over the Nationals. A 6-3 win where Toronto jumped on Washington in the first inning. And we'll see if they can do it again today as George Springer steps into the box. And we are set to go. Mackenzie Gore, the left-handed pitcher for the Nationals, against the right-handed hitting George Springer. And the first pitch is a little bit high and outside for a ball. We are underway at Nationals Park in D.C. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timber Mart broadcast booth. The second pitch fouled away by Springer.
I think this will be a tough matchup against Mackenzie Gore just because he's the lefty that throws 96 to 99 miles an hour. We saw this against Cole Reagans when the Blue Jays were playing against Kansas City. They struggled mightily against him.
Springer fouls off another one. It's 1-2. Fastball came in at 96 from Gore. Coming into this ball game, sporting a record of 2-3 with an ERA just over 3.19 to be exact.
And Mackenzie Gore will throw that big four-seam fastball that he averages about 97 miles an hour 53% of the time. Then he mixes in the curve at 19% and the slider at 14%. A lot of heat for Mackenzie Gore.
They brought the changeup on that one, high and outside. It's a 2-2 count to Springer. Good to see George back on base a couple of times yesterday for the Jays. He was a part of that rally that Toronto got going in the opening inning, the 2-2 pitch. And that one catches the top corner on the outside edge, and Springer is caught looking, one down.
2 straight changeups from Mackenzie Gore to George Springer. It wasn't a great location, but it was on the black on the outside part of the plate about belt high. Not generally where you want that changeup, but still a tough pitch for Mackenzie Gore.
First pitch to Vladdy Guerrero in the number 2 spot today. And it's high and outside, 1-0 for Guerrero. Home plate umpire John Lipka. We'll see what his zone is like. Springer didn't like that call on strike 3 moments ago. Yesterday it was Jonathan Parra at the plate, and he had a low strike zone. Vladdy rips a base hit to right field past the diving Joey Meneses at first, and Toronto trying to get things going here in the first for a second straight day.
Well, I like that swing path. It was a nice flat swing on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle. Again, that's a big fastball, especially from a lefty. Luis Garcia Jr., national second baseman, was shaded up the middle, so there was a bigger hole on the right side, and Vlad just shoots it through the hole there.
The number 3 hitter, Justin Turner, the DH today. He started the game at third yesterday, but back into that DH role. Batting .294 on the season now, and he takes strike 1 on a fastball at 96 from Gore. Turner stands in on the 0-1 count. The pitch from Gore. That one high, no good. Again clocked at 96. It's 1-1. Vladdy on first, 1 out, top of the first. After a rain delay that came in just under 90 minutes. This first pitch was supposed to be at 1:35 today. It came right around 3 o'clock. And Turner fouls one off down the left field line just past third base. Now 1-2.
Mackenzie Gore's already thrown 5 changeups. He only throws that changeup 13% of the time. So there's obviously a scouting report out there that tells him that the Blue Jays are susceptible to that changeup.
And he came back with a curveball this time. It's now 2-2. Blue Jays in the baby blues. Those were the superstitious baby blues for at least a few games back at Rogers Center, where it looked like they had found the magic elixir to their woes. And then unfortunately for Toronto, they started to hit the skids again before getting back on track with the victory yesterday.
Well, they only lost 1 game before they switched it up, right?
Yeah, so they never should have switched, right?
Well, I guess. You're not going to win every game, though.
Well, come on. Why not? You don't want to go like 162-0? Come on, Chris.
Well, too late for that.
Now we're talking about the mustache superstition, right? That's what you were on yesterday. You're trying to tell me everybody's growing a mustache now. We'll see if that's the case. We're on mustache watch.
Well, Gossman is 1-0 with a mustache.
Yeah, and Brendan Little even had the stash going, but now he's bringing that stash back to Buffalo. He was the one that unfortunately found out the news today that he's going back down to AAA with the promotion coming off the injured list for Alek Manoah, today's starter. We'll talk about him a little bit later when the Jays take to the field. But in the meantime, it's the Jays at the plate, but it's at least one Jay heading back to the dugout, and that's Justin Turner, as he just got punched out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Mackenzie Gore. In fact, both of the strikeouts caught looking. Springer and now Justin Turner as well.
Well, that's a good tight curveball from Mackenzie Gore. Obviously, you have to have that big fastball in the back of your mind, and Justin Turner obviously thinking something fast there, and Mackenzie Gore just flips in that curveball right down the middle.
That brings Bo Bichette to the plate, and he quickly swings at the first pitch and grounds to second, picked up by Garcia, throws over to the shortstop Abrams, to get Vladdy at second, and that will retire the side for the Jays. But we go to the bottom of the first, and we're going to finally get a chance to look at Alek Manoah. He takes to the bump next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Pizza.ca. Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit ConnexOntario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We get set to start the bottom of the first as Alek Manoah is on the mound for the first time this season. And the first pitch a little bit low. Ball 1 to center fielder Jacob Young, the right-handed hitter for the Nationals. As Manoah missed on that fastball at 95, and he gets the signal from Alejandro Kirk. Ground ball hit to Bichette, picked up by Bo, whips it over to first. It pulled Vladdy off the bag, and they couldn't slap the tag down in time. And safe at first is Jacob Young. That should have been an easy play for Bichette.
That is such a big play for Alek Manoah, for his psyche. Getting that first out on 2 pitches would have been so huge. But instead, Bo Bichette makes a high throw, and Vlad has to go up and get it and can't come down and make the tag. But Alek Manoah with 2 good pitches early on, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, then a good sinker at 93. And Bo makes that wild throw to first.
That brings up C.J. Abrams, the left-handed hitting shortstop for the Nationals. Swing and a miss on the first pitch at a fastball at 94. It's a great point you make, Chris, about just the psyche for Alek Manoah. It should be 1 out right now. Instead, he's got to deal with the leadoff hitter being on base. We'll see how he deals with that. Looking pretty solid right now as he just whipped another strike in on a fastball at 95 and a quick 0-2 count to C.J. Abrams.
And Jacob Young over there has 12 stolen bases, so he does have to keep an eye on him. And the Nationals this season as a team have 56 stolen bases.
Third pitch high and outside, and they say that Abrams held back on that check swing. The count stands at 1-2. Manoah staring in at Kirk. The kick and the delivery, and he got him on the inside, and they'll say yes indeed. It's a strikeout as Abram goes down on a nasty-looking slider from Alek Manoah.
Yeah, that slider right there was better than any slider he threw at any point last year. It was tight, it had good depth to it, and it looked like a fastball. That's the biggest thing. When you get a guy like C.J. Abrams, who is a great young hitter, making kind of a half swing like that, you know it's a good pitch. That was a great slider from Alek Manoah.
Luis Garcia now comes up for the Nationals, another lefty. The second baseman slaps at the first pitch, sends it foul down the third base side, 0-1.
And like I said before the rain delay, you can look at the numbers across the board in the minor leagues for Alek Manoah this year, 8.64 ERA total. But I just look at the last start He had 12 strikeouts in 6 innings. That's the biggest number for me. That means the stuff is playing, and the stuff is better than it was last year.
You'll have a chance to answer this in a second. How much, as a pitcher, you can speak to this, does the last start matter more than anything, to your point, where it's whatever my last game was? If it was good, I can carry that momentum even psychologically, if nothing else.
Well, it's everything. I think it's kind of like the NCAA basketball tournament, right? It's just who's going to win the tournament. It's probably the hottest team that's going to win the tournament. It doesn't matter what your record is. And I think that's the biggest thing for baseball players, probably any sport, really.
The 0-1 pitch from Manoah. It's knocked foul up and over the backstop. And another 0-2 count. Manoah looking pretty good here. In fact, he should be facing the prospect of getting out of this inning right on this pitch coming right now. But instead, he's got a man on first after the error from Bichette. Jacob Young stands on first. There's one down, and it's an 0-2 count to the second baseman, Luis Garcia. Manoah looks over at first, gets the sign now from Kirk. Looks like they're trying to set up inside. Manoah taking his time, and the pitch. And that one knocked over towards second base, and diving for it, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa couldn't get to it. It's into right field, and turning the corner, getting to third is Jacob Young. And the Nationals now have men on the corners with one down.
Well, I think you were right. Alejandro Kirk wanted that slider down and in. Well, I guess he kind of got it down and in. Luis Garcia Jr. does a good job going down and getting it, and just bouncing it into right field through that hole on the right side of the infield. Not a bad pitch, but for 0-2, you want to bury that thing in the dirt somewhere, give him zero chance to make contact with it.
When Kiner-Falefa dove for that ball on the ground, he was immediately pointing to Jacob Young, the runner who was going from first to second and eventually turning to third. And Kiner-Falefa was pointing to the runner, signaling that he thought that ground ball maybe hit Jacob Young. Now, John Schneider's up on the steps, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any kind of review or any kind of issue. We play on with runners at first and third. Nick Senzel comes up, the DH in the ball game today. Right-handed hitting Senzel with a runner in scoring position and only one down.
Well, either way, Eric, that slider should have been buried back foot.
Yep.
That was an 0-2 pitch. Do not throw that thing down the middle.
Manoah to Senzel. Tried to come inside again. It's now 2-0. Missed low and inside on that one.
Yeah, but you're right. John Schneider was barking at somebody. I'm not sure who he was barking at, but he looked upset.
Manoah delivers, and Senzel rips one down the left field line, missed by about 8-10 feet. And the ball girl picks it up and will hand that souvenir off to a young fan in the stands. Manoah has thrown 12 pitches. Down in the count right now at 2-1 to Nick Senzel. Bottom of the first, no score. Manoah missing low, and it's now 3-1. And even though he looked pretty solid in the first couple of batters, now facing the prospect of perhaps loading things up with only one down here in the bottom of the first.
Well, yeah, I think the biggest thing is just throwing strike one. He fell behind Nick Senzel 2-0 in this count.
The 3-1 pitch. Senzel fouls that one back. Goes against the wall here at Nationals Park. And it's now a 3-2 pitch coming up. A full count to Senzel. Be great if the Jays could get into a double play and get out of this inning. Get Manoah out of this jam. He's given up only the one hit, but that error on the leadoff hitter, Jacob Young, by Bichette, kind of looming large right now as Young stands on third looking to score. Runners on the corners for Washington. 3-2 count, 1 out. And Manoah throws that one in there and trying to scamper back to third base. Young. Garcia had taken off for second. The Jays threw down to second, and then Kiner-Falefa cut off that throw to quickly throw back to third. They were trying to get Young in a chase down between third and home. Manoah got the strikeout on Senzel, and then the Jays ultimately able to hold Young at third despite the throw down to second.
Yeah, that was a great heads-up play from IKF. Realized that they had no chance to get Luis Garcia at second base and just quickly threw to third.
So that brings up Jesse Winker now with 2 runners in scoring position, but 2 down. We'll see if Manoah can get out of this jam. 2 strikeouts for Manoah in this first inning, but certainly in a little bit of trouble right now trying to get out of it. Kirk was looking to go high and inside. The pitch was high and outside. It's a 2-0 count.
And those last 2 fastballs to Nick Senzel in that last at-bat were 95 and 96 miles an hour with movement.
Manoah. He gets the sign from Kirk. The 2-0 pitch to Winker. That one no good. And now Winker, a 3-0 count. The left-handed hitting left fielder. Hits .241 on the season, but .290 with runners in scoring position. And he takes a 4th ball that just missed below the zone. It was straight down Main Street, but a little bit low, according to John Lipka, the home plate umpire. And now the bases are loaded for the number 6 hitter, first baseman Joey Meneses.
And falling behind 2 hitters in a row, 2-0. He fell behind Nick Senzel, 2-0, and then he walked Jesse Winker on 4 straight pitches. That's just something you cannot do as a big league starter. And Alek Manoah is going to have to clean that up if he wants to have success.
Meneses stands in. And Manoah misses high on the first pitch. It's 1-0. First inning brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong. Feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Manoah missing on that fastball at 94. Again, down in the count, 1-0 to Meneses. Swing and a miss on that second pitch as Joey Meneses couldn't catch up to that one. 1-1. Hitting .400 in his career with the bases loaded. No home runs, but obviously a solid average. .400 with 12 runs batted in. Second pitch, no good on a slider, well outside, and Manoah now down again in the count at 2-1. I mentioned Meneses with no home runs in his career with the bases loaded. No home runs this season for the first baseman. Does have 14 runs batted in. The 2-1 pitch is low, and now Manoah has to be perfect. 3-1 with the bases loaded.
Yeah, he's very erratic with that fastball right now. The slider is a little bit better. He has a little bit more command of it, but that fastball is very erratic.
Washington threatening here in the first inning, like the Jays did to the Nationals yesterday when Toronto scored 4 in the first inning. Manoah trying to prevent anything right now with a 3-1 pitch and the bases loaded. 2 out here, bottom of the first. And it's outside, and Manoah just walked in the first run of the game.
Well, I think watching him early on in this ball game, it looks like he's trying to do too much. That front shoulder is flying open. It looks like he's either trying to throw harder than he can, or he's trying to make that slider move more than it does, and that's really disrupting the command of his pitches. And he's thrown 8 of 9 balls the last 9 pitches he's thrown. That's not a good sign. And I think that the biggest reason is he's just trying to do too much. He's making this moment seem bigger than it really is. Just make a good pitch. He's thrown hard today. It's 94 to 96 miles an hour with a good sink to it. Throw that thing down in the zone. This Washington Nationals offense will just beat it into the ground, and you'll get out of the inning.
That brings up now Keibert Ruiz, left-handed hitting catcher for the Nationals. And the first pitch high and outside. I should correct myself, I suppose. He is left-handed hitting, but he's a switch hitter. Of course, hitting left against the right-hander Manoah, who's thrown 26 pitches now in this bottom half of the first inning with the bases still loaded and 2 outs. Ruiz takes it down Main Street, taking the whole way. It's now 1-1.
And that's what you have to do as a pitcher. When you're throwing ball after ball with fastballs, you have to mix in something off speed so you get that extension, so you get that release point right.
That slider good at 82. The 1-1 pitch now from Manoah. Leg kick and delivery fouled off by Ruiz. It's now 1-2.
It's almost easier to throw a strike with an off-speed pitch because in your mind you're thinking get out front, get that extension because you need to in order to get the spin on it.
Nationals leading 1-0 here in the bottom of the first. Manoah checks the sign, takes his time, and the pitch. And that one came inside on the slider, fouled away by Ruiz down the first base side. The count stays at 1-1. You think back, Manoah got the ground ball to short to start the game with Young. It should have been an easy throw for Bichette. There's one out, comes back with a strikeout, gives up a single, but then gets another strikeout. He'd be out of this inning with a ground ball and 2 strikeouts, but instead he follows up that second strikeout with 2 straight walks. And because of that error, Manoah in trouble and has given up a run. It's not an earned run, but nevertheless, on 1 hit and 1 error and 2 walks, the Nationals lead 1-0, and that will end the inning as Manoah strikes out the side, but not before giving up, as I just said, a hit, 2 walks, and a run that came in thanks to the error on the first batter of the game from Bo Bichette. So Toronto will have to play the comeback game, trailing 1-0 after 1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Move to 3 decades of undeniable rhythm from a salsa icon. Mark Anthony's Muévense Radio. Essential hits, timeless influences, and personal stories from a star known for conquering the big stage and the big screen. Mark Anthony's Muévense Radio. A limited run channel now on Channel 107 and in the SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues. Right now on Channel 87.
It's a home run for Ronald Acuna.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy playoff basketball to reacting to the NFL draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on SiriusXM FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where 1 goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving scores!
And 1 performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on SiriusXM FC 157 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Net Radio Network.
Welcome back, Eric Smith, Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start this second inning. Davis Schneider comes to the plate, the left fielder today for the Blue Jays, as Toronto trails 1-0. First pitch in for a strike from Mackenzie Gore. Left-handed starter for the Nationals. Struck out 2 in the first inning, and his Nationals have spotted him a 1-0 lead here in the second inning. Davis Schneider, of course, the right-handed hitting left fielder, coming into the ballgame hitting .254. The 1-1 pitch. And that one, they say, catches the bottom part of the zone on a curveball, and now Davis Schneider down 1-2. And he gets a hold of that 4th pitch and drops one into left field. A base hit for Davis Schneider.
Well, that was another changeup from Mackenzie Gore. Actually a pretty good changeup down in the zone, but Davis Schneider goes down and gets it and hits it off the end of the bat into left field. But now that you have a base runner on, especially against a guy like Mackenzie Gore, who does have very good stuff, you have to try to move the runner. You have to be aggressive on the base paths. You have to make the defense work.
Dalton Varsho comes to the plate. Left on left. The pitcher Gore and the batter Varsho. First pitch in there on a slider at 90. Good for a strike. It's 0-1 to Varsho. Back in center field today for the Jays. after Kevin Kiermaier returned from the DL yesterday, played in center and played very well, not only in center but at the plate with a 2-run shot yesterday that helped the Jays toward their 6-3 win over the Nationals. Toronto trailing this afternoon 1-0 here in the top of the second. Varsho reaches down, slaps one over to second. A sliding grab is made, and the double play is not turned. It's picked up by Garcia, whipped it over to Abrams to get Schneider at second, but Varsho beats the throw at first, so Toronto will still have a man on base.
As soon as that call was made, Joey Meneses, the Nationals first baseman, looked over to the dugout and motioned like he thought he was out at first base. I'm unsure what the Nationals will do with that, but Joey Meneses thought that call should have been different. They won't challenge.
That brings up Alejandro Kirk. Whips the throw over to first, Mackenzie Gore does, trying to keep Varsho honest as Kirk stands in. Wears that number 30 for the Blue Jays, batting 194 on the season. The right-handed hitting Alejandro Kirk. Again, Washington leading 1-0, top of the second. The pitch from Gore. Varsho takes off, and he's in there with ease, and the throw goes high over the head of Garcia as K-Bart Ruiz airmailed that one, and Varsho easily trots into third, and now a runner in scoring position for Kirk. Varsho with his 4th stolen base of the season, now at third.
And Varsho gets a great jump on that stolen base, putting pressure on Ruiz, Nationals catcher, and he makes an errant throw into center field, and all of a sudden the Blue Jays are in business.
1-0 pitch now coming up for Alejandro Kirk. Outside, 2-0.
And now the Nationals bring that infield in, and all Alejandro Kirk has to do is elevate something to the outfield, get underneath something, and Dalton Varsho scores.
Gore, the left-handed pitcher for the Nationals, gets the sign. The 2-0 pitch, and it came too far inside. Nice job by Kirk to hold off on that one. It's now 3-0. Toronto hitting as a team just .227 in this series with runners in scoring position, and a chance for Kirk to improve on that right here. The 3-0 count with Varsho on third. And Kirk was taking that whole way. It looked like that pitch came a little inside, but they called a strike. .3-1 now for Kirk. Gore looks over at Varsho over his shoulder briefly. The 3-1 pitch, and that one just a little bit outside, so Kirk earns the free pass, and the Jays now have runners on the corners.
And now you have Isaiah Connor-Falefa coming up to the plate, and he's very good with the bat. He's very good at scoring runs with less than 2 outs. The Blue Jays, of course, have been struggling with that all year. You have Justin Turner and you have Isaiah Connor-Falefa. Those are 2 guys that I want up in this situation.
So IKF comes up with Varsho on third, Kirk on first. Blue Jays trailing 1-0. And Kiner-Falefa swings and fouls off the first pitch. Second inning presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Mackenzie Gore. 0-1. The pitch. It's sent right back to Gore. He bobbles it. Varsho comes in and scores. And Gore, in trying to gather it, bobbled it again. So IKF is safe at first, and the Blue Jays have tied this game.
Well, I think the Blue Jays got a break there, because if Mackenzie Gore comes up with that cleanly, he's coming home, and Dalton Varsho would have easily been thrown out. But he bobbles it, and then he goes back down to get it and still doesn't come up with it. And the Blue Jays score a run, and IKF ends up at first base. That's a big break for the Blue Jays.
And Mackenzie Gore, frustrated with himself after picking up that baseball the second time, whips it back down onto the mound in frustration. And pitching coach Jim Hickey comes out of the dugout to chat with his starter, wants to calm him down a little bit. The entire Nationals infield comes out for a quick chat as well. as they try to gather themselves now with 1 out and 2 on for the Blue Jays. Kirk out at second, Kiner Falefa at first, and it brings up the number 9 hitter, Ernie Clement, playing third base today for the Jays. Game now tied 1-1 in the top of the second. High and outside on the first pitch from Gore, clocked at 97. 1-0 for Clement. The pitch. And that one a little bit low. Clement thought he held back. They didn't even have to go to first to check it, as home plate umpire John Lipka said, no, I saw it myself. I'm calling it. And it sure looked like Clement held back.
Well, he definitely held back, and I think that Ernie Clement is probably frustrated that they didn't ask first.
The 1-1. That one low in the dirt. Nice block there by Ruiz. Keibert Ruiz, the catcher for the Nationals. And it's now a 2-1 count for Clement. With a man in scoring position and 2 men on. Only 1 out here in the second inning. Blue Jays with 2 hits in the ball game. And looking for more here after they trailed 1-0, and they've evened it up thus far. Clement reaches down, sends one into right center, and it's going to drop down. Rosario wasn't able to get there in time. Isaiah Kiner Falefa had to wait for a second. He wasn't sure if Rosario was going to catch it, so he takes off a little bit late, but was safe sliding into second. Kirk moves over to third, and now the bases are loaded on the single on the base hit from Ernie Clement.
I'm actually surprised that Eddie Rosario didn't at least attempt a foot first slide, something that George Springer comes up with that ball easily, but Eddie Rosario made an awkward attempt at that baseball, just lands about 3 feet in front of him, and then he tries to throw out IKF at second base, but the Blue Jays have the bases loaded now. That was a weird play.
Well, speaking of Springer, he comes to the plate now as we go to the top of the order with the bases loaded. George Springer, first pitch. He thought about it, held back, but it caught the inside edge, clocked at 97 on the fastball. Springer down on the count, 0-1. 3 home runs this season. Batting .203, the leadoff hitter, George Springer. A swing and a miss. He actually got a piece of that one, and it fouled off actually into Ruiz. Just a little bit of a ricochet into that inner thigh just above the knee, just above those shin guards.
This is a big at bat for George Springer and the Blue Jays. Mackenzie Gore doesn't give up many big innings, but the Blue Jays have a chance to put one on him here. And I've said this a couple times over the last 2 games. You can't take your foot off the gas pedal here.
The 0-2 pitch to Springer. Low, well low, down toward the dirt. Springer held off. It's a 1-2 count. Springer hitting about .265 in his career with the bases loaded. 0 for 1 today as he struck out looking in his first at bat. Gore checks the sign. The 1-2 pitch. Low again, and it gets away a little bit from Ruiz, but he's able to track it down quickly. And with due respect, it's not like Alejandro Kirk's going to come rumbling in from third. So Kirk at third, Kiner Falefa at second, and Clement at first. The bases loaded for Springer with a 2-2 count. The pitch. High and outside as Springer has battled back to get this count at 3-2. And now Gore trying to prevent walking in another run for the Jays. See if Springer can get a hold of one. 38 pitches thrown for Gore here in the top of the second. The 3-2 is up in the air from Springer into the stands down toward the right field line. So we'll do it again.
Good job from George Springer fighting off that tough pitch from Mackenzie Gore. An elevated fastball on the outside part of the plate at 97. And George Springer just gets underneath it and fouls it off into the stands.
Gore checks the sign. And the pitch, 3-2. Swing and a miss. Springer goes down. Big pitch from Gore, clocked at 98 on the fastball.
Yeah, you can see there that Gore is just tough. He's tough on any any hitter, whether it's a righty or a lefty. But that's why I said earlier that he doesn't give up many big innings. And when you have the potential to get one, you can't let it slip out of your grasp. And now Vlad has to come up with a big hit here.
Guerrero now up with the bases loaded inside on that first pitch, well inside. The 1-0 count for Guerrero. Singled in the first inning and ended up being stranded on base. He's got 3 out there that don't want to be stranded. Bring in at least 1, maybe 2. I want to get greedy. Missing inside again. Gore down in the count 2-0 to Vladdy Guerrero.
And Vlad has to swing at something middle here. Do not expand. You're up 2-0 in the count. Don't swing at something that is not exactly where you want it to be.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball down Main Street, clocked at 98, and Vladdy wasn't swinging. It's now 2-1.
Well, that's probably the one he was waiting for. That was about middle, thigh high.
Blue Jays and Nationals tied 1-1 here in the top of the second. The bases loaded with 2 out for the Blue Jays. The 2-1 pitch. And Guerrero gets underneath one, launches this thing to left field, and it is gone. 20 rows deep on a grand slam for Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
And he got exactly what he wanted. He was sitting off speed on that changeup from Mackenzie Gore. Man, when he gets into one, that's a beautiful thing. You're right. That was 20 rows deep in left field. What a swing from Vlad. He's been waiting a long time for one of those. And the Blue Jays are up 5-1.
416 feet. The 4th home run of the season for Vladdy. And the Blue Jays jump out to another early lead on the Nationals, just like they did yesterday.
That changeup from Gore was middle.
Justin Turner comes to the plate, swing and a miss on the first pitch from Gore. And Turner down 0-1 in the count.
And I guess the Blue Jays didn't take their foot off the gas pedal after all.
And you know who's feeling really good about this right now?
Alek Manoah.
Bingo. Toronto leading 5-1 now. Second pitch, a fastball missing against Turner. It's 1-1. And that one dropped in. Curveball at 83. It's a 1-2 count. Turner got caught looking in his first at bat. Trying to avoid that right here. The 1-2 pitch, low in the dirt. Turner held off. It's going to be 2-2. And Turner on the 2-2 fouls one down the first base side, up and over the dugout of the Nationals.
And Gore has given up 5 runs in this inning, but only one of them is earned because of those 2 errors. One of those errors is Gore's error.
And that one high and outside. Turner has battled back to a full count.
So here's the thing I don't understand.
All right.
One of the errors is Ruiz, which it was a throwing error that on the stolen base attempt by Dalton Varsho.
The 3-2 pitch, and Turner slaps one foul.
And then the other error is Mackenzie Gore's error. So why aren't those runs earned? And I've always thought this. In my 25 years in baseball, I've always thought this. If the pitcher makes an error, the runs should still be earned because it's his error.
You make a point. You make a really good point. Turner rips another one foul, this time down the first base side. He's kind of sending balls all over Nationals Park right now.
Anyways, I'll take that up with the official scorers.
Yeah, you bring that to the rules committee or
of
something.
America.
Where's Roger Lajoie when we need him? Turner sends another one foul, this one on the ground down the third base side. As Gore is now up to 53 pitches thrown, and we are still in just the top of the second. The left-handed starter for the Nationals came in with a 2-3 record and an ERA at 3.19. And he is getting spanked around in the second inning. Missing high and outside to Turner. He had him down in the count, but Turner battles back to earn the free pass, and this second inning continues.
And he is flustered. You can tell that something is not right. After that home run, he was just lost. He was frustrated. He was mumbling. And again, the Blue Jays have to continue putting it on him.
That brings up Bo Bichette, the number 9 hitter in this inning. The cleanup hitter in the lineup today fouls off the first pitch. Do we read anything into another lineup adjustment today where he was dropped down in the order yesterday from his 3rd spot, now back up in the order today, but now at the 4th spot, just trying to find a groove for him, find a spot? Fouls off another one, down 0-2.
Well, he didn't do much yesterday. He was thrown out in the second inning? First inning?
A little bit later, after a couple of bats.
So he got a promotion for that.
That's
Good job,
my
Bo.
point.
Good job, Bo. You slammed that helmet really nicely.
Justin Turner standing on first with the Blue Jays leading 5-1 in the top of the second, thanks to the grand slam from Vladdy Guerrero. And the 0-2 pitch down in the dirt. Bichette held back as James Hoy, the first plate umpire, says, yep, it was clean. He checked that swing. One-two now the counts. John Lipka, the home plate umpire. Rob Drake at third. Jonathan Parra is the third base ump. The 1-2 pitch, and Bichette sends one foul, just missing on that left field line past the third base bag. We'll do it again at 1-2. Bichette steps into the box, adjusts his helmet, and gets set for the pitch from Mackenzie Gore. With Turner on first base. Gore takes a breath and delivers. And Bichette grounds one out to short. Picked up by Abrams and throws out Bichette at first, and that will get the Nationals out of the inning. But they give up 5 runs, with 4 of them coming off one swing. The grand slam from Vladdy Guerrero Jr. The Blue Jays now leading 5-1 as we head to the bottom half of the second inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
A game-tying blast from Bo Bichette.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the second inning, the Nationals come up now trailing 5-1 as Vladdy Guerrero in the top of the second hit his first home run in 21 games and did it in grand fashion with the salami. The grand slam for Vladdy, part of a 5-run second inning for the Blue Jays as they lead 5-1. Alek Manoah back out as he faces Eddie Rosario, the number 8 hitter in the Nationals lineup. The 1-0 pitch is good for a strike, clocked at 93.
Who do you think that grand slam feels better for, Alek Manoah or Vlad?
Can I say both?
No.
All right, then I'm gonna say Manoah, because it meant a ton. I mean, he hasn't had a home run, as I just said, in 3 weeks, but after getting off to a decent start in the first inning, but they're running into some trouble because of an error and a couple of walks, and this being his first start, I think Manoah's got to feel even better. He came in with a strike, but then just missed on a sinker, Manoah. It's now 2-2 to Rosario. I think important to get this first guy, though. At the very least, don't issue another walk, as he had 2 in the first inning. Rosario with a little dribbler out to the mound, easily picked up by Manoah. Underhand toss to Vladdy. There's 1 down.
And he's still erratic with that fastball. But like I said in the last inning, when you're really fighting yourself, when you're fighting your command with that fastball, you should always come back. And every pitcher knows that. Alek knows that. You should always come back to the off-speed because it forces you to get out in front. And Alek is really leaning on his off-speed pitches right now.
That brings up the number 9 hitter. Playing at third today, the right-handed hitting Trey Lipscomb. With 1 down and nobody on. Missing again with the fastball. Well low and outside for Alek Manoah. Again, Brendan Little was sent to AAA. With Manoah coming up and getting his first start of the season. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss on a slider at 82, and Manoah now ahead in the count at 1-2. Lipscomb batting .253 on the season. And Manoah tried to paint the outside corner, a little bit too low on that slider. It's now 2-2.
If you look back to his pitch usage, back to 2023, he actually uses his slider the most at 30%.
Manoah with the 2-2 pitch, and that time he did paint the corner. Outside edge is good on a fastball. Check that, a sinker at 95. And another strikeout for Manoah. 2 down in the second.
That was his best fastball of the day, right on the black on the outside corner. That sinker comes back over the outside corner at 95 miles an hour. And Trey Lipscomb just watches it.
Back to the top of the order for Jacob Young as Manoah comes in with another one on that outside corner, and it's clean on a fastball at 95, ahead in the count 0-1.
That's 2 good fastballs in a row. Maybe he's figured something out.
And now squaring to bunt, Young. It catches the top part of the bat and goes up high into the net behind the plate, and quickly down 0-2 in the count. Jacob Young, the center fielder for the Nationals, batting .311 coming into this ball game. Reached on an error to start this game, and now trying to make something happen here in the second inning with 2 down. Nationals trailing 5-1 thanks to a 5-run top half of this second inning for the Blue Jays. After a lot of rain in D.C., it looks like the sun is trying to poke out in the nation's capital. Kirk setting up outside. Manoah came inside, and it's fouled away by Young.
The ball girls and the ball boys are actually wearing Hawaiian shirts today. Makes you feel like it's a little warm there, no?
I guess so, a little bit.
It might not be warm. I have no idea, but
well, we can check the weather in a second and get the temperature. I've seen a lot of T-shirts in the stands. That leads me to believe it is fairly warm in D.C. The 1-2 down Main Street, and another strikeout for Alek Manoah. With 4 Ks already in the ball game, Manoah, check that, 5, will send the Blue Jays to the third inning with a 5-1 lead. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
That ball is gone. Third home run in 4 batters for the Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Getting set to start the third inning, the Blue Jays leading 5-1 as Davis Schneider comes to the plate and fouls off the first pitch from Mackenzie Gore. Third inning brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Stephenville and Grand Falls, Windsor, Newfoundland. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Alek Manoah with 5 strikeouts in the ballgame and a 5-1 lead with the Blue Jay offense up here in the top half of the third inning.
And how about that last sinker he threw? Wow. That was one of the nastiest sinkers I've seen all season. Jose Barrios throws some nasty ones. But that one right there from Alek Manoah at 95 on the outside black. He's obviously found something.
Gore with the 0-2 to Schneider. Rips one into left field, and it's going to make it into the corner. It bounces off the wall. It's picked up out there by Jesse Winker, who throws it into second base, and a stand-up double for Davis Schneider.
Yeah, Schneider takes that 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Gore and drills it on a line into left field. He's starting to heat up too. Good flat swing from Schneider as he hustles into second base.
A couple of singles in the ballgame now for Davis Schneider. And a great job of hitting there at the 0-2. Winker was on the chase from the get-go. Varsho turns trying to square to bunt, and he put that one in the air. And he's going to be frustrated by that one. An easy grab by the first baseman, Joey Meneses. And he fails to do his job to move over Schneider.
Well, Varsho, I don't know if that was a total sacrifice there, but I think it was like half and half where he was trying to take it with him and potentially get a base hit out of it. But I like where John Schneider is. I don't know if that was totally John Schneider's idea or Dalton Varsho's idea, but I like the idea of moving that runner at second base over to third.
First pitch coming in on a strike on the curveball at 80 miles an hour to Alejandro Kirk. With Schneider out on second base after that leadoff double. See if Kirk can knock him around. Kirk walking in his first at bat. The 0-1 pitch. And he sends this one in the air to right field on a line. It's picked up by Rosario. And Schneider is stranded at second. That thing got out there in a hurry on that line drive. And Schneider unable to do anything.
Yeah, and if Davis Schneider's standing on third base, he scores on that hit. That's the thing about small ball. You have to look back and think, if this runner was moved up just 90 feet, we probably score a run here. And Dalton Varsho didn't get the job done, pops it up to first base, and Davis Schneider still standing on second base.
So now 2 down here in the top of the third as Isaiah Kiner-Falefa comes up. He reached on an error back in the last inning, in the second inning, and ended up eventually scoring for the Blue Jays. He was one of those runners on base when Vladimir Guerrero hit the grand slam. Blue Jays leading 5-1, top 3. 2 out. Gore pitches, and they're going to call it outside. It's now a 1-1 count to IKF. After the ball game, the Jays have an off day before getting set for 2, a little mini set in Philadelphia against the Phillies before they come back home next weekend. High, but it caught the outside edge on a curveball at 82. First strike thrown there to IKF by Mackenzie Gore.
Little off day in Philadelphia for the boys.
Not bad. I don't mind Philly. I like that city. Yeah. The 2-1 pitch with Schneider on second. And that one high and outside. Now a 3-1 count. Ernie Clement standing on deck. Had a base hit in his first at bat. We'll see if Kiner-Falefa can get on and keep this third inning going. With the Jays up 5-1, the 3-1 pitch inside. Schneider took off for third, and he has stolen the bag. The head first dive and the throw a little bit late, and Davis Schneider is in there clean. The pitch to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, they say, was a strike. They're going to give the strike to Gore.
That was a great job by Davis Schneider. Davis Schneider has 0 stolen bases this season. As we watch the replay, clearly he was safe. The Washington Nationals were thinking about challenging.
And now Kiner-Falefa fouls off the 3-2 pitch.
But Davis Schneider did a good job timing up Mackenzie Gore and got a great jump, diving in head first.
.71 pitches thrown now for Mackenzie Gore here in the top of the third. Blue Jays leading 5-1. The 3-2 pitch with Schneider on third, and Kiner-Falefa fouls one off again. That one came up on the hands, and he punched it towards the first base dugout.
Tell you what, Mackenzie Gore's got some great stuff. A lot like Cole Reagan's, a lot like Yusei Kikuchi, just big stuff from the left side.
Checks the sign from Ruiz. The pitch, and this one is slapped into right field on a blooper over second base, and an RBI single for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
Such a good piece of hitting there. He goes down and gets that 3-2 curveball from Gore and just drops it in front of Eddie Rosario in right field. What a big run that IKF just scored right there. Sorry, Davis Schneider scored. IKF with the base hit. That is a huge run, especially against a guy like Mackenzie Gore.
So now Ernie Clement comes to the plate as the Blue Jays try to keep going with a little rally here with 2 out.
Who do you think's happier about that run? IKF or Alek Manoah?
I'm going to keep saying Alek Manoah.
Every single run, it makes his confidence just skyrocket.
I'll tell you what, though, I might stop saying Alek Manoah if he continues to pitch the way he has with 5 strikeouts through 2 innings. And even the shaky first, I would argue, shouldn't have been a shaky first if Bichette didn't have the error on the opening batter of the game. Manoah has looked good. Kiner-Falefa nearly got caught leaning as he quickly turned and dove back into first. Looked like Gore might have had him. Kiner-Falefa was taking off, but then the throw over to first was low, and as a result, Joey Meneses wasn't able to slap the tag in time. The 0-1 to Clement, swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
Well, I love how aggressive the Blue Jays are at least attempting to be today. IKF clearly had stolen base in the back of his head. Almost gets picked off there.
And we'll see if he takes off here on the 0-2 to Clement. Gore waits and delivers. There goes Kiner-Falefa. High pitch, a swing and a miss. And it looked like Kiner-Falefa was going to be safe, but it doesn't matter as Clement strikes out, and we head to the bottom of the third with the Blue Jays now leading 6-1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
There is no competition in soccer quite like the UEFA Champions League. And it's on Sirius XM-FC.
Kylian Mbappe delivering when it matters most.
The stakes are higher now in the knockout stage, where one goal can transform a club's trajectory.
Jude Bellingham's driving, scores!
And one performance can turn a star into an immortal.
Harry Kane finishes off the game.
It's the Champions League knockout stage, and all the top matches are on Sirius XM-FC 157 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your Sirius XM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on Sirius XM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. Sirius XM Sports. We're more than just a game.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Network.
Bottom of the third from the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Don't strike out on your next home improvement project. Your team at Timber Mart has the great advice and the products you need to get the job done right, knock it out of the park, and win the day with Timber Mart, Canada's building center. Bottom of the third, first pitch from Manoah to the shortstop, C.J. Abrams, and it's in for a strike. The slider clocked at 80, and the 0-1 pitch coming up now for Abrams. Manoah checks the sign and delivers, and another nasty one, 81 on the slider, and an 0-2 count.
And regardless of how the rest of this ball game goes, I am incredibly encouraged and excited about the way that second inning and even the first two pitches in this third inning have gone so far.
Blue Jays leading 6-1 bottom of the third, as Abrams got underneath one and launched one way foul down the first base side in towards the right field corner. Abrams and the Nationals down by 5. Bottom of the third, Manoah with the 1-2 pitch. Inside corner is good, and a 6th strikeout for Alek Manoah.
And it is all about the sinker today. That slider is pretty good, but he has found that sinker and he is using it to perfection. Throws that front hip to C.J. Abrams, and it kind of breaks over the inside part of that plate. Maybe didn't catch it quite like I thought it did, but still a very, very good sinker on the inside part of the plate for Alek Manoah.
Luis Garcia comes to the plate now, the left-handed hitting second baseman for the Nationals. 5 of the 6 strikeouts for Alek Manoah have caught the National hitters looking. He's frozen 5 of them. The 1-0 pitch to Garcia, no good on the outside edge. Missed on that slider. It's now 2-0. Manoah does have 2 walks. Both of them came back in the first inning when Washington sent 7 batters to the plate but came away with just 1 run as Manoah got out of a jam. The 2-0 pitch high on a fastball. Now a quick 3-0 count.
And every once in a while, he just loses control of that fastball. He might come with a slider here just because he has better command of it right now, but I would imagine it'll be a fastball right down the middle.
And you called it. Fastball at 92, the 3-1 count now.
And like I said earlier, it just resets. Whenever you flip in a breaking ball, it just resets the release point.
The 3-1 pitch to Garcia as he knocks one out towards the gap in right center. It's up and it's gone. It just kept traveling, and it's into the third row as Manoah gives up the solo shot, and Washington now trails 6-2.
Well, that's what happens when you fall behind 2-0, 3-0, and that was a 3-1 slider right there. But Luis Garcia knows that Alek Manoah has to throw a strike with that pitch, and he threw that slider right down the middle. It was kind of just a cement mixer thigh high, and Luis Garcia drills it over that fence in right center. You have to get ahead of big league hitters. He knows it. Manoah knows it.
Well, the good thing is, if you're a Blue Jay fan, nobody on base, so it's just a solo shot. And the Blue Jays still have a 4-run lead. It's 6-2 here in the bottom of the third inning. With Nick Senzel coming to the plate, 0 for 1 today, struck out in the first inning. He's ahead in the count, 1-0. Manoah just missed with a sinker, the 1-0 pitch. That went in for a strike. It's now 1-1. Garcia with his second home run in this series. He had a 3-run shot in the opener a couple of nights ago. This the rubber match, the third of 3 against the Nationals, as Senzel fouls one off down the first base side. And Manoah ahead in the count, 1-2. Manoah taking a moment, gets the fresh baseball, kind of rubs it in his hand for a moment, and now gets set to deliver. Kirk with the signal. Manoah set, winds, delivers, and it's sent towards second base. Picked up by Kiner Falefa, who throws to first to make the play and gets Senzel. There's 2 out here in the third.
Good pitch from Manoah right there. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. The only thing Senzel can do is just beat that thing into the ground. There's so much movement right now on his fastball, so much sink. And Velo's there too. I mean, he's 94 to 96 miles an hour with that sinker.
2 down now for Jesse Winker. The left fielder comes to the plate for the Nationals. Left-handed hitting fielder. And the first pitch in for a strike. The fastball at 95 from Manoah. He's thrown 58 pitches thus far. His first start of the season. First start since August 10th of last season. The 0-1 in for another strike. And it's an 0-2 count. We'll see if he can ring up strikeout number 7 right here. Either way, you'll take the out. The 0-2 pitch. Manoah delivers, and it's fouled off by Winker.
Manoah got away with one right there. Alejandro Kirk had that target up and in, almost at Winker's hands. But because there's so much movement on his fastball right now, it kind of ran back over the middle of the plate, and Winker just missed it, fouling it straight back.
The 0-2 pitch down in the dirt. And Kirk with the block.
You can see Alejandro Kirk pointing at the dirt. Sometimes he does that to kind of fake out the hitter, fake out the other dugout. But then sometimes he actually means it, like that one right there.
Winker now stands in the box with the 1-2 count. The pitch from Manoah. Outside edge, a little too far outside. And now a 2-2 count. Blue Jays leading 6-2 here in the bottom of the third. And Manoah just missing again on the outside edge, a little bit high in the zone, and 3 straight balls, and now a 3-2 count. Two down in the bottom of the third. Manoah trying to get out of this. Doesn't want to see the inning extended, and he just missed on a slider, and I think that actually caught the toe of Winker. Either way, he's going to trot down to first.
Yeah, that won't count as a base on balls. But that's a kind of a mental thing with Alek Manoah. You can't get ahead 0-2 and then end up walking a guy. You can't be picking around the strike zone, nibbling so much. You got ahead 0-2 for a reason. Throw that baseball where you just got ahead, right? You don't need to nibble around the strike zone.
Righty on righty now with Manoah going to Joey Meneses, the first baseman for the Nationals. He walked in his first at bat back in the first inning. Winker on first with 2 out. Meneses with 2 straight balls issued to him as Manoah just missed with the slider way outside and low. 2-0 count. It'll be top of the order for the Blue Jays when we get around to the fourth. Toronto has given up 1 run here in this 3rd inning. A solo shot to Luis Garcia. Blue Jays scored 5 in the 2nd, got 1 in the top half of this 3rd to lead 6-1, and now it stands at 6-2. This game was delayed by about 90 minutes, just under 90 minutes, maybe an hour and 25 minutes. It was supposed to start around 1:35. First pitch came just after 3 o'clock. After the delay, we stand here now in the 3rd inning with the Blue Jays leading 6-2. The 2-0 pitch from Manoah, missing again on the slider, well outside and low. It's now 3-0.
And Alek Manoah just threw his 67th pitch of the ball game. Although there is an off day tomorrow, so bullpen should be fresh.
And another one low. So a hit by pitch that was going to be a walk anyway. And now a legit base on balls right here. A chance for Washington to keep things going and maybe begin a rally with 2 out as Keibert Ruiz comes to the plate.
And the command of his pitches has somehow been lost. You can tell just maybe it's the focus, maybe he's trying to do too much, especially when a guy gets on base, but to get 2 quick outs and then all of a sudden lose the command of that fastball is something that I'm questioning if I'm Pete Walker.
Ruiz, the switch hitter, struck out in his first at bat back in the 1st inning, but he's got a couple on right now. His Nationals trail the Jays 6-2. That pitch comes inside and low, but the Jays and Manoah get the call as John Lipka says, yep, that's a strike. Take it and run if you're a Blue Jay fan.
Take it and run. Now you can start flipping in that breaking ball where you want it. Ruiz has to protect all those good things about getting ahead.
And now Ruiz sends one into right field. It's dropping down and right into the glove of George Springer, who got under it with ease, and the Jays get out of the inning. They lead 6-2 as we go to the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM. Let's go, baby! We're back on the track Sunday,
2 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Goodyear 400 from Darlington Raceway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah!
On Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the Sirius XM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yeah!
Each night after the horn sounds, NBA Radio has you covered with the best analysis of all the games.
When healthy, they check a lot of boxes.
We'll break down the playoff action.
Tatum saw it coming, picked it off, drives in, and throws it down with 2 hands.
And take you inside the locker room to hear from the players and coaches.
It seemed like we had a lot of guys that were getting banged up, but we were able to get the job done.
Hear the NBA Radio Playoffs postgame show every night throughout the postseason on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Nobody covers the National Football League like SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Mahomes fires it late for the end zone. Touchdown!
Get the latest news from OTAs to minicamps, all the way through training camps.
We don't care about expectations. Talk doesn't win games.
Our panel of experts is getting you ready for the 2024 season.
The more I watch this guy, the more I like him.
There's a story for every team on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 Radio Network.
Heading to the top half of the 4th inning, we've got a pitching change for the Nationals as Jacob Barnes is going to come into the ball game. 4th inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. 19+. Play responsibly. Ontario only. So Mackenzie Gore is chased from the ball game by the Jays. The left-handed starter sits down after 3 innings, and again Jacob Barnes starts this 4th inning with a pitch clocked at 94, the fastball to George Springer, who's now down 0-1. And Springer slaps one into right field, base hit past Luis Garcia at second base.
Well, there was a big hole on that right side. Luis Garcia was shaded up the middle, and Joey Meneses was kind of playing towards that line, and George Springer does a perfect job hitting the baseball. Good line drive through that hole on the right side as Vlad Jr. comes up to the bat.
So Springer on the leadoff hitter for the first time in this ball game for George after back-to-back strikeouts. He was caught looking in the first inning, swinging and missing in the second inning, but now on first base for Vladdy, who had the grand slam in his last at-bat in inning number 2. Springer, a threat at first base, does have 4 stolen bases on the season. Still has some juice in those legs. Vladdy ahead in the count, 1-0. And that one high, 2-0. Guerrero's average now up to 242, as he has certainly been swinging the bat a lot better of late. Not just in this ball game where he's 2 for 2. The 2-0 pitch in for a strike on the fastball. It's 2-1. Guerrero 4 of 11 in this series against the Nationals. The final of 3 games. And Barnes whips one over to first base, trying to keep Springer honest as he dives back into the bag. Guerrero steps back into the box, getting set for the 2-1 from Barnes. Jacob Barnes, the reliever, coming in to start this 4th inning. Blue Jays leading 6-2. And Guerrero fouls one off up and over behind the plate. It's now 2-2.
And he was right on that fastball from Barnes. On the outside part of the play, you could tell he wasn't trying to pull off of it. He was staying right on it. Just missed it, fouled it straight back.
Keibert Ruiz setting up, looking like they're trying to go outside on Vladdy. The pitch came outside, but it was well low, no good. It's now 3-2.
And that's a pitch that he's actually swung at a lot this year. That slider outside of the zone, the one that starts off the plate that he shouldn't be even swinging at. And he lays off of it right there.
1 on, none out, top of the 4th. And Springer takes off on the 3-2. Swing and a miss. Guerrero is down with a strikeout, but sliding into second. No throw down to the bag. And Springer will be in scoring position for Justin Turner.
I'm okay with that. I'll take that stolen base and a strikeout. Move the runner up, although that's not what they were trying to do. But I like the aggressiveness of George Springer. Stealing, I think, the Blue Jays' 3rd stolen base of the day.
Justin Turner now standing in again with Springer out on second base, and he fouls off the first pitch. Today is the first Super Sunday of May, and Jays Care is giving away $1,000 in cash prizes every half hour until 4:30 Eastern. I don't know if they extended things a little bit with the rain delay, but either way, you still got 10 minutes, folks. As Justin Turner stares in at the 0-1 and gets underneath one, sends one on a ride to center field. It's heading back, it's on the track, and the grab is made by Jacob Young. Tagging and heading to third is George Springer, as Justin Turner gave one a ride, but maybe hit it about 395 feet. And a little bit short there on the fence at 402 out in center at Nationals Park.
Yeah, he just got underneath that. George Springer tags and moved to third base, but Justin Turner just missed that one.
Be a heck of a player if you could combine the two. A little hybrid of Justin Springer.
It's a good name.
Not a bad handle at all as Bo Bichette comes to the plate with Springer now on third, swinging at the first pitch, and he's going to fly one out to right field. Still trying to find his groove. Bo Bichette flies out, and that will end the inning for the Blue Jays. The lead stays at 4, up 6-2. Bottom of the 4th coming up. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
When Blue Jays left-hander Yusei Kikuchi strikes a batter out, fans get to witness the Kikuchi K-Strut. What is the K-Strut? It's an arms-flailing, feet-kicking, fist-pumping, head-spinning, energy-recoiling, absolutely electric strikeout celebration that, well, you just gotta see it.
He's something else, man.
On Wednesday, May 22nd, strut down to the ballpark. The first 15,000 fans get a Yusei Kikuchi bobblehead. What do you say? Find your seats at BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball painted at the bottom of the zone, and that's back-to-back strikeouts.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Getting set to start the bottom of the fourth inning, Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timber Mart broadcast booth with the Blue Jays leading 6-2. Eddie Rosario leading things off for the Nationals. Just took a ball from Alek Manoah to start things off. Manoah missing with the fastball at 93. And here's the 1-0 pitch. And it's knocked into center field by Rosario, so the Nationals have the leadoff hitter on. Rosario came into the ball game batting .096. It actually dropped down to .095 as he grounded out to Manoah in his first at-bat, but he just got a solid single right there to start things off here in the fourth.
And again, Manoah falls behind on Rosario, especially against a guy like Eddie Rosario. You have to get ahead. A guy hitting .096, you have to throw strike one.
Trey Lipscomb comes to the plate, the number 9 hitter. First pitch swinging, and he pops one up into shallow right. Back for it, the second baseman, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, makes the grab, and there's one down. Again, folks, I was mentioning today being Super Sunday. Jays Care is giving away $1,000 in cash prizes every half hour until 4:30 Eastern. We had a rain delay, so I'm not sure how they're handling that, but you still have time to get in on some of these cash prizes. We're not at 4:30 Eastern yet. 5 chances to win. And then you have a chance to take home a jackpot that comes up on May 12th. If you're on Ontario or Nova Scotia, visit bluejays.com/5050. First pitch from Manoah to Jacob Young, top of the order. It's in there for a strike, 0-1.
So we have 6 minutes.
You want to take a little break here and get in there, see if you can get on some of those cash prizes? Well outside on the slider. Manoah missing badly on that one. It's 1-1. One out here, bottom of the fourth. Blue Jays leading 6-2. Alek Manoah gets the sign from Alejandro Kirk. And the 1-1 pitch. Inside, no good, 2-1.
So you're telling me you don't like the Washington Nationals jerseys today? They're wearing the white pullovers with, I think it's the Capitol building on the left chest.
Not a fan. Too plain. And listen, I appreciate that I said that the city jerseys were too much and these ones are too plain. I'm like, what is that? Is it Goldilocks?
You're impossible to make happy.
No, I just want just right. I like the Blue Jay baby blues. Maybe I like the fact that they seem to win in these more than anything else. Although right now, Alek Manoah making it tough on himself by issuing a walk to Jacob Young, and now there's 2 on with only 1 out for C.J. Abrams.
And again, he just threw 4 straight balls to Jacob Young. And again, if I'm Pete Walker, I'm just scratching my head because he'll have stretches of 7 to 10 pitches where he's unhittable with that fastball, just dotting it. And then all of a sudden he throws 8, 9, 10 balls in a row. We've seen him throw 8 of 9 today.
Abrams, he's got power, folks. 7 home runs on the season with 19 runs batted in. And he's got 2 on right now, including a runner in scoring position, with men on first and second for the Nationals. 1 out here, bottom of the fourth. The 0-1 pitch to Abrams. And it goes off the end of his bat. A little check swing, but it hit his bat. Picked up by Clement. Over to first. They get the out. The runners advance, but the Nationals now have 2 down.
A good pitch right there. Alejandro Kirk had that target on the inside part of the plate, and they throw a good fastball elevated at the hands of Abrams. Little half swing, check swing, 3 bouncer over to Ernie Clement over there at third base. He makes a nice play. Throws it over to Vlad at first.
And now Luis Garcia comes to the plate. He homered in his last at-bat, a solo shot in the last inning back in the third. Did have a 3-run shot earlier in this series in the first game on Friday night, and he just grabbed at least one, if not more, in terms of runs batted in. He slaps a single to center, the base hit clean, and yes, indeed, both runners come around as Garcia clears the bases on 1 swing. And it's now 6-4 Toronto.
And before that swing, I was about to say you have that open base at first base with runners on second and third. Don't throw something juicy down the middle. And Alek Manoah throws a 93-mile-an-hour fastball about knee high. Luis Garcia goes down and gets it. He's been pretty good on this weekend.
So the Nationals had a 1-0 lead. The Jays wiped it out with 5 in the second inning to go up 5-1. Tacked on another to make it 6-1. Washington got 1 back in the third to make it 6-2, and now 2 more here in the fourth to make it 6-4. And the inning continues with 2 out, man on. Nick Senzel down 0-1 in the count, and now make it 0-2 on a nasty-looking slider from Manoah. Doesn't want to give up any more here in this inning. Jordan Weems warming up for the Nationals in their bullpen. We'll see if they make another change, as they've already had 1 reliever come in. And now a base hit is ripped into left field by Senzel, and turning the corner from first to third and getting there safely on a headfirst dive is Luis Garcia. So this could continue now for the Nationals as Senzel on the throw moves up to second. And Washington has runners on second and third with 2 down.
Well, that was just a backup slider from Manoah. Alejandro Kirk was set up on the outside part of the plate, and Manoah just leaves that thing spinning. As soon as he threw that baseball, you can see in his head that he didn't want that baseball to go there. But Senzel just drills that thing into left field. Davis Schneider does a good job cutting it off. But those are some big runs out at second and third right now for the Washington Nationals.
Two down. Bottom 4. Blue Jays ahead 6-4. Pete Walker out on the mound chatting with Manoah and the entire infield. As Toronto hopes to get out of this inning. Jesse Winker stepping up. The left fielder for the Nationals. 3 home runs on the season. And he's been on base both times in this game. He walked in the first and then was hit by a pitch in the third. And we'll see how Manoah handles him this time. The first pitch outside on a sinker at 94, 1-0. 15 runs batted in on the season for Winker to go along with those 3 home runs. Winker gripping that bat. The left-handed hitting left fielder stares down at the second pitch just outside. It's now 2-0.
And again, you're falling behind 2-0. Now Winker knows exactly what's coming. You might not know the exact pitch, but he knows the location. Manoah's trying to throw a strike here.
And Manoah comes back and paints the outside edge with another sinker. Might have got a gift, but you'll take it if you're a Blue Jay fan. 2-1. Manoah takes a deep breath. Kirk sets up. And Winker fouls that one back. So Manoah now pulls even the count at 2-2.
And again, Manoah misses his spot pretty badly. He got lucky there. That was a fastball that ran back over the middle of the plate, and Winker just misses it, fouls it straight back.
Second and third for the Nationals. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-2 pitch. And it's down in the dirt, missing with the slider inside. The 3-2 count. Winker steps out of the box for a moment. Comes back in, confirms with the home plate umpire. You might have heard him in the background there. Making sure there with John Lipka that, yes, indeed, it's a 3-2 count. As he stands in and stares down Manoah, the 3-2 pitch. And he sends this one towards the wall, and it's gone. In right field, a 3-run shot has given Washington the lead.
And again, that was just a spinner over the middle of the plate. Not much break, not much depth, as Winker stops at first base and stares at his dugout. But you have to be careful there. You have an open base at first base. You have to be careful. You can't just throw a spinning slider down the middle of the plate. Winker has power. Winker has that good left-handed stroke. But again, I come back to throwing first pitch strikes, getting ahead of batters. He fell behind Winker. He's fallen behind a lot of guys today. And now he's given up 7 runs through 4 innings.
That brings up Joey Meneses, and Manoah misses on the first pitch high on a fastball at 93. Chris, you're the expert. Tell me if I'm wrong. To your point about having a bag open, you've got Winker with power, as you just noted, a left-handed bat against a right-handed arm of Manoah, and you've got Meneses coming up with no home runs on the season. And he just flew out to right field to end the inning. But the Blue Jays give up 5. They've now blown a 6-1 lead, and they trail 7-6. We go to the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Queen Bee's reign had just begun.
Big, Pac, Dre, and Jay were taking hip-hop to a whole new level.
It was all a dream. And everything was fly.
Sirius XM Fly.
A channel featuring hip-hop and R&B from the 90s and 2000s.
Throw it back now on Channel 50
and the Sirius XM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues. Right now on Channel 87.
It's a home run for Ronald Acuna.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy playoff basketball to reacting to the NFL draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
We're talking college basketball on ACC Today.
Great run for NC State men's basketball. The story of this team is one I don't think anybody will forget.
They were able to accomplish a lot. They captured the hearts and the minds of the nation. DJ Burns became an absolute star nationally.
I love it.
ACC Today, weekdays from 8 to 11 a.m. Eastern. ACC Radio, Channel 371, and the Sirius XM app. In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Net Radio Network.
5th inning brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Helping Canadians through it all. Desjardins Insurance. Insurance with heart so big it shows. As the Blue Jays now trail 7-6. And Jordan Weems has come into the ballgame for the Nationals. First pitch missing on a fastball at 95. And a 1-out count to Davis Schneider, leading things off for the Blue Jays here in the 5th inning. Low on outside, a 2-0 count. Schneider has been on base both times in this ballgame. A single, a double, a run scored, and a stolen base. They would love to see him get the offense going again. Toronto was up 6-1, and they now trail 7-6. The 3-0 pitch to Schneider, low, and 4 straight balls, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Toronto.
Well, now you put the runner in motion. You try to put some pressure on that defense. You make the pitcher think, especially with Dalton Varsho up at the plate, who is good with that bat. He can bunt. He can bunt for a base hit. And then you have Davis Schneider at first base, who has just a little bit of speed. This is perfect time for that.
Dalton Varsho now coming up. The left-handed hitting Varsho against the right-hander Jordan Weems. First pitch came inside, caught the edge, good for a strike. It's 0-1. And that one low and inside. Varsho held back. 1-1. Schneider with his first stolen base of the season. Last time he was on base, he's standing at first right now. And the next pitch comes in, the 1-1, no good. It's now 2-1. Nice patience there by Varsho. Blue Jays trailing 7-6 here in the top of the 5th. And Varsho sends one toward the gap. It's going to drop in, cut off by the right fielder Rosario, which will hold Schneider at second base. But the Blue Jays trying to mount something here in the 5th with 2 on and none out.
And now you really have to think about bunting those guys over. And I know that John Schneider doesn't love doing it. I know a lot of people don't like doing that. But with Alejandro Kirk up at bat, you have runners on first and second. Think about the opportunity now. Runners on second and third, 1 out. I mean, it looks pretty good, doesn't it?
It does. And the Nationals are going to come in and have a chat, I believe. A quick word with Jordan Weems, who just came into the ball game, as indeed pitching coach Jim Hickey comes out for a couple of words. Let's take a look at the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. St. Louis Bar and Grill, devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the app at stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. A long meeting there out at the mound. Give you a couple of scores here. Bottom 8, Boston leading Minnesota 7-2. Bottom 8, Milwaukee trailing Chicago 5-0. Top 8 tied between the Mariners and the Astros. And in New York, the Yankees up 5-2 on the Tigers. That one in the bottom of the 8th in a delay. Kirk steps in with 2 on, none out. Weems looks at Schneider at second. Kirk with the bat on the shoulder right now, and it looks like he's swinging, and indeed he swings through that first pitch. A fastball at 92, 0-1.
And you also have to look at the fact that a lot of these guys aren't used to bunting. They don't work on bunting. They're rarely in these situations where they have to bunt. So John Schneider has to ask himself that question as well.
Kirk staring down Weems. The 0-1 pitch outside. Kirk held back 1-1.
But I think the biggest thing, if I was managing this game, is I look at Alejandro Kirk, and then I look at the guy coming up behind him who is very good with the bat in Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, and I trust that he'll do the job with runners on second and third. I think I ask myself all those questions.
1-1. Kirk fouls one back. It's now 1-2. Goes up and over the backstop into the stands, kind of floating towards the Nationals dugout side, or that area, I should say, of the stands. And now Kirk will have to battle down 1-2. Now your point is valid, no doubt, with the way that Kiner-Falefa swings the bat. Kirk walked in his first at bat and flew it to right field in his second at bat. Called for time and it was granted. He now steps out of the box, gathers himself, sets back in, digs his toes into the dirt, and gets set for the 1-2 from Weems. And that one high, way high. Good of Kirk not to chase. It's now 2-2.
And I think the biggest thing, and not to beat this horse dead, but I think the biggest thing to think about is Alejandro Kirk is an extreme double play candidate as well, like a rally killer extreme.
You don't think he's got the wheels down at first? And he might have just done what you said. Diving grab by Abrams. He bobbled it, unable to make the play at second, but still able to get up and punch out or throw out and ultimately punch out Kirk at first. But hey, it's like a bunt. because Kirk did move the runners over when all is said and done.
Everybody held their breath there because that was almost the perfect double play ground ball, but C.J. Abrams was shaded just a little bit to that hole between short and third base. He has to dive for that baseball and comes across and throws Alejandro out at first base. That was a great play from Abrams. Both runners move up. Now the Blue Jays are in business.
Great play by Abrams and a pretty good grab there at first base from Joey Meneses, as well as the throw from Abrams was on a bounce, and Meneses stretching out towards right field made the grab while keeping his toe on the bag, and they beat Kirk by about a half a step. So a pretty good job there by Kirk to still try and hustle down the line. And the Blue Jays now with second and third, runners in scoring position, only one out, and that was a short outing for Jordan Weems. He's going to come out of the ball game. So with this pitching change, we will go back to baseball control with Shoeli.
Thank you very much, Eric. And before we check the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, don't forget, we do have Jays Talk today. Julia Kreutz is here in studio with me. She and I will stick around, take your calls and texts when this one is over. 590-590. Name and location is the People's text line. I will throw out the numbers to call as usual after the final out. All right, let's check that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard and Stanley Cup playoff action. Round 2 beginning today. Round 1 technically wrapping up later tonight. A somewhat odd quirk of the schedule, but the Golden Knights at Stars, Game 7. That's at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Winner of that series moves on to play the Colorado Avalanche in the second round. You can watch that game on Sportsnet. Before that, however, right now, the second round has actually begun already. Hurricanes at Rangers. You can watch it on Sportsnet 360 and here in Ontario on Sportsnet Ontario. Right now, the Rangers lead 2-1 in the first period. Mika Zibanejad with both goals for New York. Tomorrow, we'll also get Game 1 of Panthers-Bruins. That'll be on Sportsnet at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. In the NBA, today's only game was a 106-94 win for the Cleveland Cavaliers over the Orlando Magic in Game 7. No Jared Allen, no problem. They move on to take on the Boston Celtics in the second round. 2 games on the go tomorrow. Pacers at Knicks. That's at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Game 2 of Timberwolves Nuggets is tomorrow night, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Minnesota taking a 1-0 series lead last night behind a 106-99 win in Denver. That's a quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Show. And coming into the ball game now, Derek Law. We saw him yesterday for the Nationals, getting another appearance against the Jays, as he will try and clean up this 5th inning with 2 on and 1 out. And Isaiah Kiner-Falefa coming up for the Blue Jays. First pitch in there for a strike, and the 0-1 count to IKF.
And the infield is in, so all IKF has to do is lift something here to the outfield or just hit something on a line through that infield.
The 0-1 pitch down in the dirt, and it kind of bobbles away from Keibert Ruiz just a little bit. Jumps on it, holds the runners, no problem there. Schneider at third, and Varsho at second, with IKF standing in the box awaiting the 1-1 pitch. Toronto trailing 7-6 after having a 6-1 lead. They have given up 6 unanswered to now trail in this ball game by 1. Kiner-Falefa sends one out to right field. It's on a line, picked up by Rosario. But IKF still does his job, as Schneider immediately stood on the bag and scored on the tag. That pulls the Jays even at 7-7, and Varsho moves over to third.
That was a great job by IKF. The outfielders were actually playing in to cut off a loop single. IKF's so good at just blooping balls in front of outfielders. So Eddie Rosario actually had to run back and jump for that baseball, although it probably would have been routine if they were playing straight up. But nonetheless, 7-7 now.
Ernie Clement at the plate, 1 for 2 today. A single in the second and a run scored. He's down 0-1 in the count with Varsho on third. Clement tried to hold back on that second one and did, high and inside. It's now a 1-1 count. See if Clement can cash in Varsho and put Toronto back on top. I'm assuming that the day will be done for Alek Manoah. Clement sends one to short, and it's bobbled again by C.J. Abrams. That ate him up. and Varsho trots in. Toronto has taken an 8-7 lead.
Yeah, you're right. That ate him up. He was kind of backpedaling on it. Kind of an awkward play from Abrams. And it just hits him through the 5-hole. Good job by Ernie Clement. Hitting that ball right on the screws. The Blue Jays are up 8-7 now.
That brings up the top of the order for George Springer. The inning continues for the Blue Jays. Now a couple of runs in this inning. 8 hits in the ball game, 8 runs, and an 8-7 lead. They were down 1-0, led 5-1, then 6-1, then 6-2, then gave up 5 runs last inning to go down 7-6, and they've responded with 2 runs here to take an 8-7 lead. Outside and low to Springer. And it's a 1-0 count.
I wouldn't mind if Ernie Clement takes off here, tries to swipe second.
All right, let's see it.
Even though it's 2-0.
Clement on the season with 2 stolen bases. Swing and a miss to George Springer. And now a 1-1 count, as Chris just mentioned, with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Springer stands in. Clement with the lead at first. And he thought about taking off. He kind of faked it. Maybe lost all that out of the corner of his eye. Throws one into the dirt on the slider. It's now 2-1 to Springer.
Yeah, he took about 3 hard steps and then hit the brakes.
Blue Jays up 8-7. Springer with a 2-1 count. Law delivers, and Springer swings and misses at a cutter. It's now 2-2.
That was a big, wild swing from George Springer. That front shoulder comes flying out. He needs to stay on that pitch and drive it using the big part of the field. He hasn't done that much lately.
The 2-2. And Clement took off, but Springer was frozen on a slider, and he strikes out looking. But the Blue Jays get 2 to take the lead back. They're on top of the Nationals by 1. It's 8-7. Bottom 5 coming up next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Each night after the horn sounds, NBA Radio has you covered with the best analysis of all the games.
When healthy, they check a lot of boxes.
We'll break down the playoff action.
Tatum saw it coming, picked it up, drives in, and throws it down with 2 hands.
And take you inside the locker room to hear from the players and coaches.
It seemed like we had a lot of guys that were getting banged up, but we were able to get the job done.
Hear the NBA Radio Playoffs postgame show every night throughout the postseason on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The South Carolina Gamecocks are on top of the women's college basketball world yet again.
Perfection for South Carolina. 38 games, 38 wins.
We're reacting to the perfect season and talking to the biggest names right here on Channel 374.
Congratulations, Coach Saley. What does this particular title mean to you?
This title is pretty special because it was unexpected.
Keep it locked into SiriusXM SEC Radio as we continue to break it all down and celebrate the Gamecocks' 3rd national title.
Blue Jays fans, your manager, Sean Schneider, joins MLB Network Radio every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Just looking really for, especially the guys at the top, looking for those guys to get rolling and confident that they will. But I think once they do that and once we kind of do that, things will kind of even out the way we hope they would to start the year.
Managers at the mic on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 5th inning as the Blue Jays lead the Nationals 8-7. And Nate Pearson is going to start this inning for the Blue Jays. The day is done for Alec Manoah. And overall, we saw some bright spots for Manoah, but certainly some blemishes as well in his first outing of the season.
Well, if you look at the box score, obviously you're going to think that he didn't really pitch very well, but we saw some flashes of his old self.
First pitch from Pearson, high and outside on a fastball at 96. It's a 1-0 count. to Keibert Ruiz.
But you look at the 4 innings, the 4 walks that should have been 5 walks because he hit Winker.
And now he just came in on Ruiz. And what are they calling here? Ruiz got hit. He's trying to walk to first, saying that he was hit by the pitch. Pearson's trying to say that he swung at the ball and offered at it. And I don't even think they're making either of those calls. Are they saying that it hit the ground first and it's just a ball?
Well, clearly he swung at it. I don't know what's happening right now. There's a lot of barking going on from both sides as Ruiz is in obvious pain.
John Lipka. It looks like is saying that it hit the ground first, so it's going to be a ball. No, he did swing at it.
No, he swung. Yeah,
he swung at it. Yep. So it's a 1-1 count. Ruiz steps back in. Took a shot on that left knee after swinging at that pitch. And Pearson comes back painting the outside edge with a strike. It's now 1-2. Blue Jays leading here in the bottom of the 5th. It's 8-7 Toronto. And that one way outside and high from Pearson. That curveball got away from him. 2-2. Kirk looking for that one high in the zone. We'll see where Pearson puts it. It came down a little bit lower, but it's out to second. Grounded to Kiner Falefa. Picks it up. Throws to Vladdy. And there's one down. The injury report brought to you by Bergmanis Prera Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Prera Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Prera will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca. What do you got for me, Chris? Anything? The big news, of course, was the return of Alek Manoah and Brendan Little going down. That was the biggest news of the day, right?
Well, I think that's the news that everybody's worried about. They wanted to see Alek Manoah. Everybody was excited about Alek Manoah starting today. And like I talked about earlier, he looked okay.
Pearson down in the count 1-0, just whipped a four-seam fastball at 97 to pull even at 1-1 against Eddie Rosario.
He looked healthy. His pitches were sharp. A lot of the outing, he looked good. I would say for 75-80% of the outing, he looked very, very good.
And now Pearson just missed on a fastball at 99, way low and inside, but still up there in terms of the speed. Trailing the count, though, 2-1. Fourth pitch, fouled off by Rosario down the first base side, 2-2.
So if you just open the newspaper tomorrow and look at the box score, you probably think that Alek Manoah is just as bad, if not worse, than he was last year. But if you watched the ball game today and you saw the life on his fastball, the velo on his fastball, the depth on his slider.
The 2-2 outside, no good, 3-2.
It just comes down to command. It comes down to command. It comes down to throwing first pitch strikes. He fell behind a lot of batters today, 2-0, 3-0, and then would have to fight back.
Well, I don't know about you, but I don't open up the newspaper. I click on sportsnet.ca. As Rosario flies out on a weak little looper out to center field. Easy grab for Dalton Varsho. And there's two down here in the fifth.
That's my injury report.
I liked it. Again, the injury report brought to you by Bergmanis Prera Personal Injury Lawyers, bplawyers.ca. Manoah still sitting in the dugout. And he's chatting away with Chris Bassett and Kevin Gossman. A weak little grounder to third base picked up by Ernie Clement. That sits down Trey Lipscomb, who is swinging at the first pitch. And Pearson goes 1-2-3 to get out of the fifth. And we head to the sixth with the Blue Jays leading 8-7. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. don't pay for 12 months on the Timbermart Deferred Payment Program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timbermart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermart broadcast booth. The Blue Jays leading the Nationals 8-7 as we get set to start the 6th inning. 15 runs scored as Dylan Floro comes into the ballgame now for the Nationals. Dave Martinez is whipping through his pitching staff in this final game of the series, I guess with the off day tomorrow for the Nationals as well.
Well, and there's been 15 runs scored.
I suppose. Fair point, Chris. Fair point. First pitch to Vladdy Guerrero. Caught the outside edge, a little bit low, but they're going to give it to Floro. And it's a strike to Guerrero. 0-1. Vladdy with a grand slam in this ball game. And that one way outside and low. 1-1. Guerrero now up to 15 runs batted in on the season with his 4th home run of the year, his first one in 3 weeks. Came back in the 2nd inning. Blue Jays up by 1. Top 6. Inside, it's 2-1. Floro with the high socks, the delivery, and Vladdy chops one over to third. Picked up by Lipscomb, and a wild throw to first on a bounce is handled by Meneses, and they get the out. It didn't look pretty, but it ultimately was effective.
No, Lipscomb got lucky over there at third base. Joey Meneses with a great scoop at first base. Sitting on his butt, making that play. Good job from Meneses.
Meneses having a laugh there with his second baseman, Luis Garcia, as Justin Turner comes up with 1 out now. Blue Jays leading 8-7 here in the top of the 6th. We're about 2 hours into the ball game, a game that started just under 90 minutes late thanks to a rain delay in D.C. Turner looking for his first hit of the ball game. Did get on base with a walk, but he's 0 for 2. The 0-1 pitch outside and low. It's 1-1. 6th inning brought to you by Desjardins Insurance, helping Canadians through it all. Desjardins Insurance. Insurance with a heart so big it shows. The 1-1 to Turner. Oof. Turner doesn't like that. It looked like it was at least a ball outside, a ball's width. But John Lipka, the home plate umpire, says no, that's a strike, and it's now a 1-2 count. Floro delivers that one low and outside.
Well, yeah, you don't see Justin Turner comment very often, but as soon as that pitch crossed over home plate, he kind of tilted his head and made a comment.
The 2-2 no good from Floro, as now Turner battles back to 3-2. Davis Schneider coming up next for the Jays, the number 5 hitter, the left fielder. As now Turner slaps one to third. Again, it's picked up by Lipscomb. Let's see the throw this time on the money, right in the chest of Meneses. There's 2 down.
Yeah, he wasn't messing around. He threw a bullet across the infield. Lipscomb to Meneses. Right to the chest.
2 down now. And I got ahead of myself. Schneider was in the hole. It was Bo Bichette on deck. My apologies. Can't forget about Bo, as he's still trying to get himself going this season, let alone in this game.
Well, you're probably just not used to Bo Bichette hitting in the cleanup
There's
spot.
Probably that too. Bichette, the only Blue Jay that hasn't been on base either via a hit or a walk in this ball game. And he swings and misses at pitch 2, and he's now quickly down 0-2 in the count. For 3 in the ball game, Bichette. And Floro just missed. On the outside edge, it's now 1-2. Floro gets the sign from Ruiz and throws that one way outside and down low. It's 2-2. Out of town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Still in a delay in New York. It's 5-2, Yankees leading. And Boston on top 9-2 in the 9th over Minnesota. Bichette fouls one off down the right field side. And as I look at another American League East team, bottom of the 10th, Tampa trailing the Mets 6-5. The Blue Jays came in tied with the Rays in terms of their record in the East at 16-18. So obviously they'd love to see a Tampa loss. And I just told you that both the Yankees and the Red Sox are leading. What about the other team you're saying? Well, I'll tell you. Baltimore, the division leaders, up 3-0 in the 4th inning at Cincinnati. Again, that's the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. 3-2 pitch to Bo Bichette. Floro delivers, and it's low, and Bichette will get on base. I told you moments ago he's the only Blue Jay in this game to not be on base today with either a hit or a walk, and that just changed. 2-out pass to Bo Bichette will now bring up Davis Schneider.
And I wouldn't mind if Bo Bichette is aggressive out there, trying to swipe second base, trying to get something started. There are 2 outs. But Bo is one of those guys that is a fire starter for this Blue Jays offense.
Does have 3 stolen bases on the season, Bichette. Davis Schneider, 2 for 2 today. With a walk, that walk coming in his last at bat. The average for Schneider up to .274 this season. Blue Jays leading 8-7 in the top of the 6th. And that one down Main Street on a sinker from Floro. It's good for the strike. It's 1-1. Schneider adjusts his helmet and his goggles and steps into the box, set for Floro. The 1-1. And Schneider got underneath it. It's a looping fly ball to shallow center field. Back for it, the second baseman Garcia makes the grab, and the Nationals get out of the inning. Blue Jays can't put any on the board, but they still lead 8-7. We're going to the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Ann and Nancy Wilson together again trek across America on Heart's Royal Flush Tour.
That's what we did as musical kids, to join the culture flash mob that the Beatles had started.
The Wilson sisters will take a detour to host Deep Tracks with stories, their music, and spin other artists they love. Heart Guest DJ Weekend, now in the Deep Tracks Channel 308 on most radios, all weekend on Channel 79, and always on the SiriusXM app.
Hello, Blue Jay fans. I'm Craig Ballard, host of your daily Locked On Blue Jays podcast. Locked On Blue Jays is part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. Locked On Blue Jays brings you the latest Blue Jays news and analysis and breaks down all of the action. Locked On Blue Jays is everything a Blue Jays fan could want, all in a 30-minute daily podcast. Download Locked On Blue Jays right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Blue Jays.
While you're listening to this game on SiriusXM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 159.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Radio Network.
Heading to the bottom of the 6th. Blue Jays ahead 8-7 as Pearson is still on the bump for Toronto. And a first pitch to Jacob Young is in there for a strike. The fastball at 98. Top of the order for the Nationals. And Young just fires a shot into the gap in right center. It's to the wall. It'll be picked up by Varsho. He quickly throws it in, but Young is standing at second on a leadoff double.
Well, Nate Pearson left that elevated heater right over the middle of the plate, and Jacob Young hitting .301 on the season, a pretty good hitter. Just drills that baseball into the gap in right center on that 99-mile-an-hour fastball from Nate Pearson, and here comes John Schneider.
So that with the Blue Jays leading 8-7, the Nationals have the leadoff man on, and we're going to have a change, which gives us a chance to go back to baseball control with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric. And before we check the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, another reminder that we do have J-Stock. Julia Kreutz is here in studio with me. She and I will stick around, take your calls and texts. 590-590 is the people's text line. You can text me right now if you like, and I will throw out the numbers to call after the final out. As always, Blair and Barker will return on Tuesday and Wednesday for this mini-series in Philadelphia against the Phillies. And they'll have you covered certainly on Blair and Barker all week long from 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern, as always, as well. All right, let's check the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Let's check some baseball scores. Let's start in Major League Baseball action. The Yankees still lead the Tigers 5-2, but that game is in a delay right now in the 8th inning. So we'll see if that game does resume. Of course, in the 8th inning and the home team leading, that could be called, but we'll see if the weather cooperates in New York. Elsewhere in the American League East, the Rays currently trailing the Mets 6-5 in the bottom of the 10th inning, though runners on the corners with no outs at the Trop in extra. So we'll keep an eye on that. Elsewhere, you got the Orioles leading the Reds 3-0, and a final for the Red Sox. They beat the Twins 9-2. Of course, the Blue Jays are going to play the Twins at the Rogers Center next weekend. Elsewhere in Stanley Cup playoff action, round 2 beginning today. We'll still get a Game 7 for Golden Knights at Stars a little bit later on tonight. That'll be on Sportsnet at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. But right now, first period intermission, Hurricanes at Rangers. Rangers lead 3-1. Mika Zibanejad with 2 goals. Vincent Trocheck with 1. That game in the first period intermission. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action as Genesis Cabrera enters this game. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Show. Bottom 6 with the Blue Jays holding on to an 8-7 lead. But the Nationals now threatening with the leadoff man on and none out, of course, as Cabrera, Show just mentioned, into the ballgame now. Genesis Cabrera wearing that number 92 on the back of the baby blue for the Blue Jays, with C.J. Abrams to the plate. 0 for 3 today, but always a threat. 7 home runs on the season, 19 runs batted in, and a juicy one standing out at second right now, with Jacob Young getting that leadoff double for Washington. Cabrera to Abrams. It's to second, picked up by AKF. He throws out Abrams at first, but Young moves over to third. There's 1 down.
Good play by IKF on the backhand there, getting that short hop, making a tough pick and throwing it over to Vlad at first base. But now you have a very good left-handed hitter coming up in Luis Garcia Jr. You have to be careful with him.
Garcia has had a solid ball game. 2 singles and a solo shot. Couple of runs scored and an RBI. And Cabrera just came inside on the left-on-left battle. The lefty Cabrera against the left-handed hitting Garcia. 6 for 8 in this series with 2 home runs and 7 runs batted in. Yeah, I'd say you want to be careful with this guy. With a man on third. The tying run at third. The go-ahead run at the plate in Garcia. He was the one that gave Washington the lead on a 3-run shot in the first game of this series. And he started the comeback for Washington in this ball game with a solo shot a few innings ago. The 2-0 pitch from Cabrera, and Garcia lifts it into left center. It drops down in front of Varsho. The run will score as Varsho throws it in to second, and out at second base is Garcia, and it looks like he hurt his right hand or wrist. So Washington gets the run, but Toronto records the out. So there'll be nobody on with 2 out, and we're tied 8-8.
Well, that was an incredible throw from Dalton Varsho deep in the gap in left center. Luis Garcia is aggressive and tries to take second, but Dalton Varsho throws a strike to second base. And IKF just slaps the tag on Garcia. Garcia might have stubbed his wrist. I'm not sure what happened over there. Oh, yeah.
And Nick Senzel, the next batter up, sends one to left field, gave it a bit of a ride, but tracking it down on the track, it's Davis Schneider, and the Blue Jays get out of the inning, but not before Washington scores 1. So we are even again, 8-8 going to the top of the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At the core, we are the same. Our games have grown differently, but here we celebrate our similarities. Join us for Cricket Night at the Park, presented by TD. Find your seats at bluejays.com.
Bring excitement to your landscape with proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs, in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At the core, we are the same. Our games have grown differently, but here we celebrate our similarities. Join us for Cricket Night at the Park, presented by TD. Find your seats at bluejays.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Next pitch, Moniak takes off. It's low a ball, throw down to second. They got him!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermark broadcast booth as we start the 7th inning. It's Dalton Varsho and Dylan Floro still into the ball game for the Nationals. He deals a ball on a sinker at 88. The first pitch to Varsho, it's 1-0. And the second pitch a little bit low. Based on what we're seeing, that might have caught the edge. Take it and run if you're a Blue Jay fan. It's 2-0 to Varsho. Third pitch in for a strike. Sinker at 89. It's 2-1. Varsho, the left-handed hitting center fielder for the Blue Jays. 1 for 3 on the afternoon. The 2-1. And that's good for a strike as well. Nice battle back here from Dylan Floro. I'd say the right-handed reliever, but they're all right-handed relievers. Washington doesn't have any lefties in the bullpen. That one fouled off on the 2-2 by Varsho. We'll do it again. Blue Jays and Nationals tied 8-8 here in the top of the 7th. And Varsho just skied one over towards third base. Charging in foul territory and making the grab is Trey Lipscomb. One down here in the 7th. On Friday, May 17th, it's a celebration of the Hound on the Mound. Join the Blue Jays for Country Night and be one of the first 15,000 fans who would give you a chance to get a Chris Bassett Hound on the Mound bobblehead giveaway. Head over to bluejays.com/bobbleheads to get your ticket. You said that's what you like, the bobbleheads, right? You don't want the bucket hat, you want the bobblehead.
I'm looking forward to the Yusei Kikuchi bobblehead.
Okay.
I've seen photos of it, and it looks pretty cool. It has his weird motion that he has.
Do you ever have a bobblehead? I mean, I don't mean own. I'm saying a Chris LaRue bobblehead. The 1-0 pitch inside to Kirk. It's now 2-0.
No, you had to be. So in the minor leagues, you had to be a top prospect to have a bobblehead. And in the big leagues, you had to be an absolute stud to have a bobblehead. And I was neither, ever. So.
Well, I wasn't trying to make you feel bad. I'm just asking.
I was always just good enough to get to the next level. I just kept climbing the ladder without a bobblehead.
Hey, you're still better than about 99% of the population out there. So, if not 99.9. After 2 straight balls, it's 2 straight strikes as the sinker paints the outside corner for Floro. And he battles back to pull even at 2-2 against Kirk. Alejandro Kirk stands in. And did he offer at that one? Nope. He held back. It's now 3-2. 1 out here in the 7th inning with the Jays and Nationals tied at 8. Floro kind of looks up at the sky, hides behind his glove, then delivers. And Kirk sends it over to third base, and it ends up down the third base line. And Kirk is rumbling his way to second. The big man stands at second base. He turned on the jets and got there, and it's the second double of the season for Alejandro Kirk.
Well, I have to say he didn't really hit it very hard, but he got lucky. That ball just squirts down the line and under the glove of Lipscomb, kind of short hopped him. He actually made contact with it. A tough play for him down that line, but Alejandro Kirk will take it with the double as Danny Jansen comes into this ball game and will pinch run for him at second base.
That brings up Isaiah Kiner-Falefa with a runner in scoring position, IKF, with only 1 out here in the top of the 7th. He swings at the first pitch and sends it into left field past a diving C.J. Abrams at short. Jansen held at third, so it'll be runners on the corners. Now, folks, I'll tell you off air, I kind of gave a look over to Chris when Jansen came in. It's not that he's slow, he's faster than Kirk, but he's not the most fleet of foot. Is that simply, I would assume then, just John Schneider not wanting to use up 2 players from his bench, bringing in more speed for the running, knowing that he would eventually have to go to Jansen anyways to catch?
Yeah, I think it's just that Jansen has a little bit more speed than Alejandro Kirk. Alejandro Kirk is about a 2 out of 10.
Somebody off your bench to just run.
Exactly.
And now Clement comes up, drops down a bunt, taking off for the plate, and sliding head first Jansen, but he slid too short. He stopped about a foot short of the plate. His body just literally stopped in the dirt, and he then tried to stretch out and touch home plate with his hand, and he is thrown out at home.
Well, I'm pretty sure that was a safety squeeze because Danny Jansen was unsure of that play. Ernie Clement tried to bunt that ball, and he bunted it into the air, and I think that Danny Jansen had to wait to see if anybody caught it first before he came home. That's a tough break for the Blue Jays. He should have just went back to third base.
Yep. So Meneses throws out Jansen at home, and now Floro's going to come out of the ball game. The Nationals are going to make a pitching change. John Schneider does not look happy right now in the Blue Jay dugout. And I'm sure there are a lot of Jays fans not thrilled at the moment as well, as the Blue Jays still will look to do some damage here in this 7th inning. And we've got a pitching change for Washington with 2 out as we send it back to Show Ali in baseball control.
Thank you very much, Eric. And before we check that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, keep the texts coming. 590-590, name and location. That is the People's text line for Jays Talk. Julia Kreutz and I will take your calls and texts. People's text line always open, and I will throw out the numbers to call after the final out. You want to talk about Danny Jansen with a very odd slide. I don't know if I've ever really seen someone slide short of the plate like that, but you can talk about Jano, we can talk about Alec Manoah, we can talk about Vladdy's Grand Slam. Get to it all on Jays Talk with Julia Kreutz and myself. All right, let's check the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. I mentioned some games earlier, including the Rays taking on the Mets at home at Tropicana Field. So last time we checked, The Mets were leading 6-5 in the bottom of the 10th inning. 2 runners on, no outs for the Rays. Johnny DeLuca comes to the plate and jacks a triple to deep center field. And, of course, 2 runs coming to score. Johnny DeLuca with the walk-off. The Rays win 7-6 in 10 innings. Yankees-Tigers still delayed. That game is in the 8th inning, 5-2 with the pause in action right now in New York in the Bronx. Some other finals as well. The Mariners beat the Astros 5-4. The Cubs blanked the Brewers 5-0. The White Sox beat the Cardinals 5-1. And the Red Sox beat the Twins 9-2. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to Eric and Chris we go. Here they are with the call.
Thanks very much, Joe. So runners on the corners for the Blue Jays. Or check that, excuse me. Runners at first and second. And first pitch swinging. George Springer sends one to right field, tracking back and making the grab. Rosario will end the inning. So Hunter Harvey came into the game. It took 1 pitch, and Springer flies out. And that will do it for the Blue Jays as we go to the bottom half of the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big. On this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Kikuchi has struck out 4 of the last 6.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom half of the 7th now as we get set for the Washington Nationals, as they come to the plate in an 8-8 tie. The Blue Jays with 10 hits in this ball game. They had a 6-1 lead earlier in the ball game, and Washington battled back to take a 7-6 lead. Blue Jays came back to take an 8-7 lead, and now again we stand 8-8 here in the bottom of the 7th. Danny Jansen now behind the plate for the Blue Jays, came in as a pinch runner for Alejandro Kirk in the last inning, and then was thrown out at home as he was trying to move up to home and score on a bunt attempt from Ernie Clements. And Jesse Winker is going to start things off for the Nationals. The left-handed hitting left fielder who homered in his last at-bat back in the 4th inning. Genesis Cabrera still on the mound for the Blue Jays. Again in this 8-8 tie. And Winker swinging at the first pitch, slaps one opposite field into left field, and Schneider misplayed it. It bounces past him all the way to the wall. Winker up to second, and luckily Schneider got on it quickly and prevented the triple, but Schneider botched that one badly as it took a weird hop off the grass and ended up going behind Schneider. He was charging to his right, and it ricocheted to his left.
That is a huge misplay, especially at the point that this game is at. Late in this ball game, you have to keep that ball in front of you. And Davis Schneider just olays that thing, and it goes right by him. Luckily, Winker only ends up at second base. I thought that for sure he would end up at third base. Good job by Davis Schneider running it down and throwing a strike to third base.
Now it's 8-8 here in the 7th inning, and another pitching change coming for the Blue Jays as we will go back to baseball control with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric and Chris. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Why don't we start in basketball? The NBA's first round of playoff action finally wrapping up today, actually. It was only one game on the go. A 106-94 win for the Cleveland Cavaliers over the Orlando Magic in Game 7. They did not have Jarrett Allen, but it was not a problem. They move on now to take on the Boston Celtics in the second round. 2 games on the go tomorrow. Pacers at Knicks. That one starts at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 p.m. Pacific. That goes tomorrow night. Game 2 of Timberwolves Nuggets also goes tomorrow night at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific. Minnesota taking a 1-0 series lead. Last night, they won 106-99. Anthony Edwards with 43 points on the road. Great stuff from Ant. Over in the Stanley Cup playoffs, round 2 beginning today. Action on right now. You can watch it on Sportsnet 360 and Sportsnet Ontario. Hurricanes at Rangers. Right now with about 10 minutes to go in the second period. The Rangers lead at 3-1. Mika Zibanejad has 2 goals for New York. Vincent Trocheck has 1 as well. In about 2 hours, Golden Knights at Stars Game 7. That's actually from the first round. Goes at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. You can watch that one on Sportsnet. Winner of that series moves on to play the Colorado Avalanche in the second round. We'll also get Game 1 of Panthers and Bruins tomorrow evening. That game goes at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on Monday night. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Joe. Blue Jays in now in a little bit of a jam as the leadoff hitter got on for Washington. Jesse Winker standing at second base. Eric Swanson into the ballgame. Joey Meneses sees a first pitch from Swanson, low and outside. It's 1-0. Meneses, the right-handed hitting first baseman, still in search of that first home run of the season. He's 0 for 1 in this ballgame. Winker standing on second, none out for Washington. And Meneses just missed on that one. A big cut sends it foul down the right field side.
And in Swanson's last game on Friday against Washington, he didn't get an out, gave up 2 hits, 1 walk, and gave up 3 earned runs. Gave up that 3-run homer to Luis Garcia Jr.
And Meneses just gave one a ride out toward right field. In right center, picked up by George Springer. He'll throw it in, but advancing to third base was Winker. So Meneses does his job moving over the runner. 1 down now for Washington as Keibert Ruiz comes to the plate.
And again, Eric Swanson is throwing strikes. That's not been his problem. His problem has been throwing good strikes. He throws that split right there, and it's kind of hanging over the middle of the plate. Normally a good split finger starts down the middle and drops out of the strike zone. He needs to figure out that release point.
Swanson throws the first pitch in the dirt to Ruiz. Nice block there by Danny Jansen. Again, he came into the ball game in place of Alejandro Kirk in the top of the 7th. Ruiz 0 for 3 today. He's got a runner in scoring position right now with Winker on third. 1 out, bottom of the 7th, tied 8-8. Ruiz dribbled one off the end of his bat, foul down the third base side. It's picked up there by Ernie Clement in foul territory, 1-1.
And you can see Danny Jansen calls that split finger, and he motions for Eric Swanson to start that thing down the middle because it's supposed to drop out of the strike zone. Look like it's down the middle and then drop out of the strike zone. And Eric Swanson actually throws it to the target, so it starts at the top of the strike zone, and that's not the way you're supposed to throw a split finger.
Jansen trying to set up high, then came back down low. The splitter from Swanson seemed to handcuff Ruiz on that one as he fouls it off. It's 1-2. The crowd trying to get behind the Nationals in Washington at Nationals Park. Tied 8-8, bottom 7. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss as Swanson sits down Ruiz. A big strikeout there. There's 2 down.
And right on cue, that one was exactly where it needed to be. Starts at the bottom of the strike zone and then breaks down almost in the dirt. Danny Jansen does a good job one-hopping it and then tagging Ruiz as he walked away. But that's where the split finger is supposed to be located.
That brings up Eddie Rosario, the number 8 hitter in the Washington lineup. That one low on the first pitch from Swanson. Missed on the splitter. It's 1-0. Rosario 1 for 3 today with a single back in the 4th and ultimately scored as well. The average up to 105. He was below 100 when we came into this ball game. And swinging at the next pitch and sending it on a rope to right field. It's gone. Eddie Rosario with his 2nd home run of the season, and Washington has taken a 10-8 lead.
And again, the problem isn't throwing strikes. He's throwing pitches that aren't good strikes. That split finger right there just floated in the middle of the zone. Eddie Rosario just gets the head down and drills that baseball over the fence in right center. But that split right there needs to be down out of the strike zone. And it was on the inner third, thigh high, not where you want that pitch to be.
And after his appearance a couple of nights ago, John Schneider saying to reporters that he felt that Swanson might be giving away his pitches, giving away his signs. I don't know if there's anything to that, but Swanson ahead in the count, 0-1, now missed on the 2nd pitch to Trey Lipscomb, the number 9 hitter.
I have to respectfully disagree with that statement. I think it's just he's throwing pitches that are down the middle, hittable pitches. And if you're a guy that throws fastball split like Eric Swanson, you can't throw that split down the middle. It's so easy to hit. You see it coming and it doesn't fall out of the strike zone and you just drop the bat on it. And just like Eddie Rosario did, it's very easy to make good contact on a split finger that floats through the strike zone.
2 out, none on. A grounder toward first. Vladdy couldn't get to it, but a great job backing him up. Kiner Falefa picks up the ball, throws to Swanson covering the bag, but they're going to call Lipscomb safe at first. Swanson immediately shaking his head. He thought he got there in time and kept his foot on the bag, and he's signaling over to the dugout that he wants to have a look at it, and I think John Schneider wants to check the replay.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a replay yet, but it looked to me like he was out at first base.
Toronto's going to challenge in the safe call at first base.
Well, there you have it. They are going to have a look. We're going to get a replay, and Mr. Perfect's going to let us know what he thinks.
Yeah, he's out. He's clearly out.
Did he take his foot off first?
I don't think so.
No? You were real quick on that call. I'm trying to help you here. I mean, come on, I'm calling you Mr. Perfect, and you were making that call real quick. All right.
He's out.
Hey, why should I doubt Mr. Perfect? 10-8, Washington leading in the bottom of the 7th. The crowd in Washington seems to be buzzing in the sense that they think he's going to be safe.
Well, the only thing that I can see that where he might be safe.
Now we're backtracking.
Well, no, because we don't have the angle on it. Is we can't see if his foot is ever on the bag.
We are awaiting the official announcement. We're actually getting a view of the big board at Nationals Park as well. Trying to see if anybody's getting a different angle than what we have.
See, this camera angle here, it doesn't look like his foot is even on the bag. Ever.
Here comes the announcement.
After you review the call in the field stands, the runner safe. Toronto will lose their challenge.
I think that's it.
Well, I feel like I don't want to give you full credit because you did say he was out, and then you kind of backtracked.
Well, I didn't see the right angle.
I'll take off a half a mark. You're still
Mr. Almost Perfect.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Almost Perfect. I mean, if we're playing averages and percentages here, you're still going at about a 98.8% clip. That's pretty damn good. But for the Blue Jays, it's not good that the Nationals have another runner on. And it brings up the top of the order as Jacob Young comes to the plate. A 2-run shot issued to the number 8 hitter. And then ultimately, the number 9 hitter gets on. Again, top of the order for Jacob Young, who has scored 3 runs in this ballgame. And he gets underneath the second pitch, a blooper out to shallow right, tracked down by IKF, and the Jays get out of it. Not before, though, Washington gets 2 runs to take a 10-8 lead heading to the 8th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.ca/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.ca/free. That's ziprecruiter.ca/free. ziprecruiter.ca/free.
With Rogers' reliable Ignite Internet, you can game harder. And when you game harder, you make more friends. And when you make more friends, more people want to connect to your Wi-Fi. And with all those people connected to your Wi-Fi, you don't worry, because you have Rogers' reliable Ignite Internet, backed by our Wi-Fi satisfaction guarantee. Get yours today, starting at just $60 a month. Visit Rogers.com for details.
Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm
Hey, this is Kevin Kiermaier. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Every day I'm hustling.
Top of the 8th inning. Blue Jays now trailing 10-8 as Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will start things off for the Blue Jays. Hunter Harvey out there. And the first pitch fired in, a fastball at 97. It's an 0-1 count to Vladdy. Second pitch down a little bit low and outside. At Rogers Center, there's new renos, and there's no stopping the great times at the stop. Located in the heart of the outfield district, there's no better place to stop in for a drink and a bite. Get in there for just $20. Visit bluejays.com/outfield district to get your ticket. I guess that's .com/outfield district ticket. Vladdy just looked at the third pitch, in for another strike, a fastball at 97, and he's down in the count 1-2. Blue Jays down by 2 on the scoreboard. Both teams with 10 hits. The Nationals with 10 runs. That pitch in the dirt on a splitter from Harvey. It's now 2-2.
Yeah, it'll be a tough ask getting 2 runs against Hunter Harvey, a guy that throws 97 to 100 with a very, very nasty split.
And Vladdy tried to slap one to right field. It's foul. And he'll continue to battle here. Step back into the box on that 2-2 count. High pitch. High and inside. Clocked at 99. Vladdy held back. It's now 3-2.
Well, that's exactly where they were trying to go. Up at the hands of Vlad.
And that final pitch from Harvey is low and outside, and again patience from Guerrero as he gets on to lead this 8th inning.
That was a great at bat against a very tough pitcher. Vlad pumping his fists as he runs down to first base. Getting that leadoff runner on right now is huge.
And we'll see what Justin Turner can do. He walked in the second, but otherwise 0 for 3 in this ball game. They could use him right here. Painting the outside edge. Harvey gets the strike on the first pitch to Turner. It's 0-1. Got him on that slider at 87. Harvey looks over at Guerrero. The 0-1 pitch. outside for a ball. It's 1-1. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Tampa came back to win it in 10, 7-6 over the Mets. If the Blue Jays don't win, they would be alone at the bottom of the American League East, as Turner slaps one foul down towards the Washington dugout. For what it's worth as well, Boston, they won 9-2 in Minnesota, and it's a final completed early with rain. New York beats Detroit 5-2. Turner slaps another one foul down toward the Nationals dugout, maybe just above it. Still battling at 1-2. Blue Jays trailing 10-8 here in the top of the 8th. And Turner sends one toward the gap on the track, and a little leap on a grab from Winker. He makes the catch. He was on the run coming over from left field and made a nifty catch to record the out.
That was a great catch from Winker, tracking it down. Did a little leap at the end there. Didn't really need to jump, but Vlad was standing on second base, and he had to scurry back to first, almost getting doubled off. But Justin Turner drove that ball on a line out to left center. I thought he got it. Winker doing a good job tracking that ball down.
So now one down here in the 8th. Man still on as Vladdy's on first, with Bo Bichette coming to the plate. He walked in his last at-bat. The average has dipped under 200 at 197. Just one home run on the season, 11 runs batted in. They could use a big one right here. Toronto down by 2 as Bichette rips a grounder over to third. It's picked up. They throw to second and over to first, and they turn the double play. 5-4-3, and the Blue Jays go down in the 8th, and they trail by 2 with the Nationals coming up in a moment. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball cracked to center field, to the wall, to the track. It's gone!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Zach Pop into the ballgame to start the bottom of the 8th for the Blue Jays. The day is done for Swanson, and the Jays trail 10-8. Pop down 1-0 in the count to C.J. Abrams, who now jumps on the second pitch, gives it a ride to the opposite field. It's one bounce, hits the wall, picked up by Schneider, who quickly throws it in, and it's a stand-up double for C.J. Abrams.
Well, again, another Blue Jays pitcher falls behind. This time Zach Pop falls behind 1-0. He has to come with a with a fastball there right down the middle, and C.J. Abrams, such a good young hitter, drives that baseball to left field over the head of Davis Schneider. It's kind of been the story all day. You have to throw good pitches early in counts. Big league hitters hit fastballs if they know it's coming. It doesn't matter how hard it is.
Bottom of the 8th now with the leadoff batter on base. He's standing out on second base. And the runner in scoring position for Vargas, who came into the ball game. And he slaps down the bunt. The Jays try and throw to third. And it's an errant throw picked up by Clement after he bobbled it, which holds Abrams at third.
And I think that's just a bad decision from Danny Jansen. Abrams, even if Ernie Clement catches that baseball at third base, C.J. Abrams is safe. He had that bag. That was a good sack bunt by the Washington Nationals. What you're supposed to do is peek to third. You see that Abrams is too close, and then you just get the out throwing to first base. But again, with no outs, you have to take the sure out.
So Luis Garcia, who was swinging the hot stick, seemed to hurt his wrist last time he was up. That brought up Ildemaro Varga, who came to the plate in his place. Dropped down that bunt that the Blue Jays just botched, as Chris just outlined for you. And now Washington with runners on the corners and none out for Nick Senzel. 1 for 4 in the ball game. Senzel with the 0-1 pitch, swung and fouled that one off. He's down 0-2. 10-8, Washington leading. Approaching 3 hours in this ball game, about 2 hours and roughly 45 minutes, maybe 2 hours 50 minutes. A game that started 90 minutes late today thanks to a rain delay. Pop, the 0-2, and they give it to him. A little bit low in the zone, but it caught the edge. And a looking strikeout there. He was caught looking. Nick Senzel sits down, and there's one down here in the 8th.
That is a big pitch from Zach Pop. Zach Pop, a guy with tons of sink on that fastball. That one at 97. And all he has to do is throw that thing down in the zone, and hitters will have a tough time with it.
And the Blue Jays just offered the free pass to Jesse Winker. Something that we talked about them doing in the last at-bat, or at least a couple of at-bats ago. Bringing up Joey Meneses, who is 0 for 2 with a couple of walks. Bases loaded, 1 out, and obviously Toronto hoping for the double play ball. Meneses swinging at the first pitch, fouls it away. Down 0-1.
Well, if not the double play ball, at least a strikeout here. That run at third base is a very, very big run. Can't fall behind by 3 runs.
Pop comes set. The high kick and the delivery. And Meneses slows at a low one, fouls it off. And Pop again ahead in the count at 0-2.
Pop's got nasty stuff. That time at 98 miles an hour. That thing almost has split finger action to it. It has so much sink. If he can just harness that thing, he'll be a great late inning reliever.
Staring in for the sign from Jansen now. Zach Pop trying to get the Blue Jays out of a jam. They're trailing 10-8 here in the 8th with the bases loaded and 1 out. And Pop tried to come inside on Meneses. He sends it out to center field underneath it. Varsho has it. Abrams tags, and he's going to score standing up. The throw into third way off the bag. So the runners advance for Washington all around. They get the run at the plate, and they also get the runners to move up to second and third. They're now 2 down in the 8th with the Blue Jays trailing by 3.
Well, Zach Pop just missed his spot there. That was a slider that was supposed to be down in the dirt, or at least down in the zone, and it kind of backed up on him. Little cement mixer. And Meneses just hits a nice fly ball to center field. No chance for Varsho to throw out Abrams at home plate.
K. Barrett Ruiz comes to the plate now. 0 for 4 in the ball game. Bottom of the 8th, 2 out. Washington extending their lead to 11-8. The Jays will have to put the rally caps on in the 9th, but they want to cap this lead at only 3. Still 2 men out there at second and third for Washington. Ruiz, a little squibbler, out to second, picked up by AKF, throws to Vladdy at first, and Toronto gets out of it, but not before they give up one more, as Toronto has coughed up 9 runs in the last 4 innings. They now trail 11-8 as we go to the top of the 9th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Nobody covered the 2024 draft like NFL Radio.
The Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams.
Crossed off the first pick in the NFL draft. Very blessed, very honored.
The Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels.
It's a real moment. It's something I dreamt about since a kid.
The New England Patriots select Drake May.
One of the best sports towns in the country, and can't wait to play for the Patriots. Just out to Pats Nation.
Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your Sirius XM subscription? What? Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on Sirius XM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. Sirius XM Sports. We're more than just a game.
This is Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and host of the Sirius XM original podcast, Black Diamonds. Hear stories about the legends of the Negro Leagues and conversations with the all-time greats they've influenced, like 5-time World Series champion Derek Jeter.
I don't care what race you are. You need to know your past. This is U.S. history. It's not just baseball history.
Hear over 70 episodes of the award-winning Black Diamonds podcast, available now on the Sirius XM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, baseball fans, the NBA postseason is in full swing, and your home for nonstop discussion every day and playoff action on the court every night is Sirius XM NBA Radio Channel 86 and on the brand new Sirius XM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 9th inning from the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Chris LaRue, Eric Smith with you. Blue Jays trailing 11-8 as Kyle Finnegan comes into the ballgame for the Washington Nationals. And as you were just telling me off air, that may not be a good sign for the Blue Jays because Finnegan has thrown well.
Yeah, he hasn't given up a hit in his last 7 innings. His whip, which is walks and hits per innings pitched, is .14 over those 7 innings. It's pretty good whip.
I'd say that's pretty good. That's pretty good. He'll face Davis Schneider. Schneider has had a solid afternoon in Washington in spite of the fact that his Blue Jays are down 11-8. Schneider 2 for 3 with a single double, a couple of runs scored and a stolen base, but unfortunately did have at least one kind of errant play out in left field, which has contributed to the Blue Jays trailing by 3. First pitch no good, second one on a fastball outside as well. It's now 2-0 to Schneider. Could certainly use the leadoff man getting on. Finnegan comes set, and the pitch. Swing and a miss for Schneider. Clocked at 96. It's 2-1.
Yeah, Finnegan not a guy that walks a lot of guys. Again, over those last 7 innings, he's only walked 1 guy.
The 2-1 pitch to Davis Schneider. High in the zone and just outside. So it's ball 3, and now Schneider has a chance to potentially get on. The 3-1 outside, and Schneider does indeed earn the pass. So life in the lungs of the Blue Jays here in the 9th inning.
Well, Kyle Finnegan's whip just went up. He's now walked 2 guys in his last 7 innings.
Dalton Varsho now steps in, batting .238 on the season. Couple of runs scored in this ball game. And the first pitch caught the inside edge. It's 0-1. Get ready to celebrate Canadian holiday down at Rogers Center on May 20th at 3:07 p.m. Be among the first 15,000 to receive a Jordan Romano replica jersey. Go to BlueJays.com/promotions to get your tickets. The 0-1 pitch to Varsho with Schneider at first. And Varsho slaps at it, and a lazy little bloop pop over to third. Easy grab for Trey Lipscomb, who secures the out, and there's one down.
You think that Jordan Romano jersey comes pre-drenched in water?
What they should have done, is much like the Danny Jansen jersey goggle combo.
Water bottle.
Jersey water bottle. Exactly. Exactly. You and I are on the same wavelength there, man. One out here in the ninth inning as Danny Jansen comes up, his first at bat after he came in place of Alejandro Kirk. First pitch down, outside, 1-0. Jansen came in the seventh inning as a pinch runner and then, of course, stayed down behind the plate in the seventh and eighth. Here he is hitting for the first time in the ninth with Davis Schneider at first and the Blue Jays trailing 11-8. A game where they had a 6-1 lead. And the second pitch in there for a strike, it's 1-1. So you figure they've been outscored. I'm horrible at math, but I believe that's 10-2 after the 6-1 lead. Here are the 2 and 10. Yep.
I believe that's correct.
Thank you. Hopefully my mother's not listening. 11-8. Washington leading as Jansen rips one towards left field, but it's foul about 2 feet on the wrong side of that left field line. Jays down by 3, trying to stay alive here in the ninth inning. This ball game just shy of 3 hours. Toronto with an off day tomorrow before getting set for the Philadelphia Phillies, who entered action today with a 23-11 record. They will be in Philly for 2 games on Tuesday, Wednesday. Jansen swinging at the 1-2 pitch, pops it up, and it goes up and over the backstop, over the net, into the stands. Stays at 1-2 as Jansen gives somebody in D.C. a souvenir. Jansen up to 306 on the season in terms of his average. They could certainly use a big hit from Jano right here. Schneider still on first. Does have a stolen base in this game, but hasn't yet been able to take off. That pitch high, 2-2.
That'll be a tough 2-game series against the Philadelphia Phillies. The Phillies are leading the National League East with a record of 23-11. And they're 8-2 in their last 10.
They play tonight at home against San Francisco. First pitch at about 7:10. The 2-2 pitch to Jansen. High in the zone again. And Jano's battled back to 3-2. So Schneider earned the walk. Varsho with a little bloop out over to third, the second batter, but now Jansen trying to earn another walk or more right here. The 3-2 pitch from Finnegan. The leg kick and delivery, and Jansen fouls it away. Blue Jays coming into this ball game 16-18, tied with Tampa in the East, but the Rays already winning today. So again, if the Jays lose, they are alone at the bottom of the East. Jansen hoping to help Toronto avoid that. The 3-2 pitch, and Jansen sends one into center field. It's on a line and easily grabbed by the center fielder Jacob Young, who will throw it in, and Toronto down to their final out here in the ninth.
Well, he hit that ball on the screws. A good line drive to center field, but Jacob Young is right there for the easy grab. And the Blue Jays are down to their last out.
Finnegan slapping his glove in appreciation as he's trying to help get his team out of this one and secure the victory and get the save. 11-8, Washington leading. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at the plate. Schneider still standing over at first. The first pitch high. Ball one as Schneider took off for second. And Washington quite content to just give Schneider the bag. So now in scoring position for IKF, but again, 2 out here in the ninth. And that one in there for a strike on the splitter. It's 1-1. Kiner Falefa 2 for 3 in this ballgame. Ernie Clement scheduled to come up next if Kiner Falefa can get on. The 1-1 in there for strike 2. And now the Jays down to their final strike. The crowd in D.C. starting to rally around the Nationals. The 1-2 pitch. And Kiner Falefa knocks it out to short. It's picked up by Abrams, who throws to first. And the Washington Nationals come back to beat the Blue Jays 11-8.
Well, today was all about Alek Manoah. We saw him a little bit erratic with his fastball. And by a little bit, I mean he was very erratic with that fastball. He threw a lot of balls, fell behind a lot of batters. But the good thing about his start today is that there were glimpses of the old Alek Manoah from 2022 when he almost won a Cy Young Award. And if you can just bottle up those 30 or 40 good, great pitches that he threw today, because he did strike out a lot of guys. But I think if you can just bottle up those good moments for Alek Manoah, you can see a little bit of progress. He does have better stuff right now than he did last year. And I'm talking strictly from the eye test. I'm not looking at the box score. The box score is what it is. But I'm looking at the eye test. The velocity was better. The slider was better. But yes, the results are very similar to what they were last year. But to me, it was a step in the right direction, because that stuff is better. If you can just have better command and throw first pitch strikes, you'll be better.
So the Blue Jays lose to the Nationals 11-8. We will take the break, come back, and get set to wrap things up and send it off to Jays Talk. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep, because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at ProvenWinnersColorChoice.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Hey, this is David Schneider.
Now everybody,
you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith, Chris LaRue with you. The Blue Jays losing the rubber match against the Washington Nationals 11-8. The Nats take it. Toronto getting the victory last night, or I guess last evening, and tried to carry momentum into today, and it certainly looked like they were doing so early. They gave up 1 run in the first, came back with 5 in the second, thanks to a grand slam from Vladimir Guerrero Jr., taking a 5-1 lead. They would tack on one more to go up 6-1. Gave up a run in the bottom of the third. It was 6-2. Then gave up 5 in the fourth inning to then trail 7-6. But they responded. Come back in the fifth. Scored 2 to take an 8-7 lead, and then gave up 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and 1 in the 8th. A 4-run bump for the Nationals to close out the game after trailing 8-7. They win 11-8. And as I noted, kind of jokingly, but it's a fact, not only was it a 4-run run to end the game, but it was also quite the run in terms of the scoreboard overall, going back to when Toronto had a 6-1 lead. Washington outscoring Toronto 10-2 over the final 6 innings to again win 11-8. And now the Blue Jays are alone at the bottom of the American League at 16-19. Not great.
There were so many positives in this game up until about the bottom of the fourth inning when the Nationals scored 5 off of Alek Manoah. And you look at his box score again. I don't want to look at the box score. I don't want to harp on the box score. But he walked 4 guys in those 4 innings, and it should have been 5 because he hit Jesse Winker on that 3-2 pitch in the foot. But Alek Manoah, if he is going to be a major league starter or reliever, it doesn't matter. If he's going to be a major league pitcher, he needs to throw strikes, and he needs to have command of that fastball. That's the most important pitch for him. If he can't throw that fastball early in counts for strikes down in the zone, he'll never be the guy he was in 2022. 4 innings, let's say 5 walks, 6 hits. That's just not going to get it done. And for Alek Manoah, I know there were some positives in this game. His velocity was up. His slider was good at times. There was a lot of run on that fastball. But for me, he just has to be better throwing first pitch strikes and throwing good quality pitches early in counts, which he didn't do today very much at all.
So Hunter Harvey gets the win. Genesis Cabrera takes the loss. The save is earned by Kyle Finnegan. Blue Jays again losing 11-8. I want to go back to one other thing. And to be clear to the audience and to you, Chris, I have no idea if this means anything at all. I think it's just something to keep an eye on going into the off day and then looking ahead to the first game against the Phillies on Tuesday. After the ball game, well after the final out was recorded and most of the players had cleared the dugout, Bo Bichette was sitting not quite alone, but he was in the dugout. And Chris Bassett walked by and just kind of slapped Bichette on the shoulder and it's all right, kid, we'll get it, hang in there kind of thing. Bichette had an 0-for-4 day. His averages dipped down to below 200, but on top of that, he was standing there holding onto his forearm, his right forearm, and flexing out his wrist. Now, again, that could mean absolutely nothing, but perhaps something to keep an eye on if he's dealing with some sort of minor injury or minor tweak or something, or if it's, again, just, hey, he was just making a motion and who knows. And either way, he's obviously mentally not in a great place right now, understandably so, as he has struggled this season with just 1 home run and now a batting average that is officially sitting at 195.
Well, this is probably the first time in his whole life that he hasn't succeeded playing baseball. This is going on 6 weeks now where he has been, let's be honest, he's been feeble at the plate. He hasn't done really anything. He hasn't looked like the guy that he was in the last 4 years. He hasn't swung at good pitches. His swing is all over the map. So you can only imagine what he's feeling sitting in that dugout after this game. Under 200, 1 homer, 11 RBIs. He is supposed to be the guy in this lineup. Not Vlad, not Justin Turner, not Davis Schneider. It's supposed to be Bo. And for Bo to be, I might be overstepping here, but he is probably the one hole in this lineup that you can really point at and be like, yep, that's the guy that needs to step up. That's the guy that's been really bad all season long. That must be a terrible feeling for a guy that probably puts a lot of pressure on himself to be great.
So again, the Blue Jays losing 11-8 in Washington as they drop 2 of 3, and now they've got to try to get back on track against the mighty Phillies. An off day tomorrow, and 2 games against the Phillies on Tuesday, Wednesday before another off day, and then a return home to Rogers Center against Minnesota next Friday. Thanks to Nick Blackmore, our producer, technical director Tom Young, and for Chris LaRue, I'm Eric Smith. You've been listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network as Jays Talk starts now with Show Ali.
Well, Julia, it has not been the greatest 24 hours for Toronto sports in this city, I gotta say. I want to say that it is unbelievable that we finally got a big day from Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the grand slam. He threw in a walk and a hit in there as well. So much slander for Vladdy, and a lot of it was deserved. Some of it for me certainly as well, so hand up on that. But the unfortunate reality is that it's not unbelievable, given what we've seen from the Jays, and today, what was a 6-1 lead turned into a 7-6 deficit, which eventually became an 11-8 loss in both this game and to unfortunately lose to the series in Washington, D.C. to the Washington Nationals.
This was such a weird game show from what we have become accustomed to seeing from these Blue Jays. The fact that they did break out and they did keep tacking on after a 5-run second inning and, adding to the score, which is something that John Schneider has alluded to so many times throughout this young season here. It's when you get that big inning, keep tacking on those runs because you never know how many you're going to need. And then obviously you have Alek Manoah coming in, and we didn't really know what to expect from him. Yes, we were looking for certain things, and yes, he looked really good in his final rehab outing, but the fact is that no one really knew what to expect from Manoah in terms of stuff. And what we saw early on was a little discouraging, walking in a run in the first, very erratic with the fastball, and, old concerns start creeping in. He settles in pretty nicely after that. We could see that the slider, the new shape of it, the fact that it's breaking a little bit more vertically than before, playing out nicely against this Nationals lineup for the most part. And then he loses it again. And the Blue Jays, even though they tacked on some runs and they were looking pretty good offensively in that, making the most out of opportunities when they showed up, it's the pitching just couldn't get it done. And again, it goes back to where we thought that the depth would be for the Blue Jays when it comes to pitching and where it is now, and really what a difference a month or so makes here, Show. So tough loss to take home or to take to Philly with them. But certainly some positives and some silver linings out of this one.
Boy, I'll tell you, I don't think people are ready to hear positives or silver linings today.
Tell me about it.
I gotta say, I don't think I'm like the king of moral victories, but I don't think we'll be seeing many of those today. I will say maybe the only one is Vladdy, but other than that, maybe not a lot. That is Julia Kreutz. I'm Show Ali. You're listening to Jays Talk, of course, live on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Also streaming on sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet app. Give us a call. You can vent if you like, 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. But you guys know the drill. You keep it clean, but you can vent certainly to your heart's content. Text us as well, 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line is always open. 8 runs and 10 hits for the Blue Jays today, something we had not seen in quite some time. And they lose, unfortunately. A large part of that, like you said, Jules, was Alek Manoah. So here's the final line for Manoah. 4 innings, 6 hits, 7 runs, 6 of them were earned, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts, and those 6 earned runs, 7 overall, 2 home runs allowed. And it's funny because early on, I mean like the second batter of the game in C.J. Abrams, that back foot slider looked nasty. And I thought to myself, gosh, this looks great. He K's Nick Senzel. I was feeling good about the usage of the slider, which obviously is his most important pitch, as we know, especially lefties like Abrams. But in that first inning, he also threw 29 pitches. Wasn't aided by a throwing error from Bo, who's really going through it right now. But he was also, like you said, having trouble locating the fastball. And I kind of thought in the second inning he was going to find these mechanics. He started to paint the edges and the corners of the zone, right? He was using the four-seamer and the sinker a little more consistently. And he actually got both Lipscomb and Young with sinkers, both caught looking too. So they watched those things sails by. But 4th inning, runs into some trouble. I didn't hate the location on I think it was Luis Garcia Jr.'s single. It was right at the bottom of the zone. Maybe you can attribute that more to a good piece of hitting from Garcia than a bad pitch from Manoah. But everything after that was poor, right? The pitch to Senzel was not well located, and then he threw a bad pitch to Winker. It was a middle slider, and then he jacks this 3-run bomb, and now a 6-1 lead is a 7-6 deficit. So when you look at the overall, and then he didn't come back out. He got the final out of the 4th inning, didn't come back out. The day was done. I think we can say overall, obviously not great, but it turned from, hey, this looks promising to, well, he's clearly not ready. And you're left with more questions than answers. And I see a lot of text here on the text line about the decision-making process to leave him in there in the 4th inning. And I think it's a valid question. Like, I admit I thought when Senzel got aboard with 2 outs, I think there were runners on 2nd and 3rd at that point after Senzel got aboard, Jules. I thought Schneider was going to come get him. Bullpen, be damned, mainly because even with a tough series against the Phillies and a very beleaguered bullpen, there's an off day tomorrow. So you don't really have to worry as much as we know, but it's just the other half of it with runners on 2nd and 3rd, even with 2 outs. I mean, how confident does anyone really feel right now, which is a whole other separate problem. How confident do you feel in any of Nate Pearson, Yenesis Cabrera, or Eric Swanson, who got hit for a home run today, right? So I don't know. I don't know if I would have been all that comfortable. It just seems that scenario, runners on 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs, Manoah struggling, it seemed to largely be pick your poison. Even I know Nate Pearson came out and retired the next 3 batters, but that was with a clean inning and not with runners on.
Yeah, with the day off tomorrow show, I would agree with you that maybe the leash should have been a little bit shorter because, again, Manoah is unproven right now. We don't know what to expect of him, and there is no built-up trust that he can come out of sticky situations. Not even in most of his rehab starts so far this season. We have not seen that ability to really get out of trouble and minimize damage. So perhaps with the off day, kind of giving the Blue Jays a little bit more flexibility to use the bullpen as they can or as they should, the leash should have been a bit shorter for Alek Manoah. That said, with the way that the bullpen has been performing, I don't necessarily, blame this entirely on Schneider to maybe see what Manoah has to offer. And the fact that this is a pretty taxed bullpen as it is because of how things have gone for the Blue Jays and because the number 5 starter has not gone super deep into games at any point this year. So you are seeing a bullpen that has been overused so far this season. But this was a moment in which, the Blue Jays could have utilized their pitching a little bit more strategically and less just reactively, let's put it like that. We spoke about this pregame show, and I will repeat it here. Every game matters right now, and when the Blue Jays have that kind of a lead and an opportunity to hold it a little bit longer, you have to do what is, statistically or even, just gut-wise, what you feel like will be the best move to keep that lead. And I don't see how that would have been keeping Alek Manoah in that game based on what he has shown us this year and last year.
Oh, man, the Manoah stuff is so tough, right? Because I had thrown this out last week, and I kind of thought to myself, and you and I were talking about this during the game after Manoah was out, but I kind of thought to myself, there was a chance that Barrios would pitch today. And then you just skip the 5th start, essentially, because, Wyrod is not ready with the spine inflammation. Francis is on the IL. Not a lot of other long guys to also complement the bullpen, which, like you just outlined, is struggling right now, not only with players not playing all that well, but also other guys who are injured, like Jimmy Garcia still dealing with some back tightness and Chad Green's still on the IL. So I don't know. It's just, I kind of thought to myself, you can in theory skip the 5th start and make Alek Manoah force the issue in the minors. And they clearly decided that was not where they wanted to go. And I mean, yeah, sure. The last rehab start, like you mentioned earlier, 12 strikeouts, 1 earned run, I think, that's obviously those are some gaudy numbers and it makes you feel good about it. But he'd also kind of ping-ponged between good start, but really bad start, essentially, even in the minors. So I already wasn't in love with the decision to bring Alek Manoah back up. Also because, I'm genuinely not sure what the future holds for Alek Manoah. And I think you have seen in the past pitchers, I'm not saying collapse mentally necessarily, but, this guy already has had a really tough last year. He goes down, he called back up, and then had a really bad back half of the season. Because if you remember, he got called back up right before the All-Star break. He got called back up, played okay against the Tigers, and then after the All-Star break, it was not great. And then this year, you got him called back up seemingly too soon. I don't know if there was a single person, whether it was fans or the media, who said, yeah, great to get Manoah into a game. And then you kind of got a result that seemed relatively predictable. I don't even think that's hindsight. Like, I really do feel that most people thought that. So I don't know. I hope this does. I genuinely hope this means it's not the end for him.
Right.
But I do wonder what's next now, right? Like, there's 2 days off here. There's a day off tomorrow. There's a day off on Thursday. So in theory, I think you could finagle it to skip the next start if you really wanted to, if you feel he's not ready. That might be the way to go if you're not super confident. The next team I think he would be lined up to face are the Twins at the Rogers Center. I mean, the Twins are not, I don't know, they're not exactly the hardest hitting team in the world, but they're also not playing that badly right now. I don't know if you really want to, if you want to risk it.
They're killing it right now. They're doing very well. They were in a historic win streak, and I don't know if that's still going on, but it's pretty impressive to see, and you're absolutely right. Do you want to have a guy like Manoah, who again is still building up, and he seems like his confidence is not all the way there either. You see early in the game when he is having success, it's because the mechanics are clean.
Yeah.
It's because he is, sticking with his delivery through and through, and then he gets into trouble, and that kind of gets away from him, and the delivery gets messy. The mechanics kind of go out the door, and you can see that there's a distraction there because he's getting into trouble. So until he can figure that out, I don't see how there is going to be a clear path for him to stick with this team, which is very, very unfortunate because we know how talented he is. But he's pressing, and until he can figure that part out, the Blue Jays would probably be better off sending him down to the minors to work on his stuff. And yeah, if you have to skip a start here, if you have to ask your starters to forego an off day, this might be the best way to go, especially with where the standings are right now.
416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's get to your calls. Russ in New Jersey, start us off here.
I'm happy I didn't drive to the game because here in Jersey I was going to drive to Washington.
You go to a lot of games, Russ. You go to a lot of games, so it's probably the right move, I think.
Yeah, and I just came back from Game 6 from flying to the Leafs, so I said I'm not going to go with the weather. I'll be there for Philly, but listen, this team is just not a good baseball team. Let's today could be Manoah, and 2 days ago was the bullpen, and last week was the offense, and for most of the season it's been the offense. You're 60-19. You're in a very tough division. You're Baltimore. I still don't know how good the Yankees are, but I know Baltimore's an excellent team. The Red Sox are playing better. We didn't expect much from them, and Tampa is up, sitting down with us. But this team's just not a very good baseball team. I'll make another comment. Bo Bichette looks like he has no interest in being here. He comes to the plate. He swung it every time the first pitch today, I think. I don't think he let a first pitch go by without swinging. And I'm not saying he's always been an aggressive hitter, but he just doesn't look like he's interested in being here. I think there's going to be a big fire sale come summer. And, Ross Atkins it's not the manager anymore. He's had every opportunity. He had Gibbons. He got rid of him. He brought in someone else. Now he's brought in Schneider. He's had his opportunity. I called probably the fourth or fifth game of the year, and I said, this offense is horrible.
Yeah.
And I know we scored 8 today, so it's not the right day to call, but they're just not good, and they're not a good baseball team. And, I think there's going to be a lot of empty seats. The stadium's nice, but I think come, August, I saw the stadium. I'm not going to watch a team 15 games under 500.
Hey, Russ, thanks for the call, man. You're probably not wrong, honestly. If things continue going this way, probably. Honestly, if things continue going this way, if Blair's like, show, I need you guys to do a couple more Jays talk every week. Wouldn't be surprised. Honestly, I wouldn't blame him either.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. It's true. First of all, on Bo, you know what? I don't think it's that he's not interested. I really, truly believe, and maybe this is the eternal optimist, but I truly believe it's just he's pressing so much that it's starting to affect his ABs. Right. And we saw yesterday, the guy got ejected yesterday, and I still think that was the dumbest thing ever, but just he got ejected, and he was frustrated. He took his helmet off, he chucks it on the ground, and he's like pissed off essentially, right? And today does not look pleased. There was a shot on TV actually, Julie. I'm not sure if you saw it, but there was like an extended shot. I didn't hear what the TV call was saying with Dan and Joe, but the shot was of Bo just like looking off into like 1,000-yard stare, just like looking off into the distance in the dugout. I have no idea what he was contemplating in that moment, but I don't know. He almost looked like he was contemplating like retirement or something, right? Or his own mortality. Like It's just he really seems like he is pressing. And with today's performance, he's now batting under 200 again, 197. That is atrocious. And again, I tend to believe it will even out, but good heavens, Bo's really going through it.
I'll tell you this, show. Chris LaRue sort of mentioned it during the broadcast as well, and I kind of agree with him. This is probably the first time in Bo's career that he has been through this much of an extended slump. And this is also, you talk about these guys kind of graduating from promising young players to bona fide major leaguers. For sure. That is where the core of Blue Jays players is right now. But there is a lot that you can